Seagulls were soaring above a seaport. Near the harbor were docked wooden boats, and houses lined up behind. This was Port City Lith. Suddenly, a boat approached from afar, attracting a seagull that had been resting. Under the free flight of seagulls around the port, the boat finally stopped before Port Lith. A young man's voice filled with excitement rang out. Finally! This person was Raymond. He excitedly laughed, raised both hands, and shouted loudly, "I finally made it here." On Port Lith, a girl in a sexy bunny suit greeted, "Could you buy me some medicine, young man?" Another man holding fish, with sharks and octopuses hanging behind him, advertised, "Hey kid, wanna buy some fish?" In addition, other noises mixed in, showing the liveliness. "Do you need a place to store your luggage? If you want to explore the world, then you need to train first. Where's my sister?" Raymond's eyes lit up, full of excitement. "This is Port City Lith?" Suddenly, Walker slung an arm around him, holding a bag in one hand, and asked, "You're that happy, Raymond?" Raymond tilted his head in surprise. "Walker." Charlotte looked at the two of them and asked Tehran, "You're also very excited, right?" Tehran laughed and replied, "Honestly, I want to experience all the entertainment here right away." Then he raised his head and said, "This will be the place. Our journey begins." In another space, scary-looking figures appeared with a message. "This is the era of adventurers. A place where adventurers from all over the world gather, create themselves, and become heroes in their own journey. Gates, after mysterious gates, no one knows when they appeared, are full of all kinds of terrifying monsters that cannot be found in the Feng Fu world. Countless adventurers have died in them, but the powerful and incredibly valuable items inside these gates have ignited the ambition of those who want to become rich." Walker seriously raised a finger and said, "We need some bait." Raymond didn't understand what he meant. Walker explained, "We don't know what's inside the gate until we enter. Many adventurers have lost their lives due to unexpected events, that's why we need some slaves as bait." Charlotte understood the problem and agreed, "So we need someone to distract them so we can run away when it's dangerous." "I agree, that's a good idea," Raymond unconsciously asked, "Huh?" Then, at a slave market, where slaves were sold, dirty slaves were locked behind bars with unfriendly looks. Walker observed and listened to the owner's introduction. "Welcome, this market is run by the Mechanic Association Gaffer. These guys are all slaves used as bait, so please choose freely. Everyone will not regret buying them. I suggest choosing these ones." While speaking, he gestured to two people behind a bar. "They have quite large builds, top picks," Walker agreed. "Okay, I'll buy both of them." The owner happily laughed. "Wise choice." Then the owner sent his best wishes to his adventurer group. "Good luck entering the gate." Walker came to the red gate, intending to pull out his knife and said, "I will carve on this pillar so that others know there are people in this gate already." Looking at it, it seems no one has entered this gate yet. Walker carved a line on the tree trunk, meaning we are the first group. He glanced over and asked, "Is everyone ready?" Charlotte, Tehran, and Raymond excitedly looked at the gate. Raymond replied, "Let's go." The adventure group plus the two newly purchased slaves stepped inside together. Raymond, passing through the gate, felt something unusual and groaned in his throat. Feeling strange. He just looked up and couldn't help but shout out. Admiring the oversized mushrooms, like a world where humans were tiny, made him exclaim again. Raymond expressed his thoughts. "I've never been to a place that looks so mysterious. It looks completely different from what I imagined." The two slaves behind Walker were equally surprised. Walker said, "No need to be nervous. Let's move on. The entrance is usually formed far from the monster lairs, so we are quite safe now. We can't go back through the previous gate now. We need to find a new exit first to prevent any unforeseen events." Charlotte heard a noise behind her, not knowing what it was, so she tilted her head and glanced back. Unexpectedly, it was a furry monster with 3 eyes, bearing sharp teeth towards her. She didn't have time to react and unconsciously asked, "Huh?" Immediately after, fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. She was instantly bitten in half by the monster. Everyone was horrified. Walker confused. "Wah! What's going on? Why are there monsters here?" Raymond shouted her name. Charlotte. Under everyone's incredulous and terrified eyes, the monster approached. Around them, similar monsters began to appear, eyeing their prey. Everyone was panicking. Wait, why are there so many monsters?" Walker raised his bow, angrily cursing. "Damn it!" A fire arrow appeared, he said. "Fire arrow." The arrow pierced straight through the monster that was biting Charlotte. It painfully released her. Walker worriedly turned his head and shouted loudly, "Something is wrong. Tie those 2 baits to the tree. We need to run away from here immediately." Raymond quickly tied the chains of both slaves to a nearby tree trunk. One slave begged, Hey, take us with you." Tehran raised his knife threateningly. "Shut your mouth and stay here." Raymond tied them up while muttering, "Sorry." That slave looked at the group of adventurers and shouted loudly pleadingly, "No, No, don't leave us behind. Walker carried the bloody Charlotte and yelled to Raymond and Tehran, run. A monster had aggressively rushed up to attack the slave who had just shouted. The other slave, holding a spear, was also about to be attacked from behind by a hungry monster with claws. A moment later, the group of adventurers had gone far. Walker, carrying the bloody Charlotte, struggled to say loudly, "We failed this time. Don't worry about whether we complete conquering the gate or not. We need to quickly find an exit." Raymond, panting heavily, had not recovered from the terror. Tehran shouted loudly, "Let's go, Raymond." Then he grabbed his collar and repeated, "He said let's go, you bastard." Listen to Walker. He softened his voice to comfort him. "Calm down, we failed here, but we can still try again next time. So, don't give up and try harder." He clenched his fist and tried to smile, not knowing there was danger behind him. "We will all get out of here." Immediately, Tehran was smashed into paste by a huge monster behind him. Raymond was pushed away by the force of the attack. Walker shouted, Tehran, but he couldn't move anymore. Blood splattered everywhere. Luckily, he still managed to raise his hand a little, breathing out a difficult breath. Raymond crawled on the ground trembling. Tehran. Walker, behind the monster, angrily used a fire arrow. "You, damn thing." Unexpectedly, it was faster, sticking out its long tongue. The tongue wrapped around his neck. Walker gasped for breath in his throat. Then it grabbed him and brought him closer to its mouth. Walker screamed loudly, trying to escape. But luck did not come. Each bite of the monster was accompanied by spurts of blood. Raymond witnessed it, his teeth chattering until they bled from fear. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. No. Under the frightened eyes and blood-filled smile of the monster, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Save!" The monster, bearing sharp teeth towards him, was unable to move. It bit him hard on the leg. He cried out in pain, spitting out blood. His groans echoed loudly. "Leg, my leg." Raymond coughed twice in his throat. Suddenly at this moment, a figure standing on a tree attracted his gaze. He was surprised. The bait. Then he raised his bloody hand, pleading for help. "You're still alive? That's great, great. Hurry up. Help me. My companions are all dead. Only you and I are left." "Oh, right, I'm sorry about before. I didn't mean to." You can't escape from here alone. Having one more person isn't bad, so, please." Pum remained silent and unresponsive. Suddenly, Raymond changed his tone to cursing. Instead of standing there watching, "Help me, you damn bastard." Pum silently smiled. Then, he landed on the ground. Holding a spear, he looked up and said, "I don't know. It seems like..." The remaining words made Raymond realize belatedly, "I'm too late." Raymond looked in horror at his face reflected in the pool of blood. Suddenly he both laughed and cried, "You bastard! You think you can escape from here? The next one is..." The monster immediately bit off Raymond's entire body except for his hand. The sound of chewing, crunching, enjoying the taste of human flesh in its mouth was horrifying. After eating, it stared at its next prey. Then it prepared to lunge. Immediately, it leaped up in a flash, wide open mouth to eat Pum. However, Pum's lifeless eyes showed no fear. He murmured, "I won't die." He used his spear to pierce straight through the monster quickly. It was instantly pierced through and fell down dead. He put his hand near his face. At least, Pum brushed his hair back, revealing his angular face stained with blood. His eyes sharp, murmured, "I won't die here." As he watched the forest engulfed in flames, black smoke billowed, carrying the stench of death, and countless creatures fled in droves. Pum calmly stated, "It's here." A swarm of flying monsters was approaching rapidly, some already bearing grievous wounds. All of them were using their utmost speed to escape the forest. The central figure finally appeared. Long Vuong, Gornthal. Alexis murmured to herself, "It seems the centaur's stronghold has also fallen. Now, we have nothing left to rely on." Pum thought. The Cygnus Night Order, the Resistance Army, the Crusader Hunters, all the adventurers, and even the 6 heroes once considered beacons of hope, they are all dead. You are the only one remaining. The last adventurer. Pum. Let's go. But before he could leave, someone noticed something. They were enveloped by the shadow of something enormous. Gornthal arrived before them, roaring as if to devour everything. "And this is our last adventure." Time passed, and the fire continued to consume everything. Pum was covered in blood, surrounded by the corpses of others. Gornthal's head also lay there, having been defeated by Pum. At that moment, he wondered, is it over? Looking at Gornthal flying in the sky and its head on the ground, Pum couldn't help but exclaim, "It's regenerating its severed head." Everything was in vain. Gornthal was once again relentlessly charging towards him. Pum stared intently at it, then slowly closed his eyes. He accepted it. This was his end. Pum stood alone, forlornly awaiting his fate. He kept thinking, the end of the world, and the end of our adventure. But suddenly, El Pum punched the ground with immense force, judging by the crater he left. El Pum felt his thoughts were utterly absurd. Is this the end? Something pierced through him, and images flashed back. Philip, his lifeless face, Jaden, and Alexis, the girl rushing towards him. Tears welled up in his eyes. They had all sacrificed themselves. El Pum couldn't contain himself and roared, realizing he couldn't accept this. Shortly after, he slowly stood up, and in a deep voice, he uttered, "Gornthile, it can't end like this." A powerful energy gradually formed in his hand, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shift. El Pum was determined. At any cost, I will. But before he could attack, the energy in his hand dissipated. El Pum coughed up blood, and then blood flowed uncontrollably. Above, Gornthale was gathering power to attack, and it unleashed a powerful blast of energy at El Pum. He stood there, helpless. El Pum could only feel how pathetic he was. Why does it have to end this way? If only I were stronger. If I had just one more chance. Just as he thought this, a stream of water splashed down, accompanied by a cursing voice. "Get up, you damn brat." El Pum's eyes snapped open. The sensation of the water from moments ago still lingered in his mind. Seeing him dazed, the cursing voice rang out again. "Don't think pretending to be sick will work. A slave like you should know your place." Hearing this, El Pum felt confused. What? What about Gornthale? Am I still alive? Wait a minute. Just as he thought this, he overheard someone saying, "These ones are newly brought in. They're perfect for long dungeon crawls as bait." El Pum unconsciously repeated, "This place." Another voice chimed in, "Oh, heavens, thank you sir. You won't find prices like this anywhere else. This one's good too. Hey, how much for this one?" "You have a good eye sir." It was then El Pum realized, this is a slave market? Impossible. Slave markets were abolished long ago, but this place is definitely. Looking at the bald merchant speaking before him, he said, "Just a simple slave, yet you have quite the will to survive. All of you." El Pum still remembered him. This merchant, if he wasn't mistaken, was the merchant who managed him 6 years ago when he was a slave. That's right, it's definitely him. The bald merchant was about to say something. "You. What the hell are you staring at?" Seeing the merchant's fist coming towards him, El Pum knew he had returned to the past, to that day. I have returned. The starting point of all stories. El Pum fell back into contemplation. Thoughts swirled in his head. Am I dreaming? No, this is too real. I can't believe it, but there's no other explanation. Just as he thought this, a merchant led a group of people over, speaking incessantly. "All the slaves here are for bait. Please take a look and choose. They all have good builds. We just received them recently." "Walker," he said generously. "All right, I'll take both." El Pum also thought to himself, no need to overthink it. This is my second chance. Time passed, and in a forest, El Pum slowly picked up a weapon. Looking at the object in his hand, he mused, "Staff, firebolt, not bad skills. It suits my current skill level too. But this isn't enough. An adventurer needs more than just one weapon." Spotting a severed leg on the ground, he seemed to realize something. Otherwise, returning here would be pointless. That's right, some people hide valuables in their shoes. He found a ring in the shoe of that leg. This is a ring of telekinesis. Suddenly, El Pum's eyes widened as if he'd noticed something. A pack of leaf-covered beasts was charging towards him. Looking at their bloodthirsty red eyes, he wondered, did they smell blood? Very quickly, one of the creatures stomped heavily on the ground, launching itself towards El Pum. Then, many others followed suit. He quickly dodged and retaliated. Suddenly, the tongue of one of the beasts shot out with incredible agility, coiling around El Pum's weapon. In an instant, the weapon was crushed by the tongue. Seeing this, he was stunned. Next, the monster's target was El Pum himself. He yelled, "Firebolt!" A vortex of flames erupted, successfully pushing the monsters back. El Pum was intrigued. Let's try the ring too. Firebolts continued to be released, now enhanced by the power of the ring. The combined attack devastated the pack of monsters. Watching the firebolts still flying in the air, he thought, I can't prolong this. The monsters now seemed intent on devouring El Pum. He remained calm. Well, it should be fine. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. Wait, the firebolt isn't activating. It doesn't look broken. Is it paused? The monsters, as if sensing this, attacked. El Pum stomped on the ground, using the momentum to lunge forward and deliver a blow to a monster. Guess I have no choice. It staggered to the side, and he seized the opportunity to add a kick, sending it flying away. El Pum was anxious. How much longer? Just as he finished speaking, the firebolt reactivated. Seeing the pack of monsters charging again, he said in a low voice, "All right, El Pom's eyes gradually turned menacing. He decisively unleashed firebolts at them, followed by the ring's power, another blast. All the monsters were pierced through. El Pom stood watching them, utterly cold. Very quickly, all the monsters were defeated. Suddenly, a weak voice echoed. You're not an ordinary slave. El Pom looked at the person before him, surprised. She's still alive? Charlotte said weakly. Both swordsmanship and magic. Who are you? El Pom only felt, she's lucky, or rather, unlucky. Charlotte didn't give up. Why, do you have that staff? And that thing on your wrist, how did you awaken it? You're just a slave. Wait, could it all be your scheme? El Pom hadn't said a word this whole time, constantly observing the person before him. It wasn't until the forest was completely silent that he spoke. Are you done talking? Charlotte was taken aback by his words. Huh? El Pom didn't answer her but went straight to the point. Sorry, but you're mistaken. Even if I had planned it, it wouldn't change anything. I'm going to kill all of you anyway. Charlotte was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? He patiently clarified. I deeply despise people like you who use slaves as bait. And so, the next morning, somewhere, a surprised voice exclaimed, What? Everyone buzzed with excitement. Look, really? Unbelievable. A bait slave actually returned on his own. El Pom didn't care about what anyone was saying. He was only thinking, the dice have been cast. I need to hurry to avoid repeating the same fate. So first, I need to free myself. At that moment, in an office, a voice echoed, A slave is still alive and returned? A subordinate respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Abbess. Moreover, he returned without a scratch. How is that possible? How can a bait slave return and be unharmed? The adventurers who went with him all died inside that gate. Hearing this, Abbess showed surprise. What? He can survive on his own in there? Clearly, something is amiss. After all, he didn't run away but came back here on his own. Those who sell themselves into servitude due to debt become bait, and in the end, they will always be bait. Even if they survive and return, he didn't escape, proving he knows he can't easily get out of our grasp. The only way to be free is death, that is. Is this news from the Gaffer Mechanics Guild? Why should I listen to such trivial news? The subordinate continued to report, There's another piece of news, sir. That slave, first circle magic. This made Abbess shaken. What? Are you saying a slave who should only be bait has opened the first magic circle? That slave will face punishment from the Mechanics Guild. And if something goes wrong? Not stopping there, the subordinate added, Furthermore, he also wants to change his contract. Abbess immediately asked, Change what? The subordinate quickly replied, It seems he wants to register as an adventurer. This news surprised Abbess even more. He couldn't help but scold, Lawless slave? Who does he think he is to dare? The subordinate added quietly, Lord Rakan has requested that you personally look into this matter. Hearing Lord Rakan, Abbess lost his composure and slammed his desk. Lord Rakan? A law enforcer of the Great Guild is paying attention to a slave just for that reason? Impossible. Could it be that matter? It wasn't until the door had closed that the cigarette on the desk was almost finished. Abbess was still alone in contemplation. A bait slave wants to become an adventurer. This matter passed for the moment. Currently, El Pom was lost in thought. Under the princess's policies, the story of a slave shouldn't exist. But in other words, humans are still slaves to money. If they can't repay the amount they borrowed, they will have to do hard labor until they pay it off. In Fanthru realm, those people are called slaves. One day, his only family member, his father, passed away due to illness. He became a slave from then on. Black herb, the herb he bought from the guild by taking out a loan. But they artificially inflated the price, many times the market price, 1 million mezzo. He would always remember the day he was sentenced. El Pum, the defendant has insufficient funds to pay the 1 million mezzo. According to the rules, the defendant will have to work without pay for the guild until the debt is repaid. Thus, he had been brutally exploited for 6 years. Now, it was time for revenge. El Pum looked at the person in front of him and introduced himself. My name is El Pum. He thought, Abbess, it's him, isn't it? Rakan's left-hand man, one of the law enforcers of the guild. I've caught a big fish. Abbess, while drinking tea, slowly spoke, I know, you want to amend your contract, right? I've heard news about you, so I'll be brief. He gently placed his cup on the table, then continued, I will change your contract status to F-rank adventurer. El Pum quickly replied, Thank you, sir. In his heart, he was a little excited. Oh, he accepted my request so easily? As I thought, he has noticed that matter. He frankly added, However, I want E rank. I'm not interested in playing games with you, so I'll be direct. Abbess felt utterly amused upon hearing this. What? E rank? For you? Why not ask the Adventurers Guild to promote you to a rank while you're at it? El Pum wasn't angry but slowly reasoned, I've been through hundreds of gates in the last 3 years as bait. Abbas retorted, even so, you're still just bait. You've never hunted monsters before. He questioned him back. Since when is hunting monsters in gates a requirement for adventurers? Abbas didn't expect him to say that. What? El Pum couldn't help but recall the first adventurer who made a name for himself. Because he is still alive. He fearlessly reasoned with Abbas, the most essential thing for an adventurer is to be able to return alive. Information from the gates from those who can survive is much more important than personal merit. Abbas, though angry, couldn't deny what he said. I admit you have a point. You are indeed right because surviving 3 years as bait through many gates is not something an ordinary person can do. But, that's all based on low-rank gates. Do you really think you can survive in higher-rank gates? Do you think we're stupid enough to agree to a risky contract where you might die before repaying your debt? That's insane. Looking at the person in front of him, Abbas couldn't help but think, he should know his place, if he doesn't want to die right after starting as an adventurer. Even so, why do I keep feeling, there's something formidable emanating from him? A moment later, El Pum spoke with surprise. This is a gate that can hold 5 people at once and has 12 gashes on the outside. Abbas replied excitedly, that's right. As many as 12 teams have chosen to bury themselves here. Prove it. If you can do as you say, I will agree to all your requests. The agreement was made just like that. At this time, in a seemingly fresh and airy place, Chev excitedly asked El Pum, you're the newbie who will be joining us, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Chev. I'm the tanker of the team. I heard from Lord Abbas that you used to be a slave. Is that right? I don't mind, so don't worry. And neither do my teammates. I hope we'll have a great time working together. I heard you know fire magic. El Pum replied, yes, something like that. Max interjected with a playful tone, what do you mean, something like that? Can you use multiple elements? Chev followed up, I heard mages can only use the power of the element they were born with. So, items that don't have the same elemental attribute as them are useless. Have you heard of that? Too complicated. Enough with the discussion, Chev interrupted. You might already know, we're not here to hunt monsters today. The group nodded in agreement. That's right, Chev continued. Our goal is to find and collect the equipment that 12 other teams left behind here, and then bring them back and hand them over to the guild. I heard they'll pay 300 mezzo for each item. Max yawned and commented, aren't they taking a bit too much? We won't earn anything if we can't get the drops from them. Equipment for a first circle mage is worth over 7,000 mezzo, and the guild is paying less than half of that. Chev seemed displeased by these words. Stop complaining. Max retorted, what? When did I complain? Chev let it pass. Enough. Is everyone ready? Let's make some money. They went to a gloomy and misty place. Max couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This place looks bright but it's kinda scary. Chev quickly warned, everyone be careful, chances are we'll have to fight a lot in this forest, so we need to set up a temporary base first. Someone spoke up and asked, Chev, what about that tree over there? With those branches, hiding or moving between trees will be very easy. He agreed, not bad, alright then, let's do it. Ropes and other tools were quickly brought out. Max, acting friendly, said to El Pum, you just rest, setting up the base is my and that idiot's job. Once the base was set up, Chev began to instruct, the base is set up, now we'll split into 2 groups and search around. Tom, Max, and Roa, you 3 will be group 1. We'll check the east and west directions respectively, then come back here. If anything happens, immediately signal and run back to the base, understand? Everyone replied in unison, understood. So El Pum and Chev went together. As they walked, he wondered, why haven't we encountered any monsters yet? Not even one item. Did we come too early? We'll have to go deeper tomorrow. Besides, how is your first expedition as an adventurer going? El Pum honestly said, I'm nervous. Chev laughed upon hearing this. Of course, who wouldn't be? You know, even though I've been an adventurer for a long time, I still get nervous every time I step into a gate. I'm someone who is easily scared. Nevertheless, I still bravely move forward because I have great teammates. It might seem a bit boastful to praise them myself, but they really are good teammates. I'm sorry to hear about your story, bait, huh? I can imagine how miserable that must have been. On this topic, El Pum, would you like to join our team? Seeing El Pum looking at something, Chev turned around. Thinking he was paying attention to his words, he explained, I said that so you understand, but don't overthink it. At this point, everyone had returned. Around the fire, Max spoke up and asked, you 2 didn't find anything either? El Pum bluntly retorted, do you think finding things is easy? Chev, seeing this, cut in, can we not talk about work while we're eating? Let's talk about it tomorrow, it won't kill anyone. El Pum didn't say anything more and silently drank water. As it got later into the night, everyone fell silent. Chev whispered to him, hey, Pum, are you asleep? He still didn't respond. Max couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, Captain, What are you doing unnecessarily? This guy is sleeping like a log. How could he reply? Geez, you're too cautious. Did you forget what we put in his food? That amount of sleeping grass can put a 100-kilogram monster to sleep. He swallowed a lot. Lucky he's not dead yet. Besides, that firebolt staff, it must be worth at least 10,000 meso. We should get to work. When the sword decisively plunged down, Max was dumbfounded. What? He's not here. All of them were in disbelief. What? No way. Chev yelled loudly. Find him, quick. He can't have gone far. Suddenly, the spot where Max had stabbed exploded. The base was instantly engulfed in flames, and at this point, they realized, fire. Chev frantically shouted, what's going on? Why is it suddenly on fire? Hurry, grab the food and run. Damn it, did El Pum do this? Tom saw something and called out, Boss. Chev turned around irritably. What is it? A massive monster appeared before them. Chev was stunned. Could it be El Pum? El Pum. That bastard. Is he using us as bait? The fire grew larger, forcing them to jump off the base. The monster quickly gave chase. El Pum, on a tree branch, watched and thought, they're really stupid. If they wanted to deceive me, they shouldn't have been so kind. In a gate with more than 12 teams, even hiring veteran adventurers isn't enough, and they still want to use me as bait? It's clear that was their intention. And that boss monster of this area is that thing? I guess it devoured the item fragments, so it's bigger than I expected. Wherever the monster chased, the trees withered and died. Chev couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why do we have to run into this bad luck? Tom asked him, that boss? Do you know what type it is? Chev quickly replied, if I'm not mistaken, it's a gold slime. It rarely appears in Fonthu realm. It's a rare monster that only appears when a red gate opens. Its body is made of acid, so for melee adventurers, it's a very dangerous opponent, and the most dangerous part is, as he said this, he seemed to realize something terrifying. The slime actually spat acid at them. Chev could only shout a warning, run. Tom couldn't believe it. What? What is that? It has long-range attack capability? Looking at the ground being corroded by acid, Chev explained, acid arrow is a skill that takes acid from its own body and shoots it out. Tom felt like he was done for. This is insane. It's coming. Be careful. Boss, how do we deal with it? Is there any way? Chev replied, let's get out of here and figure it out. Acid arrow has a cooldown of only 1 minute. We'll just evade it and look for an opportunity. We have to attack the core on its head. Max smirked triumphantly. It's in cooldown now. He rushed towards the slime, ignoring Chev's loud calls. Max, he thought, there's still enough time for it to give it to me. Chev yelled to stop him. Wait, let's charge together. Max didn't listen and charged in alone, and he was hit by the acid. He was utterly shocked. Huh? Wasn't it still 10 seconds until its cooldown finished? As soon as these words were out, Max took a direct hit from the acid arrow. Instantly, he was reduced to a skeleton. At this moment, El Pum thought to himself, looks like it's over. You're not wrong, but the gold slime gets stronger after eating item fragments, so the cooldown time decreases. With that massive size, and its acid arrow skill, now I understand why the teams that came here before failed. Truly overwhelming. It's so strong that it can even appear in a gold gate, twice as strong as a red gate level. No longer a monster that first circle adventurers can handle. Probably in this dungeon, there are no items left. The mission seems to have failed. He remembered Abyss's challenging words, prove it. El Pum pursed his lips. The slime kept observing. Suddenly, it noticed something. Instantly, it took a direct hit. Acid splattered all over the ground. It looked at El Pum angrily. He didn't feel scared at all. I hit its core. Not bad. At this rate, just 4 more hits. No, at least 5 more hits. Well, it's not a problem anymore. I will prove it. The slime launched an acid arrow at him. El Pum easily dodged it. He of course returned a blow to it. El Pum agilely dodged the acid arrows again. This made him a little tired. The ring on his hand kept emitting energy. El Pum said to himself, must hit accurately, can't miss. A normal mage wouldn't be able to do this, but I'm different, because my title in my past life was, the best long-range fighter. He prepared for a firebolt to be launched, then shouted loudly, firebolt. Without hesitation, he fired it. Watching the gold slime get hit but still able to fire acid arrows, El Pum thought, 4 more hits. But first, I have to dodge this acid arrow. El Pum's feet were extremely nimble, grabbing ropes and swinging from place to place, evading the attacks from the gold slime. He continued to shout, firebolt. 3 more hits. Another shout rang out, 2. Firebolt. He thought, dodged it? For its size, it's quite fast. But it's okay. The slime was hit by firebolt again. This hit successfully exposed the gem on its head. El Pum decisively jumped up. Then he slowly said, last hit. As he flew closer to the gem, The slime was about to use its hand to attack him from behind. As the sticky yellow slime was about to touch him, El Pum saw it. The ring on his hand activated and glowed. He jammed the sword into the ground, then used the momentum to dodge the slime's incoming hand. El Pum landed safely. Next, it was his turn. Firebolt. The firebolt shot out swiftly. By the time the slime realized what it was, El Pum already had a triumphant smile. El Pum didn't hesitate to add another firebolt. The slime took a direct hit. The gem on its head also cracked. It began to inflate like a balloon, its eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. A resounding explosion echoed. Acid gushed out incessantly. El Pum quickly ran away, fully focused. He shot his sword straight up, letting the rope wrap around a sturdy tree branch. El Pum decisively climbed up. Then he turned back, watching as vast amounts of acid flowed away, scorching everything in its path. A moment later, El Pum was able to set foot on the ground again. He slowly took each step. At this moment, he saw something. The slime's gem. El Pum picked it up. He gazed contemplatively at the gem. It emitted a beautiful red light. Its energy radiated continuously, then spread everywhere. The next morning, a voice rang out. "I'm back." El Pum had come to see Abbas. He looked at him without saying a word. After a long while, Abbas finally spoke. "So, you're not a braggart, are you? But why did you return alone? Where are the items?" El Pum replied without hesitation. "The people you put in my group were all rookies. They plotted to steal all my items. When I left the group to escape them, they fought the boss monster, and they all died." Abbas was surprised. "Monsters?" El Pum said. "It was a gold slime." Abbas was even more surprised. "What? If it was that, then all the items must have." El Pum confirmed. "Yes, it swallowed everything." Abbas was furious. "Damn it. The merchant guild's items are all destroyed. The mission has failed. The problem is, this guy survived and got out." He understood very well, there are a few rules in the first circle gates. First, the number of people entering is limited. Only those who have registered at the gate column can enter, and then, the gate will be deactivated until the people inside are eliminated. Second, the limit on entrance and the level of the circle. The difficulty of the gate is distinguished by their colors. Easiest is red, hardest is purple. If a person's circle level is higher than the gate's difficulty, they cannot enter. Third, there is only one chance to conquer the gates, which is to defeat the biggest obstacle in that gate. If someone survives and gets out, that gate will be destroyed and cannot be entered again. So that also means, if someone has entered a gate and managed to get out, then others will not have the chance to enter that gate again. At this point, Abbas spoke in a deep voice. "So the gate has disappeared, but how could a first circle hunter like you deal with the gold slime? I understand, you were only focused on finding a way to survive, and you didn't pay attention to the items that were swallowed. Anyway, the truth is, you failed this mission." El Pum interrupted him. "Hold on. I haven't finished talking." Abbas asked, "What?" El Pum, while unwrapping the bandage on his hand, slowly replied, "That gold slime." When Abbas saw something, he was endlessly shocked. "Impossible." El Pum, while holding out his hand in front of him, smiled and said, "I ate it." Abbas lost control. "Second circle already? You swallowed the mana stone from the gold slime?" El Pum respectfully said to him, "I think, this is enough to prove my ability. As promised, please rank me at E rank." Abbas said one word, D rank, successfully surprising him. "Huh?" He excitedly, almost frighteningly continued, "I'll rank you at D rank. No, if you work with me, I'll rank you as a C rank adventurer." Following that, El Pum signed some document. Abbas stood observing, thinking slightly. Overall, for an adventurer who hasn't reached the third circle to be ranked C is a bit too much. Adventurer rankings are based on circle level. Trainee adventurers, E and F ranks. Intermediate adventurers, C and D ranks. Veteran adventurers, A and B ranks. The power of the circle is the clearest proof of their ability. But this bastard is not like others. Just by using a mana stone, his circle level has increased already. He said it's all thanks to his survival instinct? Yes, it's survival instinct. No, it's innate talent that's more like it. Just survived and returned, got the second circle. I've never seen anyone with that ability. I need him. Seeing the smile constantly spreading across Abbas's face made El Pum a little unaccustomed. His attitude has completely changed. Looks like he's being nicer to me now, huh? No more time. A red gate has appeared. The number of raiders is 100. There's a big event that all the merchant guilds are focusing on. And of course, the Gaffer Merchant Guild is no exception. Well, it's no loss to me anyway. After all, I need it. This is an opportunity to continue the plan. El Pum slowly spoke. "Abbas, I have a proposal." Abbas replied, "Go ahead." He held out his hand, looked straight into Abbas's eyes and said, "Lend me money." He seemed to be considering, but in reality, He was cursing him. This bastard, so demanding. People say that the appearance of gates opened the era of adventurers, but it was all just a trap set by dark mages, causing many to die inside, with the aim of destroying the future of Fantu realm, and ultimately, doomsday. All the monsters are just waiting for the opportunity to swarm out of the gates, and we will surely lose. Exactly 3 years later, the fate that Fantu realm must face is not far off. Abbas, with a cigarette in his mouth, gazed into the distance. El Pum didn't linger either. Touching his pocket, he thought, still not enough, but it can be said to be a good start. This 100-person gate is red level. Only those who have reached level 2 circle can enter. Normally, the Gaffer Merchant Guild only chooses high-level adventurers. They are investing in second circle adventurers like him because they are aiming for that gate. I've made some money, but spending it all on items would be too stupid. Equipment suitable for my level is too expensive. Is it possible to buy something useful with this money? El Pum had to go to the front of a gate. Looking at the sign on it, he paused, as if considering something. Suddenly, a young man came up to him enthusiastically. Welcome, honored guest. Thank you for choosing our Lith slave market. You must be an adventurer, huh? Let me introduce you. What kind of teammate is this adventurer looking for? Just bait, or a warrior to fight alongside you? Currently there are also many people here looking for someone suitable for their goals. El Pum didn't hesitate to state his intention. I need to find someone, lead the way. The young man was stunned upon hearing this. But very quickly, he led him to search. This is the punishment chamber, where we punish those who resist, like the person you are looking for. El Pum, who was walking, suddenly stopped. The young man, seeing this, had to introduce, this way. There is someone chained up here. The young man looked a little scared when he saw this person. He stammered and asked him, honored guest, are you sure you want to choose him? This guy. El Pum interrupted. I know. He is exactly who I'm looking for. That person's eyes were extremely ferocious. El Pum suddenly remembered his previous memories. Before his regression, the death of one person hastened the doomsday of Fantu realm. Heroic painter, Aaron, she was assassinated. Aaron's first and last disciple, was the one who ignited the doomsday. Heroic assassin, Debo, it was him. Debo didn't hesitate to ask him, are you here to find me? Do I know you? Get lost. The young man, hearing this, was afraid of offending him and hurriedly said, I apologize, honored guest, his nerves are a bit. El Pum also noticed this. His actions were different from before his regression. But now he was just a slave. But for him to treat an adventurer this way, it's really rude. The young man added, there's no other mad dog like him. Not only his personality, but his skills are also just as crazy. El Pum clearly remembered, besides himself, he was also one of the focuses after Doomsday. The two of them were often compared because he and him were from the same region. The awakening times were also similar, and their levels were comparable. But the biggest common point between him and him was, he didn't hesitate to ask, what's your price? Debo replied disgustedly, are you a young master from a rich family? You can pay anything, huh? 1 million mezzo. How about it, young master? El Pum thought to himself, both he and I are short of money. He has a younger sister suffering from black blood disease. Seeing that he didn't answer, he thought he was just a poor guy. If you don't have money, then get lost. If you want to show off then. El Pum quickly reached into his pocket. Debo, seeing what he took out, widened his eyes more and more. He held the money in his hand and said in a deep voice, 1 million mezzo. Debo couldn't believe it and asked again, is that real money? Not fake money, right? The young man was also very surprised. Are you serious? Debo became silent at this moment, unable to say a word. El Pum continued, wait, hear me out first. This contract lasts for 1 year, profit sharing 7-3. I will have the right to choose items dropped from the gate. The young man standing next to him was also horrified by his proposal. He is making a contract with a team member, not a slave contract. El Pum didn't care about him but presented the contract to Debo. Here's the contract, take a look. He snatched it and said, don't you dare go back on your word. Then he put his hand to his mouth and bit it lightly. Seeing him point his finger, he was a little surprised. He agreed without hesitation. Is it because his younger sister's life is in danger? Seeing that everything was done, El Pum smiled contentedly. He suggested, since it's stamped, let's go to the gate right away. Debo enthusiastically said, leave it to me. El Pum whispered to Debo, you have to prove your worth, Debo. He replied, you won't see anyone as diligent as me. The two of them just went along together like that. Time flew quickly until the next day in a forest. Debo, walking behind him, spoke up, boss, I'm very grateful for the new weapon, but I'm more used to greatswords. Let's go back and exchange it. El Pum turned around and said in a deep voice, from now on, you will learn how to use a war scythe when you're with me. If you don't like it, you can cancel the contract. Debo couldn't do anything else. Is this Are you testing my ability with this gate? Going to the front of a large tree, he looked at it and said softly, red level. The maximum number of people allowed to enter the gate right now is 8 people. Looks like we've come to the right place. Debo was immediately curious. Where are the rest of the people? Our boss is so rich, surely the teammates are all talented people too. Alright, at least there's a healer, right? Fighting is fighting, but having a healer is still… What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be, boss? El Pum comforted him. Don't worry about teammates, we have enough people. Debo breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it, I'm scaring myself again. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Looking at the finger pointing directly at himself, Debo was confused. This. He was suddenly stunned for a moment. Then he shouted in panic. What? Wait, no way. El Pum, seeing that he was too talkative, kicked him into the gate. Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and go inside. Debo was caught off guard and screamed loudly. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the place. Debo landed with an unbelievably awkward posture. He angrily questioned El Pum. Are you crazy? A gate for 3 people, with just 2 people. You must be out of your mind. Do you think this is a joke or something? Besides, I still have to use a weapon. I'm not used to it. As soon as he said this, he noticed something running closer. Debo of course recognized. They are stumps. We're done for. It's my fault for shouting. They are famous for having hard shells. Even swords and spears can hardly penetrate them, and there are so many of them. El Pum went to stand in front of him and said, stand aside. Seeing him keep walking, Debo called out in panic, wait a minute. El Pum shouted, firebolt. Very quickly, a stump was burned. Debo was very surprised by this. Following that, many were pierced by firebolts. Some were crushed into pieces. In an instant, they were all destroyed. They were burned to ashes. El Pum then spoke up, disappointing. You're already like this as soon as we entered. Don't make mistakes next time. Debo knew he was wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything, only thinking to himself, who is this monster? When night gradually fell, at a building, the subordinate respectfully reported, the merchants have taken the bait. The plan still needs more time, but those who have been sent have already been selected, sir. A hand holding a glass of wine seemed to be enjoying it very much. The subordinate asked again, so are we allowed to continue acting, sir? The person holding the wine only replied with one word, yes. The subordinate, hearing this, bowed his head in compliance. Evoke stood contemplatively, not knowing what he was thinking. He raised his wineglass high as if declaring, everything is according to that person's will. The one who will liberate Fonthu realm. One by one, the monsters fell, lying scattered and dismembered across the ground. Debo picked up a small pouch, 27 in total. I've collected all the mana stones around here. El Pum, seeing that everything was okay, said, yeah, let's go, and casually hoisted his weapon. Debo responded with a yes and followed him. Bright sunlight pierced through the rocks, casting shadows of 2 capitalist figures trudging along. Debo, walking and lost in thought, mused, I thought he was crazy, but turns out he's something else. Remote control skill, huh? I've never seen firebolt used like that. Going with someone this skilled, we're bound to make a ton of money, right? Awesome. With a 7-3 split, I can pay for medicine and living expenses. He felt like he had naturally latched onto a golden goose, both big and fragrant, and a sly smile spread across his face behind El Pum. Pum, sensing something, alerted him. See them. In the distance, another pile of monsters. They're lying there asleep, bloated corpses. Debo groaned. More tree stumps again. Seeing this, the two hid behind a nearby rock. Debo counted. About 8, no, 9 of them. Pum suddenly said, that's the perfect number. Debo didn't quite understand. He looked blankly at him. Huh? What do you mean? El Pum, seeing his blank face, was too annoyed to explain. Luckily, he seemed to understand somewhat and shut his mouth. A pebble, big enough to kill an ox, was tossed nearby, startling one of the tree stumps awake. Before it could figure out what was going on, Debo jumped down from the mountaintop, right on its head, and swung his scythe to attack. A clean, smooth cut right down the middle, splitting it in 2. The nearby ones, seeing their friend chopped like firewood, widened their eyes warily. He glanced at them. Damn it, I have to deal with them myself? I've never used this weapon, so it's a pain. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Damn boss, Debo thought, retreating and swinging his weapon to dodge the roots. Oh God, help me, help me. While he was running for his life, El Pum hid behind cover to observe his movements and assess. He said he's only used to swords, no wonder his movements are so awkward. But he'll see. The war scythe is the weapon that will make him stronger than ever. No need to doubt his talent, because he was the only one chosen to be the disciple of the heroic painter, Aaron. A tree stump monster used its 4 sharp roots to lunge and attack Debo. but he easily dodged it and slashed each one a few times. Even he was surprised by his own ability and praised, "Oh, this war scythe. It's strong, and the attack range is far, maybe even more convenient than a sword. When I relax, it even feels lighter. So if I hold it like this." Thinking it, he did it, changing his grip and swinging down. The power of this attack was even greater than before, easily cutting the tree stump into hundreds of pieces. Scything with such satisfaction, Debo didn't know where to stop. Taking a step and slashing one, very quickly, the monsters lay flat on the ground. Even El Pum, witnessing from the side, praised in surprise, "He's a quick learner. Even without awakening, his ability has reached this level." Suddenly, a strong tremor from the ground made him stop. Looking up at the cliff, he saw birds flying everywhere. Startled and scattered. Earthquake? Then another strong tremor. The cliff cracked open. A huge root pierced through the cliff, towering before him. Probably 10 Debos stacked together wouldn't be as big as its toenail. His eyes widened in surprise. "Looks like we're in for it." That monster, with just a light sweep of its foot on the ground, shattered the earth beneath him. "Luckily I was quick, or I'd be visiting home twice a month." He was scratched all over, but he only focused on the thing in front of him. He widened his eyes again. "What the? Asumi? Oh my god, it's hideously ugly, and it's baring its teeth and walking towards me." It used its foot to attack him again. Luckily Pum appeared, quickly pulling him away in time. Then, he ruthlessly tossed him aside to deal with this thing. Pum used his staff to unleash fire magic, ready to fight. He looked at it and judged, just big and bulky. Easier to hit. A fire arrow shot out, aiming precisely at the monster. Debo, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel excited seeing this. That's the way, watch magic here, from the big fat golden goose I just latched onto. A loud explosion, the arrow exploded right before it hit the monster. He was taken aback. It blocked it? It reacted faster than I thought. How about this? Pum still held his staff to fire another shot. He thought to himself, activate remote control. This time, the arrow didn't fly straight. It flew in circles around the monster. Just when it wasn't paying attention, the arrow aimed for the back of its neck. He knew that just one hit, but unexpectedly, it used its branches to block that hit. His eyes widened in surprise. Blocked that too. Looks like this isn't going to be easy. What now? Run? What else? Pum and Debo ran for their lives. Debo, running and complaining, "Magic is useless too. Why are you still standing there? Run if you don't want to die." He was only thinking about how to deal with this thing. It's not that the attack is useless, it shouldn't have been able to block the firebolt. The problem is those branches. They're long, hard, and black, constantly jutting out. Then the biggest one stabbed straight into where the two were standing. The ground shattered, and they both fell flat on their faces. These two are so persistent, the monster retracted its roots and prepared for the next attack. Debo, looking at it, thought he was seeing his ancestors waving at him from the afterlife. A hand reached out. Pum used the power of the ring to attack. He pulled a broken rock from the battle closer to him. Before the monster's roots slammed down, they both quickly jumped onto the rock and controlled it to fly to another place. Debo, who had just been complaining, couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome, boss, you're the best." He coughed and said, "Almost died, thanks, but your 80-second tribulation has just begun." As Pum called out, "Debo, you deal with the sums, okay?" He looked in shock. Since when? He was a bit surprised. Of all places to land, right in the middle of their nest, huh? After assigning the task, he said, "I'll take care of the Sumi." As he said, he immediately rushed off for a 300-round battle with the Sumi, ignoring Debo raising his hand for help. Wait, why did he leave so fast? Pum continued to focus his power into his staff. Again, he launched a fire arrow straight at the monster. Debo on this side still couldn't get up. Seeing the main character recklessly charging up, he was terrified. "No, you can't take it down without a proper plan. Run." "See, I knew it," as if divinely predicted. "If I die, my spirit will haunt you." The monster easily dodged the arrow. It even widened its eyes to look at him, its eyes blazing with fire. But the fire here was from the main character's arrow, not its own. One arrow destroyed one eye, out of the 4 eyes on its trunk. Saint Debo was no less surprised. He hit it. Pum, from beginning to end, only knew to focus his power to eliminate the monster, not sitting idly by like someone else. Another arrow shot out. He continued to aim at it. "Its branches are more agile than I thought, so it's hard to use remote control to both dodge them and attack the gaps. But now that I'm level 2, I can cast spells twice in a row." A giant arrow completely destroyed one of its large right branches, causing it to roar in pain. Debo on this side was fighting with the sums, but still had plenty of energy to watch the battle on the other side and review it for everyone. Unbelievable. Hidden behind one arrow was another arrow. No matter how fast it was, It couldn't avoid such continuous attacks. Even the Sumi had to admit defeat. This person, he's more than a monster. He was so busy watching the drama that he forgot his own mission, and when he said wait, it was all too late. He only managed to shout, "No," the Sums, not knowing where they came from. Instead of fighting him head-on, they slowly crept up from behind, with vengeful arrows in their bodies, intending to attack El Pum. Debo finally remembered to yell, "Behind you, watch out behind you, damn it, there are too many of them. I lost track of some." But the level of these little things was nothing to Pum. With just one fire arrow, it curved and weaved, wiping out all the little monsters behind him. He cast a disgusted look at him. "Debo, you can't even handle these tiny things. Can't even finish such a small task." While he was distracted, the monster widened its eyes. "My time has come, brothers." Despite its head exploding in a booming sound, it still used its large tree roots to attack him. But he was also quick and nimble, leaping onto a rocky outcrop, then pushing off lightly, launching into the sky. "Just saying lightly push, but I almost bit the dust," he thought. "If I just slip up a little." Before his feet even touched the ground, it launched another branch. Just when it seemed like he was about to meet his ancestors, one of its branches loomed in front of him. A strong, veined hand grabbed his shoulder. Debo tossed him aside like a sack of salt, and he himself roared loudly to gather courage to take over, leaping up to fight it, successfully chopping off a piece for firewood. He landed gently on the ground, after receiving the title of main character's lifesaver for the entire series. He held his sword, his face serious, and said, "I just saved you. Are you going to take back those words from earlier or not?" Pum smiled wryly. "You're the best, you're the best." He unleashed more arrows, but he had to admit, that time, he had to acknowledge it. "All right, you've finally become useful. So let's go. What are we waiting for, buddy?" From behind, Pum stood, firing arrow after arrow in rapid succession at the monster. Every shot he fired hit its mark, and bit by bit, the monster was falling apart. It spun from side to side, roaring in pain. One of its branches aimed to intercept his next arrow, but Debo was quicker, weapon in hand, leaping up to attack it. He slashed a smooth, arc-shaped cut, successfully severing one branch, and also clearing the path for the arrow to become even more powerful as it hurtled towards its target. The monster took another hit to its arm. Pum noticed something at this moment. Because the previous stab had enraged it, it used both arms to attack. He was surprised, attacking from both sides. "Debo, I'll take the right side." Seeing that things were about to go south, he quickly focused his energy into his staff. Debo chimed in, "Then the left side is mine." He easily chopped off one arm cleanly, and he also gently trimmed off the other side. But Debo's side was a bit more challenging, as he also had to deal with the tree trunk part. But that was nothing for his ox-like strength. He gently trimmed it neatly. Before he could even celebrate, 5 seconds later, a loving branch whipped across his back, causing him to cough up blood. Blood spurted out like strawberry syrup sold in front of school gates. The monster laughed triumphantly, conveniently opening its maw to devour him. But predictably, a rock with max buffed speed appeared. It rushed straight and gently caught the motionless Debo. Seeing that he wasn't moving, the monster mercifully broke the rock, thanks to which he immediately regained consciousness. Pum, on this side, carrying the team so hard he was about to break his back, commented, "Things are getting complicated." Following that, hundreds of rocks of various sizes appeared and were rushing straight towards the monster. Debo was also quick-footed, quickly landing on one of them. He dodged and prayed to the heavens, "Damn it, almost bought the farm there." He moved quickly and nimbly, jumping from rock to rock. The monster also chased him without missing a beat. While it wasn't paying attention, Pum's arrow had wrapped around the top of its head. It looked to the other side. By the time it realized it, it was too late. Debo had closed in right behind its head. Pum loudly gave the command, "Finish it." Debo, hearing his command, used all his might to deliver the final blow. The scythe stabbed straight into its eye. Blood spurted out everywhere, without stopping. The monster roared in pain, going from one-eyed to two-eyed blind. The previous blow also made Debo collapse. He lost his grip on the scythe handle and fell down. He fell with a thud right against a nearby cliff. However, Debo quickly recovered, his eyes filled with hatred, staring fiercely at the monster. Then, he kicked off and turned back. "It's not over yet, you damn monster." Pum below wasn't idle either. He clenched his fist, focusing his power. He used energy to control the scythe stuck in the monster's eye, which Debo had left behind. He swung his hand back in a long arc. The scythe immediately obeyed, popped out of the tree trunk, and spun back. It flew and landed straight in Debo's hand. He was standing astride the monster's head, open wide. "I still have dessert here." Although he was coughing up blood non-stop, he still persevered. He continued to slash at the remaining eye. Then followed hundreds of slashes. The monster cried out in pain. Blood flowed non-stop. Debo used its body as leverage, jumping back. He landed gently on the ground without a scratch. However, the Sumi still had the strength to lunge down to devour him. Debo still couldn't stand up after the previous blow. Luckily Pom had foreseen it and fired 2 shots for cover. 2 arrows merged together, forming a vortex, swirling straight into the Sumi's mouth. An explosion rang out. Boom! The inner core inside it exploded. The Sumi monster burst into flames all over its body. Debo sat panting heavily below, but even Pom himself had to acknowledge his talent. Well done. He stood with his hands on his hips, praising, without even glancing at Debo. So he glanced back, but also had to praise, you too. Both sat watching their achievements just now, even though the fire was flickering, not knowing if it was hot or not. The scene shifted to night, right at the small white house in town. The house was spacious, but only one woman was at home keeping house. It's too late. I should eat first and go to bed. Thank you for the meal. The woman clasped her hands in prayer. She was Debo's younger sister, Denef. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door made her turn around. She ran quickly to the door and opened it. Her big, round eyes widened, staring at the person in front of her. A battered, bruised, and tattered Debo stood looming at the door. She exclaimed, "Brother." Debo only managed to say one sentence, "I'm home." Her hands clenched the hem of her skirt to the point of trembling. Her eyes welled up with tears, crying with joy, looking at Debo, and then rushed forward, hugging him tightly. "Welcome home, brother." In a small house somewhere deep in the forest, Pom held his staff, a battered body, stepped into the house. He glanced at the long object in front of him. On the table was a photo of Pom's family. In Abbas's office, he held a stack of papers in his hand, sighing deeply. The day to conquer the high-level gate for 100 adventurers is approaching, but who should I send? Lord Rakan is in charge of this, if I disappoint him. This conquest is a major event, with the participation of all 10 major guilds. The reason it's so attractive is because the items inside may contain rare, even legendary items. Of course, along with that, its difficulty is also very high. The Natasha sisters of the Golden Richie Merchant Guild, they possess skills considered unimaginable for a second circle mage, compared to them, also with 2 circles, but the adventurers of the Gaffer Mechanics Guild are nothing. On a side note, Golden Richie is an NPC present in most events, known as the quest giver for gold mines. Frankly speaking, the manpower of the remaining 10 major guilds, including the Golden Richie Guild, are all very strong. Among them, our guild has the worst reputation and is the weakest. Although he wasn't very sure, he held El Pum's information sheet in his hand, hesitating endlessly. Who dares to enter without knocking? The door burst open, breaking his train of thought. He was about to curse out of anger, but luckily he took a closer look at the face of the person before him. He quickly jumped up, standing respectfully, then loudly said, "Lord Rakan." A man in a fur coat stepped in. Rakan, upon entering, immediately inquired about the situation. "How is the selection of members for the gate team this time going?" Abbas stood aside, respectfully reporting, "I apologize, that matter is still." Rakan, hearing this, complained, "I find you're working a bit slow, not like your usual self. What about those adventurers you mentioned before?" Abbas was somewhat hesitant. "Regarding El Pum, I'm still quite worried about him." Rakan didn't understand the problem, so he explained clearly to his boss, "Chev's team is all dead. There's no way to confirm everything that happened there because there are no witnesses. He might be really good, but for important matters, we need certainty." Rakan raised his hand and asked, "Then why don't you test him again? The event only happens once." "Oh, right. We can create a team consisting of candidates who are in the sites and need to be tested to jointly conquer any nearby gate. Many people will enter there, so we'll know everything about them," Rakan said, smiling slyly. A footstep silently walked away. A gate was opened. Many people gathered nearby, including of course Pom and Debo. Debo was very excited because there were so many people. "Look, there are many adventurers this time, huh?" While people were sightseeing and not saying anything, suddenly someone approached Pom and asked him, "Are you from Group 5? 2 slaves, huh?" A burly guy stood with his arms crossed, looking at him. It was Ibaru. You could tell at a glance he was very something, and 4 more people followed behind him. Pom glanced at him indifferently. He casually looked at the 4 people behind that guy. No matter how he looked at it, they didn't seem welcoming at all. Slaves to them were just troublemakers. That was an unwritten rule in experienced adventurer groups. It seemed they were true second circle awakeners, completely looking stronger than Chev's team before, so they could be considered strong enough to not need bait like slaves. Suddenly, a group of 3 people approached the adventurers and inquired, "Are you all gathered?" Pom was surprised. "Abbas, he came here himself?" Still with his usual demeanor of talking while smoking a cigar, "I'll be brief. The trial will begin in a few minutes. Whoever shows their potential will be the one given the opportunity." The red-scarfed guy spoke up. What opportunity? Abbas smiled and said in a sly voice. The opportunity to participate in the 100-person gate conquest. Ibaru, hearing this, was startled. 100, gate, 100-person gate? Abbas explained clearly. You will receive special treatment if you demonstrate your strength in this gate. Pum stood aside, his face serious. He had somewhat guessed, so, his scheme is like this, huh? A number 40 appeared in the eye on the tree trunk. Abbas also gave his final blessing. Try your best. A red light suddenly flashed. A strange power appeared. Everyone then stepped inside the gate one by one. Ibaru's group was the first to enter. As soon as he stepped in, he stood arrogantly with his arms crossed, looking around. Another gate with a forest, huh? I'll only cooperate when fighting the boss. He glanced at a square glasses youth behind him. The youth also nodded in agreement. He also announced, split up to explore and search for everything, and regroup when there's a signal, saying that, the group dispersed into individual groups and went in 3 different directions. Only 2 lonely figures stood alone. Pum and Debo were like being ostracized, although he didn't care much, but Debo was sulking, standing aside grumpily. Meanwhile, the others were taking the opportunity to move. The 4-person group led by Dolan, she kept urging everyone in the team, we don't have much time, focus on hunting. Yes, Lord Dolan. Suddenly, she noticed something behind the tree in front of her. A monster was hiding there. She looked at it disdainfully. Only one monster? A mushroom monster too? What a waste of time. She used her magic staff to create an energy ball. 2 subordinates standing behind her smirked and cheered. Energy blast. Just to deal with a small monster, they mobilized such a large amount of energy to eliminate it. Although she had killed it, she still seemed uninterested. Boring, take the magic stone that dropped and let's go. However, it seemed she was crowing too soon. Something bulky appeared after the smoke. The monster from just now was unharmed, except for the top being slightly charred and its tongue lolling out. At this moment she was a little panicked. What? It's not even hurt? It's so strong that it can resist even first-level magic? But it's okay, we have many people. Her voice was a little shaky, backing away. The others had taken up their weapons and stepped forward to support. A slight rustling sound in the bushes nearby. The group was startled. Dolan also alerted everyone. There's something else. Everyone, be careful. Damn it, the whole group is surrounded by about 10 mushroom monsters. We're completely surrounded by monsters. Next, there were many swishing sounds. The monsters were successively slashed and fell to the ground. The group panted heavily like mad dogs after eliminating this wave. The corpses of mushroom monsters lay scattered everywhere. Everyone complained in unison, finally done. A red-scarfed girl turned to Dolan and asked, Lord Dolan, the monsters are stronger than we thought. What should we do? Dolan hesitated for a long time after witnessing these things. Finally, she opened her mouth. We're going to face an unimaginable number of monsters. If this continues, we'll be exhausted soon. And if so, our lives will be in danger. Just ignore the previous agreement and go attack the boss alone quickly, before we run out of strength because of these small fry. The youth Pum, from who knows where, chimed in. Most other groups think so too. The scene quickly shifted to Pum and Debo's side. While he stood talking nonchalantly, Debo had to use his weapon to support his body. Sounds reasonable, hope it works. He panted and complained, but, why do you just stand there talking and not help me? He gently replied, it's just 3 monsters. Anyway, he also said, we have to make use of time, not all our strength. Right, just 3, huh? He confirmed again with him, that's right, let's move on. The youth Debo thought they were going to take down the boss, so he got hyped up, gripping his weapon tightly. No, he replied sternly. Clear the monsters first. He asked in surprise. Huh? What? He just said he would go kill the boss. He looked at him with world-weary eyes. That's what everyone else is doing already. So we'll clear the monsters first. Eliminating the boss isn't the only evaluation criterion. The ability to clear monsters also counts. Moreover, the more people gather at the boss's place, the more dangerous it is. You won't know what schemes those people have. Not all schemes will be written on their faces, but deep in their hearts, they are always calculating something. Debo slung his scythe over his shoulder, thinking to himself, does he think whatever he says is right? But he only thought it, not daring to say it out loud. Who told him to be the main character? Pum glanced up at the sky again. The sky is bright, so you can't find any stars. Instead, I feel something dangerous here. Dolan's 4-person group went deeper into the forest. Shorthair noticed something and pointed to the right. Lord Dolan. Look there. There's an exit. That's the place with 2 pillars on either side. Dolan herself was also surprised. I didn't think we'd find it so quickly. It's okay. Just mark this place. Yes, Lord. One drama after another. A member of the group screamed again. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. What happened to him? Hey Yvonne. Shut your mouth. But that guy not only didn't listen, but laughed louder and louder. Dolan felt a bit annoyed. She put her hand on that guy's shoulder. Do you hear me? Continuing like this will attract monsters here. But Avant laughed so hard his face was distorted. Sweat and tears and snot covered his face. Dolan now felt something was wrong. What the? Then a burst of purple gas surrounded the entire group, causing everyone to cry out in pain. Dolan also quickly covered her nose and realized, gas, poisonous gas, things are bad, we need to get out of here now. Saying that, she ran away alone towards the gate. Behind her, a 4-5 meter tall monster was chasing after her. The holes on its body continuously discharged poisonous gas all around. Dolan turned around, horrified to look at it. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, conveniently adding a sweet and loving puff of gas. A cackle of laughter arose, her hand slowly dropped from her face. Then a burst of endless laughter came from Dolan's position. She laughed so hard her mouth was wide open. A cliff face with a raging river flowing below. Pum and Debo walked side by side along the edge of the cliff. Of course, he still walked in front, while Debo cursed nonstop behind him. All day yesterday he didn't bother to fight at all, so should I. But before he could do anything, something in the sky caught his attention. A red flare flashed in the sky. Oh, a signal flare. They found the boss. Although we agreed to signal for regrouping when we found the boss, I don't believe they'd actually do it. The two shouldered their weapons and headed towards the others. He hadn't said anything from the beginning, only glancing around judgmentally. He noticed something was missing. Oh, one group is missing. Ibaru's face was still gloomy as he looked at them. Looks like everyone's here, huh? I'll explain the situation again. A purple-haired girl asked him, Mage Dolan's squad isn't here yet, but he refused to listen. Forget them, we've waited too long. We found the boss's location, and also saw Dolan's whole group get wiped out by it. That boss is the rabid poison mushroom. The purple-haired girl was horrified upon hearing that name. What? Rabid poison mushroom? We're in big trouble. Even with this many people, we might not be able to take down that boss. If we've encountered the rabid poison mushroom, don't even dream of defeating it. Now the only way is to find an exit and escape. Many voices murmured around them. Even Debo felt scared. The boss is actually the notoriously hard to beat rabid poison mushroom? Pum hadn't said anything from the beginning, only thinking, so it's that one. It's the hardest boss to beat at my current level. A voice interrupted his train of thought. Hey, are you listening to me? He continued to stroke his chin in contemplation. Because of the poisonous gas it emits, I won't be able to get close to it, which also means no matter how many people there are, they can't do anything to it. If we want to defeat it, we have to use long-range attacks. However, those from a distance won't be able to cause damage, because it's very strong and fast, he kept thinking, ignoring Debo who kept calling him. Are you deliberately ignoring me? Hey, El Pum, Ibaru added. Unfortunately, the boss is right in front of the exit. We have to face it if we want to get out. Debo puffed out his chest proudly. Are you scared of it? A mere boss is nothing. Just one firebolt from this big brother of mine and... Debo, suddenly Pum called out his name loudly. Shut up. Debo, hearing this, cursed him from behind. This bastard, he strode past him and said loudly, we'll die if we blindly confront it. My firebolt can't hurt it. He widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? Why? Unexpectedly, there's something even my big leg can't do anything about. He explained, even the small monsters in here are very tough. Then the boss must be many times tougher than that. Ibaru sighed in frustration. He said things that everyone knew. That's why those slaves. Luckily someone managed to stop him before he badmouthed. Ibaru, there's no time to complain. We need to find a solution to this. A hand was raised. 50,000 mesos. He looked up ahead in surprise. What? It turned out to be Pum. He was offering a price to them. 50,000 mesos per person. There are 30 people here, which is 1.5 million mesos. Give me that amount of money, and my partner and I will be bait for you guys to escape. Silence for about 2 seconds. A strange silence between the two sides. Debo was the first to scream. He clutched his head in panic. Damn it, what the hell is he talking about? Ibaru raised his voice, speaking loudly. Don't be arrogant. You're still used to the ways of slaves, but man proposes, God disposes. That boss isn't as easy to bait as others. If we're moving, and you get caught and killed by it, then we'll also die with you. Slaves in high-level gates are just obstacles. Moreover, what can that guy next to you do? He's not even awakened yet. A slave and a second circle mage, what can you guys do? Debo, being slandered in front of everyone, was so angry he gritted his teeth, but only cursed in his thoughts. These bastards, they're insulting me. They're using reverse psychology. I don't want to be bait. Pum still calmly negotiated with them. Then what do you guys plan to do? Do you have a better plan? Right. You don't. If you did, you wouldn't need to signal for help. Let me clarify. My group consists of a second circle mage and a first circle mage. Suddenly a white circle suddenly appeared on Debo's wrist. Even he was surprised. When did I awaken? What the heck? Since when? I'm really a genius. Debo was overjoyed as if he had won the lottery. Pum asked Ibaru back, does your group have 2 mages? He was speechless. Just when things seemed settled, the purple-haired girl raised her hand to stop them. Wait, if you can really do it, I'll pay. However, we don't have that much money with us. But that was nothing to him. No problem. We'll come get it after we get out, so if we don't make it out of here, you won't lose anything. Then he became serious, his eyes looking straight at the people in front of him. Even so, everyone here must agree. Now, decide. Trust the main character of the series or trust someone else. A wisp of purple smoke gently infiltrated the exit gate. The mushroom monster was devouring a member of Dolan's group. Suddenly, a strange amount of power approached it, and then an arrow shot out from the left side. It was eating happily when suddenly one side of its head exploded. The monster collapsed, also not forgetting to discharge more poisonous gas. Pum and Debo, masked versions, were approaching it from a distance. He ordered him, Debo, we'll move as soon as the boss sees us. He held his weapon, confused. Do we really have to do these things? The monster still hadn't fallen. Its eyes flashed and searched for the bastards who had attacked it. When it had identified the targets, it immediately rushed over. He signaled to him, it's coming. Then both ran for their lives. Why is it so fast? It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and ran at lightning speed, its hands moving non-stop. The others who had been hiding all this time also jumped out in unison. The green-haired guy ordered everyone, right now everyone, hurry up, activate the gate before those 2 are killed. The switch to activate the gate was right on top of the statue's head. The 2 statues linked together by a blue power beam. Then a gate was created in the gap between the 2 statues. The purple-haired girl urged the others, hurry up. Everyone ran out as fast as their legs could carry them. On Pum and Debo's side, both were being chased relentlessly by the monster. Debo widened his eyes when he saw what was in front of him. A swarm of baby mushrooms rushed out, blocking right in front of them. He tightened his grip on his weapon. Damn it, do I look that easy to eat? He channeled power around the weapon's hilt. He used both hands to grip it, using all his might to attack. Get lost. A light slash sent dozens of them to heaven. However, the biggest one, the boss behind, took advantage of his distraction and opened its maw to devour him. Firebolt. A loud explosion made its face explode and recoil. It bared its bloody teeth and cried out in pain. Before it could figure out what was going on, it took another arrow to the head. One more for you. Although he said one more, Pum fired a whole bunch, causing the monster to be unable to defend. Pum ran and used his power to control his strength. But this time the monster was smarter. It knew how to jump. It jumped to escape the arrows and rushed forward. It moved swiftly from side to side, easily dodging all of his attacks. Debo, while running, kept yelling, it's catching up. He also only knew to run. Oh God, I'm not blind. Run, you damn ghost. He signaled, jump. Both jumped down the cliff in front of them. The monster also salvaged to snatch a bit of their flesh, but luckily Debo managed to jump down just in time. He yelled loudly, hey you damn monster. Take this. He raised one finger to provoke it, while Pum was aiming his bow to welcome it below. He looked straight at it with determined eyes. A loud explosion boomed on the mountaintop. The arrow rushed straight towards it, while the 2 plunged freely down the cliff. A loud splash, they fell into a deep and long pool of water. It turned out that below was a river, so both survived, then both went with the flow to escape. Debo struggled to climb ashore. Damn mushrooms, almost died. Luckily both of them kept their lives, except for Debo being slightly scorched. Pum still looked pretty okay. He panted and complained, what the hell are they? Pum, standing aside and wringing out his clothes, explained to him, haven't you heard? It's the boss monster of this place. Looks like we have to prepare more thoroughly if we want to kill it. Debo looked at him with dead fish eyes. Unbelievable. He painstakingly spelled out each word. Boss, are you saying we're preparing to kill it? Am I hearing things? Perhaps the youth really wished he was mishearing. But no, buddy, you heard right. Youth Pum had to confirm with him a second time. Are you kidding me? He closed his eyes leisurely and replied, what's wrong? Didn't we come here to hunt monsters? He widened his mouth and roared, that's when we didn't know there was a poison mushroom boss here. Don't you know there's something called retreat? You won't be able to re-enter the gate once you get out. No, it. Debo cleared his throat and enunciated each word clearly. He remembered the endearing image of the monster and thought, shouldn't we escape from here after finishing the bait mission? How can we kill that boss when even magic arrows are ineffective against it? Didn't he say we'd die if we fought that thing? Pum, as if reading his mind, spoke up, the situation has changed, because the trial is over, we don't need to care too much about it. And now, above all, we'll get extra rewards. isn't that great? And like you said, are you planning to break the contract with me? He glanced down, looking at Debo sitting on the ground. He was about to open his mouth to say something but couldn't. In the end, he could only scratch his head and say, I never thought about that. But, you'll pay me more, right? He smiled faintly. Of course, your big brother is full of credibility. At this moment, he was finally relieved. At least tell me, how can we kill it when arrows and swords are ineffective against it? I don't intend to sacrifice my life. There's a way, he hesitated slightly, then continued. To kill that thing? Pum looked straight into the depths of the forest without saying anything. A red light flashed again. The other participants also successfully passed through the gate. Abyss's people were also standing there waiting for them. They're out, huh? A 40-person gate, isn't this too fast for them to conquer? He inquired about the purple-haired girl panting heavily nearby. Yabber, how was it inside the gate? Looks like some people are missing there, huh? They're still inside and haven't come out yet? She, though breathless, still tried to speak. We failed to clear the gate. Dolan's group was wiped out, and El Pum is still inside. We could only escape when El Pum and the others acted as bait. The boss in here can't be dealt with. It's too strong. He, hearing this, suddenly fell strangely silent. Suddenly, he glared fiercely at the person in front of him. Then he asked Jabber, so you didn't do anything but run away? She also defended herself to him. The boss is the rabid poison mushroom. It's too strong. We couldn't do anything. He stomped out the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. Then he turned his back and said to the black glasses guy next to him, let's go back. Jabber, seeing that he intended to leave, suddenly called out, Lord Abbess, wait. El Pum's group hasn't come out yet. The gate is still there. Maybe they're still alive. But he still affirmed, they won't be able to survive. It's only a matter of time. Didn't you say, the boss is the rabid poison mushroom, right? If you want to wait, you can wait yourself. I don't have time. She, being told that, could only remain silent. He said that and left them to their fate. Useless bunch. I guess, they're just unlucky to have run into that poison mushroom boss here. For the remaining two groups inside to kill the rabid poison mushroom is impossible. Give up. I don't want to waste time on ordinary adventurers like that. Perhaps he knew very well what was inside. In his head, the image of the mushroom monster appeared. What I want is an adventurer, someone who can defeat that thing, someone who can turn the impossible into possible. At this moment on the cliff, Pum was aiming his bow, sighting at some target with determined eyes. He looked straight ahead, the power of fire flickering around him. He gave the command, let the hunt begin. A powerful arrow was fired. It quickly rushed down the forest in front of him at lightning speed. It seems Pum has some kind of plan. This boss is faster and tougher than any we've encountered. Above all, it uses poison gas that spreads in the air, something extremely difficult to deal with. In that case, it's better to keep a distance and attack from afar. But the magic firebolt I create currently doesn't have enough power. However, using telekinesis to twist the arrow and shoot it out at high speed will greatly increase its penetration. This is something I could only do in Fan-Through Realm. That's what I thought of when facing this rabid poison mushroom boss, a skill that turns the impossible into possible, increasing my chances of defeating it. Fire Spear. The arrow pierced straight from the mountaintop, flying through the forest and aiming for the monster. The monster standing there still didn't understand what was going on. It was pierced by his arrow right in the stomach, causing it to stumble backwards. The monster roared painfully and repeatedly. The arrow continued to spin deeper into its body, until it spun through the monster's body and still showed no signs of stopping. Pum's face was serious, and he tried to observe the situation through the forest. The trees around had been destroyed by him into pieces. He observed it once. I tried to shoot through its head in one shot, but looks like I missed. Looks like things are quite troublesome now. The monster roared incessantly in pain. It rushed straight towards him. More accurately, it rushed towards the source of light on the mountaintop. Another attack aimed straight at it, but it managed to escape. Pum knew that using Fire Spear while moving and searching for a favorable position is too difficult. Moreover, the cooldown time of Fire Spear is too long. I have to finish off the boss before it reaches here. It appeared and disappeared to avoid each arrow, and gradually approached the place where Debo was hiding. A loud roar came from the monster's location. Pum issued a command, now. A strong hand gripped the rope tightly. Debo used all his might to pull it. A snare was set up in front of its path. And of course, it was tripped and fell forward. It was also blessed to fall straight into a mud pit. We're really lucky to be this unlucky. Now it looked no different from a butter-smeared mushroom. It struggled hard to escape that muddy pit. But at this moment, it was right in the spot where he was waiting above. Too perfect for him, he held his staff, looking at it with one eye. It roared again in confusion and not knowing what was about to happen. Debo yelled, "Hey, you stinky mushroom!" A scythe plunged straight from behind it. He chopped it once right in the monster's eye, causing purple blood to flow out non-stop. He swung his weapon back after taking a slice. But he hadn't had time to rest yet. He had to grip his weapon handle again. The monster now could only exhale puffs of light smoke. A voice rang out, "Finally, I can breathe easier now." Debo raised his face to look at the world. One hand holding his weapon, one hand hooking his finger to provoke it. "The air is fresher now. Shall we play a bit?" Below a cliff, Debo held his scythe, ready to fight the mushroom-headed monster in front of him. Pum, standing on the cliff, staff in hand, wondered, "Are the conditions right?" The key to this strategy is to lure that monster to the swamp, because the essence of monster hunting is to neutralize the prey's advantages. The monster bared its sharp, bloody teeth and growled. He had deduced its weakness. Once it falls into the swamp, it means it has lost its strongest weapon. Before the monster's threat, Debo wasn't afraid at all. "What's wrong? Can't do anything because your pores are all clogged up, huh? Really?" He held the end of the scythe and swung it horizontally, provoking, pathetic. At the same time, he let go. The scythe flew towards the monster. He quickly grabbed the rope tied to the scythe. The scythe blade struck the monster's body. Purple blood flowed out. It groaned. Then a series of attacks like a storm made it roar. It pushed the scythe away, deflecting its trajectory. The monster intended to move forward. The reason we lured this damn monster here isn't just to clog its pores. At this moment, it suddenly noticed something unusual. A gloomy swamp. This is the worst terrain. The mud had stuck to its feet, making it difficult to move. For any monster, attack depends on speed. Pum seized the opportunity, casting fire magic, Fire Spear. The mushroom-headed monster could only raise its hands to block. But of course, it was futile. It screamed in pain as the attack pierced straight through it. Muddy water splashed up, obscuring the monster's figure. Debo worriedly asked, "Is it dead yet?" Through the mist, the shadowy figure of the mushroom-headed monster was still faintly visible. He cursed, "Damn it, this damn thing is as persistent as a leech." He shouted loudly, "Attack its magic core. That weak point must be on its head." He held the rope and swung the burning scythe with force, replying, "Got it." The scythe quickly approached the monster's mushroom head. Suddenly it raised its hand and grabbed the scythe firmly. He was surprised, unconsciously asking, "Huh?" It immediately pulled the scythe back. He, holding the rope, was pulled up by the force, shouting in shock. Pum quickly cast magic. A large log, wrapped in his magic, flew towards the monster and Debo. The log slammed into the monster's body. It bent over to block. He clung to a tree branch, regaining his attack stance. He used one foot to step on its head. It screamed. Immediately Debo retreated, spinning in midair, landing on another tree trunk. The monster lost its balance. He looked at it with eyes as bright as if seeing prey. The tables have turned. Then he gathered strength and jumped up. He ran around it, so fast that only shadows were visible. He on the cliff raised his hand to cast magic. The mud under its feet was controlled and flew up, attacking straight at the monster. Attacks from all sides forced it to focus on defense, not paying attention to a figure approaching. When it realized, it cried out in surprise. The mushroom-headed monster raised its hands to fling away the mud. Immediately attacked towards the figure, but something surprised it again. While it was questioning itself, Debo had used the scythe to attack from behind it. His sharp eyes seemed to have seen its death. When he landed in the mud, the scythe had already chopped through the monster's head. The mushroom head of the monster fell into the mud. The headless body stood still, mud water falling around it like rain. He slumped down, supporting his body, panting heavily. He gave a thumbs up to the person on the cliff. Pum smiled in response. Suddenly his pupils contracted. What he witnessed was the headless body of the monster intending to attack Debo from behind. It punched straight at him, causing him to fall into the mud unprepared. The scythe flew far away, stuck in the mud as well. Although it had lost its head, it still acted normally, roaring at the sky. He held his staff, switching from bow to staff, pulled out a fire arrow, wondering, what's going on? Wasn't its head chopped off? The arrow shot straight to the monster's location. Muddy water splashed up and scattered. The mist dissipated. The monster's figure was no longer visible. Unexpectedly, it had moved elsewhere, approaching his location. He raised his hand and used magic again, thinking, something's wrong. A log under the headless monster's feet flew up. It immediately launched itself away, jumping close to the foot of the cliff. Then it clung on with both hands and feet. He was shocked. The monster started to climb up. He quickly looked to see if there were any other options. I only have one arrow left, no more so-called cooldown time next, and can't just shoot arrows aimlessly anymore. Debo at this moment just got up from the mud pit, angrily cursing, damn it. His head was covered in his own blood, hand gripping his scythe, shouting loudly, I'm really pissed off now. Then he threw the scythe forward. Fire enveloped the scythe, furious slash. The monster, busy climbing up, didn't notice the danger approaching. The scythe blade chopped through its leg. The severed leg fell into the swamp. He laughed. Serves you right, you bastard. But unexpectedly, it used its claws to continue climbing normally. He was surprised. What? Pum drew his bow. Fire flashed, saying loudly, "Be careful." The fire arrow shot down, but luckily the monster dodged it. Hidden deep in the neck that had been decapitated, 2 red lights flashed. Those were the monster's 2 eyes. This is its real head. A voice made it unexpected. So this is your real head. In his hand he held a gun. The gun barrel was still smoking as if just used. Debo looked up, recognizing the gun. Flare gun. The previous attack was just a trick. Fire magic enveloped his staff. Pum immediately attacked towards the monster. He backed away. The head in its neck was pierced straight through by fire magic, roaring in pain. Then it pierced through its body without mercy. Its body flew into the forest. Dust and smoke rose. Who knew it would still spew out purple poison, almost covering a part of the forest? Debo was shocked. He said, "Truly painful until the very last moment." At this moment, a rope controlled by magic wrapped around him, avoiding the poisonous gas. He was carried up to the cliff, breathing a sigh of relief. "I thought I was a goner." The monster's purple poisonous gas spread, covering almost everything below the cliff. He glanced at him and asked, "Is it really over now?" He replied, He tilted his head, praising, "Well done, Debo." He continued, "Quickly collect the magic stone. Once the poison dissipates." Speaking to the middle, he stopped, suddenly looking aside. The monster, with only half its body, flew up in front of the 2. Purple smoke emitted from inside its body. The real head was only half damaged. The red magic core on one side of its eye was still intact. It roared. Under the surprised witness of the 2 of them, the monster spewed out purple poisonous gas. Debo was about to be engulfed by the poisonous gas, laughing maniacally. On the other side, Rakan also burst out laughing. "So that's why you came back when you saw them fail like that, huh?" He laughed and said, still as proactive as ever, "Huh." Abbas worriedly said, "I'm really sorry, sir. I believe it's best to leave this case to the Cygnus Knights." He was interrupted by a knock on the door. Tilting his head to chase away the person outside, "Didn't I say now is not the time to talk? Go back." A dusty hand opened the door. "I'm coming in." He was angry. "What? How dare you?" But when he saw the person stepping in, he was surprised. "You." "That person was Pum," he declared. "I have returned." Rakan broke into a smile. He laughed excitedly. "How interesting." As El Pum entered the office, someone asked, "Hey Abbas, who is this guy? Looks like he's just come back from the dead, huh?" He, dignified with a fur coat, sat on a majestic chair, interested in him. "Pleased to meet you. My name is Rakan. You're El Pum, right? Indeed, you're as resilient as rumored." Rakan also added that, "You are the factor that our guild greatly needs." El Pum gently bowed his head. "Thank you for your kind words, sir." Rakan seemed to find him very interesting. "Good. I like your politeness. I'll ask you a question. Do you think you can survive in that 100-person gate?" El Pum was quite dissatisfied with Rakan's question, and momentarily fell silent, frowning slightly. He thought for a moment before replying, "Quite difficult." Because the answer had no subject or predicate, the implicit rules of politeness in Rakan made him visibly uncomfortable. Understanding Rakan's mood, Abbas went ballistic. "What kind of way is that to talk to Lord Rakan?" El Pum, "Don't think that just because I registered you as an adventurer, you can freely run wild and say whatever you want. Don't forget you still have a huge debt to pay off." Suddenly, Rakan spoke up. "Quite difficult, huh? Meaning it's still possible, right?" He also said that, "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." Rakan asked directly, the crucial question, "What do you want?" Hearing El Pum's story made Debo, who was drinking beer, so shocked that he spat out water indiscriminately. He panicked. "What? 5 million mesos per person? For 2 of us, that's 10 million mesos. You're asking for too much." Because Debo spat water, El Pum was directly hit, so he wasn't very happy. "Ah, I apologize." Debo still couldn't believe his eyes. "But aren't you being too greedy? Those people will definitely refuse this offer. Then our first deal is as good as gone." Then, El Pum, while wiping his face, said, "You don't need to worry, they'll have to accept it." Even Debo hadn't recovered from his shock at El Pum's domineering move. "Ha, he's indifferent to everything no matter how chaotic it is. If Abbas goes crazy, he'll put us on the guild's blacklist." Suddenly someone approached them and said, "You guys look pretty relaxed, huh?" It was Ibaru and Jaber. He spoke up. "Doesn't look like someone who just narrowly escaped death." Making Debo flare up. "What did you say? How can you talk to your lifesavers like that? I've disliked you guys since we first entered the gate. Come outside, let's have a proper fight." But unexpectedly, the 2 of them bowed their heads in apology. "We apologize," Ibaru said shyly, "for looking down on you two. I've always felt ashamed of myself." so today I'm here to sincerely apologize to you two. Then he showed the pouch to Debo. This is the amount of money according to our agreement, 1.5 million mesos. I've added a little extra as a token of my appreciation for you guys. Debo was stunned. Huh? Yeah, thanks, but El Poom spoke up, we don't need it. He calmly said, we only take 1.5 million, no more, no less. I only accept money for work done. As for your token of appreciation, I don't need it. That's all I have to say. His words made the two of them stunned again. Immediately, Debo counted the money again. TSK, if you're not taking it, you should have said so earlier, making me happy then disappointed. El Pum said, Pirate, your name is Ibaru, right? Ibaru, do you dare? He asked a question. Do you do dangerous work like me just for money? Hearing that question for the first time, Ibaru didn't know how to answer. Meanwhile, Abbas tried to dissuade. Sir, you can't do that. 10 million mesos? With that amount of money, you can hire even a third or fourth circle mage, even if he is the best candidate available. You shouldn't favor him too much like that. He's just trying to extort money from us. Let me call him here and discuss the price again. But Rakan replied, you think so naively, huh? He said, why don't you think he'll come back and demand double the amount? Making Abbas not know. What, sir? He handed over the document. Read this. This time the Gaffer Mechanics Guild will only dispatch El Pum's team. Abbas read without thinking. A team of only 2 people. How can they? Reading carefully, Abbas realized. Wait, he trembled in shock. He wanted to ask again. Is it true, sir? Rakan burst out laughing. If that news is fake, then I'll be in big trouble. I spent a large sum of money to buy this information. Abbas was terrified upon hearing the name. The Dark Overlord Jin. The Dark Overlord Jin will be there. Really? Rakan carefully instructed him. Don't make unnecessary mistakes, Abbas, he threatened with deadly danger. War is about to break out soon. The next day, the sky was blue. Birds flew and soared. Before the eyes of those people was the deadly loophole, the challenge marking the true victor, the truly strong. Everyone had gathered there early. They also took the opportunity to boil water to kill time, discussing the battle plan before setting off. El Poom's words made Chev realize, I didn't think they would actually accept your offer. He instructed Debo, don't get too excited, focus on fighting, Debo said. Don't worry, I'm also an experienced adventurer now. It was the badge on El Poom's chest that attracted glances from other adventurers. They turned back to see what it was. Especially those of higher ranks were wary of that badge. Even Debo could feel it. The atmosphere here is really... Then someone spoke up. Oh, a newcomer. That guy was a middle-aged man but seemed to have experience. He said, you guys are from the Gaffer Mechanics Guild, huh? Nice to meet you. I'm Shulden, an E-rank adventurer from the Genus Mechanics Guild. Then, he said, I'm El Poom, a C-rank adventurer. Hearing his lowest rank made him shocked. What? A C rank? I thought only first or second circle mages were allowed to enter this gate. How can a C rank? Before he finished his surprise, a girl approached. Hey, let me talk to him for a bit, okay? It was a strong and capable girl, inheriting rare golden blonde hair and a physique no less than a man's. I have something to discuss with him. Shulden gave way to her. TSK, so he's with those guys. El Pum knew who the girl who just spoke was. He had met with them privately to talk. Why do I have to do that? They said, just take orders and work. Why do you ask so many questions? The most prominent feature was their proud blue emblem. Our guild will cooperate with the Cygnus Knights Order in this case. Following Empress Cygnus's ideals, the strongest army, the Cygnus Knights Order, praised by the world as a symbol of strength and power, had begun to pay attention to the gates. Abbas had told him that, the quota for the gate has been quickly snatched up by other guilds, so we have to join forces with them. Even if they only send amateur teams, the success rate will still be much higher. Although they were scheming something when approaching the gate, cooperating with them wasn't bad either. El Pum casually replied, I understand. It's just an alliance, right? Abbas said, I don't think it's that simple. He seemed uneasy. I just feel like there's something fishy. Back to the present, that girl introduced. I'm Kiri, the leader of the amateur team of the Cygnus Knights Order. I hope you know your place and don't be delusional just because we've talked a few words. She also said, I don't want to cause trouble, so just silently follow my orders, making Debo dislike her. Huh? What's with that damn attitude? Kiri looked at El Pum and replied, you two are the only team sent by the Gaffer Mechanics Guild, huh? He replied, that's right. She seemed to look down on them. Ha! The Gaffer Guild gave up on the game, huh? Successively, the gatherings of other factory guilds, the Dig Mechanics Guild, Crocus's team, the most versatile and mysterious hunter team. Next was the melee and combat experienced guy, named Merdia Mechanics Guild, Kubal's team. Debo didn't expect that they were all elites from other guilds. The atmosphere had completely changed. Then came a completely new and different appearance. Those were 3 fiery and aggressive red-haired girls, the Goldrich Mechanics Guild, the Natasha sisters. They wore the most majestic and proud badges, which also made Kiri uncomfortable. They look really arrogant. Then, someone said, "Hello everyone. I'm Lonko, the person chosen to guard this place and help those who escape from the exit," he said. "Surely everyone has heard their manager's brief about the gate, but I will still remind you once again. Legendary rank items dropped in the gate will not belong to you in any way. Ownership belongs to the guild you are working for. Of course you will receive corresponding rewards. Finally you should be happy that you can keep the magic stones. And also, if you intend to appropriate supplies for your own use, you will face a B-rank adventurer group." Debo saw the welts on their bodies. He realized, 5th Circle mages. "Their whole group is 5th Circle magic," Lonko said. "I'm done speaking, wish everyone a safe journey." Then, Kiri told El Pum that, "Follow me, I'll lead the way." She firmly said, "I will be the only one who can successfully clear this gate," making Debo dumbfounded. Does she think there's something wrong with her head? Do we really have to cooperate with her? El Pum knew. Finally, all his efforts so far were to enter this gate, a gate he had never set foot in even in his previous life, but he had to succeed. That series of events had now begun, he said. "Let's go." So Debo followed. "Even if they cry and beg me, I won't help them." A dazzling red light flashed. That red light shot down into the rice field, causing a large explosion. Black figures appeared around. The leader with a savage scar turned to say to the group, "Everyone, follow me." Debo held his red scythe in his hand, looking at the grass taller than himself, exclaiming, "What kind of grass is so tall?" Kiri looked at him, seriously saying, "Do you think we came here for sightseeing? Move faster." Debo unhappily looked at the person in front, complaining, "Boss, are you really going to let it be like this?" "Why, they..." He looked at Pum. He was lying prone on the ground. He curiously looked at him and asked, "What are you doing? Lying down?" At this moment, countless pig hooves appeared running on the ground. Those things emitted a cloud of smoke, as if countless creatures were running towards them. The sound attracted the attention of the fat guy. "Huh? That sound is..." A herd of ribbon pigs rushed forward with ferocious expressions. This made many people exclaim in surprise, "A herd of ribbon pigs." The pigs rushed towards the people. Someone shouted, "There are about 1,000 of them coming." Kiri shouted, "What are you doing? Scatter and attract their attention. Hurry up, some teams haven't entered yet." "Isn't there an unwritten rule that participating teams shouldn't intervene immediately?" A guy shouted, "El Nido Mechanics, over here." The fat guy shouted, "We'll go this way." The herd of pigs rushed into the rice field. Everyone frantically dodged. They emitted growling sounds, bearing sharp teeth and roaring, saliva flying everywhere, desperately chasing after the people. Kiri, while running, said, "Good, head towards the forest because there are many obstacles there. We'll hunt them there." Pitten informed Kiri, "Ms. Kiri, we have a problem. We've lost track of the Gaffer Mechanics member." Kiri was surprised. "Huh?" Debo breathed a sigh of relief. So refreshing. He looked at him and said, "Looks like we can relax now. But how did you know the ribbon pig herd would attack?" Pum simply replied, "Based on my experience, in such a large grass field, there will usually be groups of monsters moving in herds. Ribbon pigs, with an average length of 2 meters, they are very ferocious monsters, usually moving in herds, in numbers from hundreds to thousands." Pum frowned and thought, although difficult, it's not impossible to defeat them. The other mechanic groups are the same. It's just that they don't want to waste strength right from the start, so they want to split the pig herd. From now on, it's impossible to know what monsters will appear. This is definitely not the end. When the eye on the tree had run up to number 100, the 100-person gate conquest in Sleepywood in my previous life ended in failure with the death of all adventurers. Debo stepped forward, looked at him and smiled. "What are you thinking?" His foot unexpectedly touched a string. He widened his eyes in surprise. And immediately after, a sophisticated trap sprang out, set up in advance. Debo fell down in shock, only managing to exclaim, "What is that? A trap? Who would set them up here?" And at this moment, in another place, the sword swished through, cutting the string in half. A sharp log stabbed towards the back of the bald guy. The sword swished through quickly. Babel chopped the log in half in the blink of an eye. He dusted himself off and exclaimed, "TSK, pathetic." His companion also approached and exclaimed, "We've disarmed all the traps too, that's the last one." Someone reminded him, "Don't lower your guard, Babel." That person wore a mask. Babel called him by the name Crocus. He continued to say, "Although still incomplete, they are also very dangerous, and they even mimic human hunting methods. From that it can be inferred that they are not ordinary monsters, if it's a monster with intelligence to this extent. It must be a hob. They are very troublesome. So maybe they are the boss monster of the gate." Crocus closed his eyes, continuing to explain, "I vaguely guessed it too. This gate is quite difficult. Unless it's an adventurer of the same level as me, you guys will die in vain. I will find the best solution. Follow me." Saying that, Crocus turned his back and left. He didn't forget to turn back and remind, "Hey, be careful. Don't let your guard down." And suddenly, Babble's head fell off, blood splattering everywhere. Crocus, seeing this scene, still didn't understand what was going on. Immediately after, the companions also successively lost their heads in the blink of an eye like that. He only managed to ask in surprise, "What the?" Next, his head, Crocus's, was also chopped off. The person who chopped him was a blonde man holding a knife. He hadn't even completely died. The speed was so fast that he could still speak. "Who is it?" The culprit smiled savagely, holding the bloody knife in his hand. "Fool," kept blabbering as if you knew everything. In the rice field, a voice rang out, diverted attention right at the entrance with the ribbon pig herd. William sat bored, don't know whose idea it was, but thanks to that, my job has become much easier. I should act now because things are going smoothly. He looked around, exclaiming uninterestedly, "Annoying. But, time's almost up, so I have no choice. Let's start." "Huh?" He held his staff, standing up. The three Natasha sisters looked at him, their faces darkened. Their hands tried to move. He held his staff and approached, saying, "Trying to move is futile. This magic is like that. It will take at least 30 minutes. One of the three sisters raised her voice and asked William, "Why, you do this?" He praised, "Oh, impressive, still able to talk in that state," as expected of Natasha. He held his staff and punched it straight into the girl's stomach, detonating the power. "Because you're in danger, so I'll just kill you." The remaining two sisters saw this scene and were terrified, tears welling up. William sat down, pretending to ponder before the girl's corpse, pondering and replying, "You ask a difficult question. Why did I do this?" He glanced at the remaining two people. Holding the staff with fire blazing in his hand, he approached them. Under their fearful eyes, he casually said, "Is it easier to understand if I explain it this way?" He smiled pervertedly, the flames brightly burning in his hand, roaring, "What dark mages all do, firebolt." The fire shot out powerfully, directly killing the remaining two people, creating a terrifying pool of blood. He lamented, "They don't have any better ending." Suddenly at this moment, that red light flashed once again. William closed his eyes and sighed, "I really want to rest now." "William," he recalled when he knelt down to receive orders from the white-haired man. "Yes, I'm listening." The white-haired man continued to say, "I've waited for this day, for a long time. We've escaped their eyes, hidden our identities, and taken deep roots to spread power and influence throughout the guild." Ivyuka's face darkened, seeming to have some scheme. He concluded with one sentence, "Now, the time is ripe." William looked at him. "Yes, sir, I will not let you down." Ivyuk handed out a feather burning fiercely. He said, "Take this, this is a gift from him. Failure will not be tolerated." William sweated, thinking, "I shouldn't extinguish it, huh?" He leaned on his staff, sighing, "No choice. Looks like I need to try harder." Night fell. Right at the encampment, a set of sharp teeth full of saliva with dark green skin emitted a growling sound. And that was the encampment of the goblins that Crocus mentioned. Hob, they were guarding around. Debo and Pum hid behind a tree. Looking out, he wondered, "What the heck? What is this?" Debo panicked and turned to ask Pum, "You mean all of them are bosses?" Pum looked at him, calmly replying, "I'm sure I explained to you at the beginning that among them, only a few are bosses. Boss or not, it's all the same. Besides their innate strength, they are also very ferocious. Facing just one of them is already full of risks. Not only that, it seems they have collected spoils of war, which are items from dead adventurers, so dealing with them will be even more difficult. Because some variants can use skills through those items." Hearing Pum's explanation, Debo turned pale. He looked at him in protest. "What's the meaning of this? So they are practically a whole army of adventurers, then it's just the two of us fighting them?" He praised admiringly, "You understand quickly, very good, Debo." Seeing that he didn't seem to care much, reminded, No, what are you talking about? I'm trying to point out that with just the two of us, it's impossible to do that. We need to join forces with Kiki or Kiri or whatever." Pum looked at him in confusion. "Why? Didn't you want to separate, not work with them?" Debo replied, "That's because I didn't know about these monsters. Anyway, with just the two of us, it's impossible." He contemplatively looked at him. The Hobbs at this moment were walking slowly to patrol around. They quietly observed. Suddenly something shot out from behind its back. It curiously turned its head back. Debo's scythe blade swished across its head. Its reaction was also not to be underestimated. It could even duck to dodge. He angrily shouted, "Seriously, he's doing this on purpose, isn't he?" At that time, I didn't say I was going to take them all on alone. The Hob turned its fist back, swinging towards where he was standing. Debo jammed the scythe into the ground forcefully. From there, using momentum to jump elsewhere, dodging its death blow. He gritted his teeth and landed on the ground. The goblin continuously advanced. It roared heroically, clawing towards Debo. He dodged. It attacked nonstop, continuously throwing punches at him. Debo still seemed to teleport, dodging most of the attacks. However, it wasn't easy because it was just barely dodging. He used momentum to slam the scythe handle towards its face, making its face contort. He yelled, "You're too loudmouthed, you bastard." Then, he quickly turned the scythe head around, slashing towards it. It lost balance and fell with a thud. Debo's weapon glowed, emitting a blazing red flame. He jumped behind it, launching from above, swinging the scythe and shouting, "You're done for." The scythe swung down, but only hit the stone ground. Rocks and debris shattered and scattered. The hob had quickly dodged. It immediately took a defensive stance, preparing to throw a punch at him. Very quickly, the punch slammed straight into Debo's face. The force was so strong that Debo was thrown into a tree. The sound of impact made it feel like bones must have broken. Debo had luckily blocked with the scythe. However, the impact still threw him far away. He gritted his teeth and looked at it. "Why are you so hard to kill?" It continued to throw a second punch, roaring. Debo managed to dodge. The tree behind him was punched and broken in half by it. Using his leg to bear the weight, Debo aimed accurately, holding the scythe and chopping off one of its arms. But the monster didn't give in. It used its remaining hand to grab his head. Then immediately, it slammed his head repeatedly against the ground savagely. Debo resisted. He used both legs to hug its arm, both hands holding the scythe intertwined. Debo relied on his technique, twisting it backwards, breaking its wrist joint, causing it to roar in pain. It flung its hand away. He was thrown far away, then quickly landed. At this moment, Debo continued to rush forward. He and it plunged into a life-and-death battle, both roaring, determined to eliminate the opponent. And when everything gradually became quiet, only the sound of rustling leaves remained. The hob's corpse lay on the ground, covered in blood. Debo twisted his wrist joints, followed by "Pum," he complained. "TSK, I thought you were going to help me." Pum casually replied, "At that time, it seemed like you could handle it all alone. Thanks to that, you also know that they are not impossible to defeat." Debo scolded him. "No my ass, I'm increasingly doubting this mission, if there's a whole army of those things is." Before he could finish his words, he was stunned looking at the scene before him. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. Debo asked in horror, "What is all this about? Aren't all of them members of the Cygnus Knights Order? What the hell happened here?" At this moment, a groan suddenly rang out. Debo quickly recognized and exclaimed, "Over here! A survivor?" It was Pitten. He gasped for breath, clutching his heavily wounded abdomen. Pum and Debo approached. He spoke up and asked, "What happened here? Did goblins attack you guys?" Pitan gasped, rushing out words, resentfully saying, "Goblins? Absolutely not. It was a bunch of bastards who did this." Abbas smoked a cigarette. He puffed out smoke. He exclaimed, "This is not right at all. Opportunists, these unknown gates, only a few people can enter. Their purpose is to collect information and attack the remaining adventurers, because that type of gate will disappear after they escape, so all evidence of their wrongdoing will also disappear with it. However, this time it's almost a battle with no winners, because they will have to overcome this difficult hurdle when they are exhausted. People will also only be left with a few stragglers. Even if they somehow overcome that hurdle and bring out a unique item, they will not be able to avoid suspicion from people outside the gate." He took a drag of his cigarette, thinking, could it be that in the end they are the elites of the merchant guilds? Impossible. Even if that's their purpose, if this news somehow spreads out, they will have to go to war with the remaining guilds. No guild would engage in such a dangerous gamble. Then what is the meaning and purpose of this even bigger? Debo chatted with Pum. He stammered and asked, "Could it be, is it?" Pum seemed to understand his meaning, replying with a "I don't think I saw that girl here." The person they were referring to was Kiri. Pitten punched the ground forcefully. He shouted, "Damn it, it's all my fault. Who would have thought she would be a traitor among us? Just why would Kiri do that?" Pum replied, "I don't understand. Why would she, someone who is part of the Cygnus Knights Order, betray us?" He also wondered, "I don't understand either. No matter how I think, I can't figure it out." However, if I reconsider everything, the orders she gave at the gate entrance seemed to be part of her plan as well. Before resolving everything here, she herself said that she is a disciple of that dark magic mage. Debo widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Dark magic mage?" Legend has it that the dark magic mage, 800 years ago, he, a transcendent being, along with many of his disciples threatened Fan-Thu realm. To stop him, the 6 heroes joined forces to resist him. And that battle pushed the dark magic mage and his forces into a completely disadvantageous position when he and the 6 heroes were sealed. Along with the disciple army trapped in chaos, the Allied forces counterattacked and wiped out the dark magic mage's disciples. Any citizen of Fonthu realm knew the story that had unfolded like that. Debo seemed unbelievable. He stammered and asked, "Impossible. A disciple of the dark magic mage?" Pum seriously explained, "This is probably not the time to worry about these monsters anymore. We need to go find her. Are you going to come with us? You should prepare yourself to fight her when the two sides meet." Pitten's face turned serious, determinedly roaring, "That's exactly what I want." Hurried footsteps stomped on the ground. Kiri rushed forward. She frowned, looking. Kiri stopped, looking towards him. That guy smiled mockingly. "Oh, welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time." William smiled brightly at her, calling out, "Kiri, looks like you're the one who killed the ribbon pigs. Thanks to everyone being separated, we were able to continue implementing the plan easily. Now we can slowly finish things up." "Right. Have you received the gift we sent you yet?" Kiri raised her sword, her face cold, looking at him, raising her voice and asking, "Who the hell are you guys?" In another place, Debo asked solicitously, "If you are injured in too many places, we can go slowly anyway." "He is going ahead." Pitten smiled and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." Debo comforted, supporting Pitten, seemingly wanting to boost his spirit. "Don't worry, our boss is very good at searching. I'm sure we'll meet her soon." He smiled. "I understand." "That's good." Debo didn't notice that Pitten's other hand had drawn a small sword stained dark purple. The grass field under the sunlight gradually turned golden. Kiri rushed forward quickly. Her sword clashed with the white-haired guy's sword, making a loud noise. William stood aside, watching the two fight, exclaiming admiringly, "Excellent, or should I say, as expected of the training captain of the Cygnus Knights Order, huh? I wonder how long she can last." Kiri dodged, foot stomping on the ground. She summoned a magic circle behind her, a symbol like the sun. The color of the sword she held also changed to gold, the skill's name, Superior Sun. A gray-haired girl rushed up, swinging her sword and yelling, "Enough with the showboating." Kiri quickly blocked, then immediately swung her sword towards her, lightning fast. Seeing the sword about to touch her face, she shouted, "Wait!" But Kiri didn't care. She unleashed her skill. Countless golden sword slashes erupted, sun slash, chopping the other girl's body into pieces. She breathed a tired sigh. Kiri looked at William with a terrifying expression, ordering, "Confess your purpose if you don't want to die here." He unhappily looked at his subordinates. "Too noisy. What are you guys doing? Quickly kill her now." 3 men rushed towards Kiri at the same time. They yelled, "Die." At this moment, a black shadow rushed out from the grass field. And in an instant, the 3 who just approached Kiri were chopped to death immediately, to her horror. William, seeing this scene, widened his eyes in surprise. Kiri's eyes gradually changed color, looking at the person who just appeared and asking, "You?" Debo appeared like a god, standing in front of her. Some time ago, when Pitten held out his purple sword and praised, "Really good." And immediately after, Pitten smiled pervertedly. He swung the sword up, stabbing towards Debo. "Say hi to Kiri for me when you see her again." "Yeah." But before it could hurt him, a burst of fire shot out unexpectedly from both of them. It injured Pitten, causing him to collapse. Debo looked in surprise. "What?" Pum stared blankly at him, who was shouting in pain, "My hand! My hand!" Debo turned around, not understanding what was going on, and asked, "Boss, what's going on?" He seemed to have known in advance, only replying, "As expected." "How disgusting. Sorry to tell you this, but I don't have a habit of trusting people." Flames flickered on his staff, and of course, Pitten couldn't escape. Back to reality, William stepped towards the two. He wondered, strange. Another uninvited guest appeared. The subordinate turned to report, "Lord William, he's from the Gaffer Mechanics Guild." "He's still alive," meaning. He interrupted, "I know already." Pitten, "Looks like that cowardly rabbit is really useless, huh? I gave him a chance to work already. Was I wrong? How annoying, because you two look quite strong. We have to take action ourselves." Kiri reminded, "Be careful, they are those things." Debo interrupted, "I know. They are perverts, right?" Kiri looked at him in confusion. "What are you talking about?" William directed his subordinates, "Now, surround them." Debo said, "You can at least handle one of them, right? I'll handle the rest." Kiri replied, "Don't be careless." A subordinate rushed forward, unleashing a skill, severing strike. Debo quickly jumped elsewhere to dodge. Then, he swung the scythe horizontally towards there. The subordinate had to bend over, luckily dodging a death blow. Debo continued to swing the scythe. He smirked contemptuously, "Punk, die." Penetration. An arrow shot out, firing towards him. Debo unexpectedly dodged. He looked in panic. That subordinate clicked his tongue unhappily, continuing to aim arrows. At this moment, the remaining one quickly approached, rushing towards his back right after he exclaimed, "You rat!" Debo unexpectedly turned back. Immediately after, that guy's superior strike was unleashed. A fiery red blade cut right across his shoulder and back, blood splattered out, the scythe also fell from his hand. He yelled in pain. Debo slumped down, the wound was smoking. That guy was bored. TSK, too shallow, not enough damage, huh? He continued to swing his sword, smiling savagely. "Don't worry, I'll free you right now." Sudden assault, a fiery blade shot towards Debo, chopping down from above. Kiri was blocking swords with another guy. She looked in panic and yelled at him, "Idiot, what are you doing?" Indeed, the sword did chop down, but only hit the ground. Debo had dodged behind his back. He looked coldly, his eyes sharp, replying to Kiri, "What do you think I'm doing?" Clearly playing with him. Immediately, Debo's scythe blade slashed out. A golden yellow slash chopped that guy until he coughed up blood. The remaining guy saw his companion being slashed, quickly unleashed a skill towards him, roaring, "You bastard!" The skill he unleashed didn't even scratch him. Debo dodged easily, then also retaliated against him with a scythe slash straight to the face, furious slash. That guy lost footing and flew far away, his feet scraping the ground. He backed away, shouting, "Damn it, how is he so strong?" Disappointing. As the voice just rose, he sent someone flying towards him from behind. It turned out Kiri had kicked flying towards him who was fighting with her. That guy slammed his face into the ground, sliding a long distance. She frowned and sneered, "You guys call yourselves elites, huh?" He was furious, veins bulging all over his face, growling, "You bastards!" That guy supported himself with his sword, trying to stand up. William, seeing this, was fed up. He exclaimed, "Looks like I can't just stand by anymore." He unleashed flames from his staff, taking a serious stance. "You guys can only go this far, we've wasted too much time." Debo widened his eyes looking at him, thinking in his heart, "Firebolt." An arrow shot quickly towards him, almost within an inch. He only looked at the arrow, his eyes flashed with its image. His brain only managed to think, "What, faster than the bosses?" And the arrow released an explosion boom. Smoke and fire erupted everywhere, enough to kill ordinary people. He smirked, looking towards Debo in the explosion, saying, "You were careless just because it was a firebolt, right? But my firebolt is on a different level. But, you wouldn't know even if I told you, you can't dodge it anyway. It's over. We should deal with the next dungeon." But, he stopped talking because the scene before his eyes had made him freeze. Poom had appeared, and completely blocked William's firebolt, right before his eyes. His eyes filled with murderous intent, looking towards him. William turned pale, stammering, "You. How can you?" Pum pointed his index finger out. On it was a ring. A blue aura of inner force wrapped around his finger. He gathered strength, frowning and warning, "A guest is coming here. You bastards be careful." Pum controlled something towards them, like a log wrapped in cloth. Unexpectedly a ribbon pig rushed out from the field, opening its sharp teeth wide, seemingly chasing after that thing. Both of them unexpectedly turned back to look. They screamed in horror as a herd of pigs rushed out like ghosts. They were just like hungry wolves, snarling and baring their sharp fangs. They were many times larger and kept charging forward to attack. William watched, panting heavily. "I'm exhausted," he thought. Unbelievable that he would dare to use these pigs to escape. He yelled, "Verald!" The one called, still catching his breath, responded, "Sir William, please forgive me. We just finished up on this side, sir. There are countless dead pigs lying all over the ground." William wearily ordered, "No time to regroup. We need to pursue them immediately." Everyone acknowledged, "Yes, sir." He thought to himself, "If they manage to escape this gate, it'll be a huge problem, especially that thorn in my side." "Actually, something's really weird," a subordinate reported. "Sir William, there are footprints over here." William said, "If you guys run into the guy in the cloak, just stall him. I'll handle him myself." The subordinate simply asked, "Sir, I don't think you need to face him alone. If I may, I don't think he's just some small fry." William retorted, "Are you worried about me? Don't you know anything?" He lost his patience, gesturing towards something glowing in his chest, and replied, "There's absolutely no way anyone in this gate is stronger than me." Deep within the lush green forest, footsteps crunched on the grass. Debo grinned, chatting with Pum. "Did you see their faces back there? I bet those pigs trampled them to death." Pum replied seriously, "They're not that weak. Besides, watch your step. Have you forgotten about the traps?" Debo excitedly asked, "Of course not. But why didn't you just deal with them then? You could have taken advantage of their openings, Chief." Pum coldly replied, "Because those bastards are stronger than me." Debo asked in surprise, "What?" Pum frowned, recalling that fire arrow from earlier. When the fire arrow shot towards Debo, Pum also fired a similar shot, a fire arrow. His arrow was identical to his opponent's, shooting straight towards the other arrow. The two arrows collided, creating a terrifying explosion, and Debo was blown backward by the force, letting out a yell. Pum coldly stared in that direction. And his opponent's arrow was completely unfazed, piercing through his own arrow and continuing forward. Pum looked at it in shock. He sweated, remembering, my fire arrow should have at least been able to deflect it, but his fire arrow was completely unaffected. Debo seemed unwilling to believe it, laughing it off. Come on, stronger than you? Don't joke around. Pum calmly asked back, joking? I have no reason to joke. Debo panicked. So you actually ran away? And of course, Pum admitted it. He loosened the strap on his wrist, and Debo watched his actions in confusion. On his pale wrist, 2 lines like lightning bolt scars appeared. He sighed and said, looks like my circle isn't getting any thicker. Debo wondered, is there a problem with it? Pum rotated his wrist, explaining in detail, the thickness of the circle is directly proportional to the speed and power of magic. Right now, I'm at the highest limit of the second circle. Ideally, he and I should be evenly matched, or even I might be stronger, but his power is truly absurd. To enter this red gate, he must also have 2 circles. He must know and use some secret method to enhance his power. He could very well be the strongest one in this gate. Debo, after hearing the explanation, asked in horror, really? Kiri's face darkened, and she remained silent. Debo hurriedly asked him, so what should we do now? Should we continue to exploit the monsters like before? Pum pulled his sleeve down to cover the 2 marks, continuing to explain, that method is no longer feasible. Other monsters are completely different from ribbon pigs. Other monsters are fully capable of recognizing the confrontational relationship between us and those bastards, and then using it to turn against us. Kiri, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Wait, what the hell are you thinking? Don't you understand what's happening? Do you realize that a disciple of the black magic sorcerer has infiltrated the Cygnus Knights? This is a momentous issue concerning the fate of the entire Fanthu realm. We need to return immediately. Kiri's sword-holding hand trembled, and she continued, cleaning up this gate is no longer necessary. Pum ignored her and said to Debo, ignore her. Debo turned to look at him. Huh? She gritted her teeth in anger. Her words were also barbed. Right, I shouldn't expect anything more from someone who was once a slave. You still only have desires for the scraps when cleaning up gates. Pum looked at her uncomfortably, analyzing the situation. Even if you can report this information after leaving here, what will happen next? Do you think that information will be enough to wipe them out? Don't underestimate them. The disciples of the black magic sorcerer have been hiding and deeply rooted in the Fanthu realm for thousands of centuries. Revealing their return will only have one result. They will cut off unnecessary tails and dig deeper underground. If they choose not to appear anymore, then no one will be able to find them. They will continue to be a plague ravaging this world, only in a place where no one can stop them anymore. Kiri gritted her teeth in fury. She grabbed his collar, yelling, you keep telling me this won't work, that won't work. So what exactly do you want us to do? Don't just ramble on if you don't have a way either. We're being hunted by them, we need to get out of here before they catch up. He smirked. Don't worry, we'll let them know. His handsome face gradually turned serious, and he grabbed her wrist that was holding his collar, his voice firm as he spoke. Who is the prey? Sunlight filtered through the trees in patches. Countless feet trampled on the ground. Shulden and his subordinates quickly pursued the 3 people. He ordered, find them quickly. If they really escape, then our lives. He hadn't finished speaking when Debo suddenly sprang out from behind, holding an axe in his hand. He smiled brightly at Shulden. Hello. And instantly, the axe swung past his head, Shulden reacting quickly and crouching down to dodge. Andras, holding his skewer, stabbed towards him, yelling, you idiot, you're walking right into your death. This time I'll finish you off. But a sword severed the rope wrapped around the log. A huge log swung down, hitting that guy directly in the back. Shulden looked at him, only managing to call out his name, Andras. Kiri pulled out the sword she had just used to cut the rope, making a disdainful sound. Debo, taking advantage of his opening, swung his axe, kindly reminding him, don't lose focus now. The axe blow struck the ground, and he dodged, holding a dagger in his hand, attacking him, yelling, die. Debo tilted his head to avoid the deadly blow, leaves rustling. He panicked, not understanding. What? Immediately after, Debo tripped him, landing a kick to his face, the kick so powerful that it made his mouth bleed, and his body flew out. Debo dropped the axe, then he used a flurry of punches, one to the face, one to the stomach, leaving him no time to react, only able to endure the blows and spit out blood. Debo combined kicks and stomps, punching him continuously in all sorts of positions. He took a direct punch to the face, blood and mucus gushing from his mouth and nose, letting out a painful groan. Shulden was continuously physically assaulted by him, punched repeatedly. His comrade was holding a crossbow, aiming at Debo. She suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" And she didn't even notice behind her. Kiri had approached and raised her sword. Immediately after, the sword stabbed straight forward, but she managed to dodge. Kiri didn't give her time to defend, continuously charging to attack. When she lost her balance and was about to fall, Kiri swung her sword high. The sword clashed with the crossbow, making a deafening sound. She roared fiercely like a tiger, threatening, "Focus here, you trash. I'm getting annoyed with having to mess with you too." The sound of clashing weapons continued to ring out, leaves falling around. William walked with his cane, speaking as he went. "Looks like they're already fighting. Ah, I'm a bit curious, could it be? Were you waiting for me?" A figure gradually appeared before his eyes. It was Pum. The two staffs met like rivals, emitting threatening flames. William smiled perversely. "Well, whatever. I was wanting to meet you too." Flames from William's staff shot out arrows straight towards Pum, and he also responded with his own arrows, and the techniques they unleashed were both fire arrows. William's fire arrow shot swiftly through the wind towards El Pum, but he nimbly dodged it. El Pum's serious, probing gaze turned towards William as the fire arrow followed his line of sight. William's face contorted into a grotesque mask as he bared his teeth in a grin. "Excellent." El Pum evaded the arrow, which then slammed into a boulder, shattering it with immense force. He shielded his face from the billowing smoke, but suddenly, from the debris, a stone hurtled towards him. Recognizing the danger, he dodged it, wondering, "A stone?" Unexpectedly, William appeared behind him, grinning maliciously with only the whites of his eyes showing. "Is that all you can do?" Once again, William unleashed the fire arrow technique, and the ground around them was consumed by a sea of flames. Within the inferno, El Pum stood, staff in hand, facing his adversary. They were close, the fire raging around them as William questioned, "You just neutralized that attack?" A second later, William sneered contemptuously, his face twisted in disdain. "Oh, wow, what an unexpected result. You don't have the power to block that, so how could you have possibly done that? What did you do?" William pressed, but El Pum remained silent. Seemingly infuriated by the lack of response, William muttered, "Humph, looks like you're not much of a talker. Fine, whatever, doesn't matter. We can't exactly have a chat in the middle of a fight." Firing another arrow, he continued to monologue, "I'll figure it out myself then." El Pum observed the situation intently. William's latest attack was a fire lance, an arrow of immense destructive power, yet El Pum was visibly conjuring something. William, noticing this, thought in surprise, he's using telekinesis to rotate his own fire arrow? He's drilling through my spell like a drill bit. I've never seen anyone use this technique before. El Pum manipulated William's fire lance, redirecting and drilling it away from its intended path. William's face shifted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Unbelievable. Using telekinesis to enhance his skills. Now I get it. You're what they call a genius, aren't you?" William's grin widened grotesquely, stretching almost to his ears as he spat out, each word dripping with venom. "The kind of person I hate the most." He launched another fire arrow towards El Pum, then roared, "Well then, why don't we enjoy this opportunity a bit more? Show me what else you can do." El Pum clenched his fist, and the ring on his finger glowed. Earth and stones coalesced, forming a unified barrier in front of him. The fire arrow pierced through the massive rock shield, but William had already dodged aside. William continued to laugh and taunt, "What are you doing? Running away is all you can think of?" El Pum ignored the mockery, focusing on channeling magic through his ring. An arrow whizzed past William, barely missing him. "Since when could you?" William began to question, but El Pum remained stoic, still casting. An arrow grazed William's cheek, catching him off guard and nearly hitting him directly. No matter where William dodged, arrows relentlessly pursued him, keeping him constantly on the move. Veins throbbed in William's temples, his earlier composure and mockery dissolving into frustration. He angrily unleashed a powerful arrow, bellowing, "I'm done playing games with you." The arrow shot towards El Pum like a gale. El Pum countered with an arrow of his own, but it seemed ineffective. William's projectile continued its relentless, frenzied course. With a mocking grin, William declared, "Finally then, you've used both incantations, haven't you?" William then activated the ring on his own hand, which also glowed, but his emitted a green light, contrasting with El Pum's blue. William blew sharply on his ring, and toxic gas erupted, engulfing everything around them. El Pum recognized the danger. The poisonous smoke enveloped the area, leaving no space untouched within William's vicinity. Gradually, the toxic haze dissipated, revealing the surrounding landscape once more. William calmly mused to himself, "Poison mist is indeed potent, but while casting it, I can't defend. Your attributes are telekinesis and fire, right?" If I time my attacks to exploit the fire arrow's cooldown, I can neutralize your offense. Pum's body seemed frozen, immobile. William continued, now you won't be able to move for 30 minutes. Slowly, William drew a dagger from his pocket, saying, my fire arrow is also on cooldown, so please forgive my crudeness in finishing you off with a simple dagger. Now, finally, the moment I relish most. I'm so curious, I can't wait any longer. William's face flushed with excitement, his cheeks reddening, his mouth slightly open and drooling, resembling a predator about to devour its prey. In a sickeningly sweet voice, he cooed, that desperate look on your face. Are you trembling? Or crying? If not. Before William could finish his taunt, Pum's fist shot forward. William hadn't registered the shift in the situation. His eyes widened, realization dawning, but it was too late. With a single brutal punch, Pum struck William's face. The force was devastating, blood gushing from William's nose and mouth, his eyes rolling back as if about to burst from their sockets. Pum's expression remained calm, devoid of emotion. William was sent flying backward, his mouth still agape in shock. Back at the tavern, Ibaru, heavily intoxicated, slurred. How did he do that? He pressed Debo. Quick, tell me how he resisted the mad mushroom poison. Your boss isn't here. You can tell me, right? I'll even buy you another beer, just tell me. Debo chuckled. What good would telling you do? Even if you heard about it, you couldn't copy it. He calls it vacuum, I think. His skill uses telekinesis to suck in all the air and block it. Just when I thought I was done for against that damn poison mushroom guy, he sucked up all the poison that spread across that huge area, you know? Debo grinned. That's all there is to it. Not much, huh? I told you. So this round's on you. Ibaru's face turned serious. What the hell? Isn't that skill incredibly powerful? Debo simply smiled and replied, that's why I said, my boss is super strong. Back in the forest, Pum had poured all his strength into that single punch, every ounce of power concentrated in that one blow. And predictably, William was utterly battered, his mouth a bloody mess, several teeth broken. He still tried to speak. Poi. Pum cut him off with another powerful punch to the face. Not stopping there, Pum rained down blows on William's stomach, eliciting agonized screams. William was pummeled into silence, sent sprawling. Pum picked up his staff, aimed, and fired an arrow at William, who lay groaning in agony at the base of a tree. William's eyes snapped open, widening in terror as he saw an arrow hurtling directly towards him. The arrow struck true, hitting him before he could react, Pum's projectile finding its mark. Pum unleashed a deadly move, aiming directly at his opponent, sending him crashing violently into a tree. The staff glowed, levitating into the air. He grabbed the staff, his eyes sharp as he swung it. William clutched his chest, coughing up blood in agony. Pum drew his bow and fired an arrow at William, the projectile flying so fast it left a trail of fire across the sky. William's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the arrow hurtling towards him. The arrow struck William with immense force, tearing through his body. His remaining arm fell to the ground, surrounded by flickering embers. William roared like a ferocious beast, his eyes devoid of reason, the ring on his trembling hand emitting a mysterious green glow due to his pain. Pum, staff in hand, observed him. A guy like you. He raised his hand, a blue light emanating from around Pum's arm. A blue aura materialized as he cast a spell, space distorting around them. Pum looked at him with disdain. Trying to pull another trick, are we? He can feign madness, but I know he's after something. Pum glanced at his staff lying on the ground. Since he can't use poison on me anymore, he probably wants to reclaim his staff. Go ahead and try to take it back. Pum raised both hands, an explosion erupting behind him. I'll finish you off in that instant. A fire blast shot forward. Pum's eyes widened in shock as the flames rushed directly towards his face. William struggled to his feet, retaliating with a spell against Pum. A ring of fire blazed behind William, and he laughed maniacally. You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds. In the roaring flames, Pum lay motionless on the ground. A trickle of blood escaped his mouth. Lying on the ruined ground, Pum thought, I was careless. I didn't expect him to still have the fire orb as a trump card. Before regressing, I never made mistakes like this. Another large fire blast hurtled towards the prone Pum. I was too arrogant. A loud explosion made Debo stop in his tracks. He clutched the dying Shulden in his arms, turning back towards the source of the explosion. Boss. A golden streak of light cut through the air. Kiri swung her blade, decapitating Tom in one swift motion. She turned to Debo and commanded, don't waste any more time, finish him off quickly. That mage is not someone you can handle alone. I was just about to do that. Stop ordering me around. Blood splattered in the air. Debo was surprised to see an arrow suddenly pierce Shulden's eye, causing him to scream in agony. The goblin's foot stomped heavily on the ground. They brandished weapons, donned armor, and charged forward with war cries, one of them being the one who shot Shulden. Seeing the situation, Debo and Kiri braced themselves for combat. Damn it, I kept wondering why they hadn't shown up. They're green goblins? We need to deal with this quickly. Don't underestimate them. They're not easy opponents. One of them slammed a staff into the ground as if giving a command. Furthermore, the rest strained to carry large logs. The goblin leader rested his chin on his hand, sitting regally on a chair, and among their ranks was one that looked bizarre. The goblin leader smirked savagely. William stood before the raging fire, muttering, "That bastard, is he really dead?" His eyes were bloodshot, and he spat out blood. William collapsed to his knees, vomiting a large amount of blood. "Oog," he chuckled contemptuously. "All right, you have my recognition. You're actually not bad at all. I didn't expect you to push me this far. I should have asked your name before finishing you off, huh?" Suddenly, William flinched. "El Pum?" He went into a frenzy, unable to believe his eyes. "No way." A foot emerged from the raging fire. "Remember it well." El Pum, expressionless, stared directly at William. "Because it's the last name you'll ever hear." William looked at him mockingly. "You bastard, you're too persistent. But it's meaningless. No matter how you stage this act, you can't escape. I already know the extent of your abilities. Yes, I give up on the previous plan." El Pum took out a gem, saying coldly, "Capturing you with just 2 magic circles is impossible." William was bewildered at the sight of the gem. Magic stone? He suddenly burst into laughter. "You bastard, have you lost your mind?" William laughed maniacally, shouting, "Is that your hope? Are you planning to absorb that stone to gain another magic circle? You stupid idiot, absorbing a magic stone won't help you add another circle. What you need is enlightenment through countless experiences." El Pum cast a spell, magic circle surrounding him. "Yes, experience and enlightenment." William looked at him, confused. "Huh?" El Pum removed his cloak, revealing a hand with a magic mark. The mark suddenly glowed. "Don't worry, because those are things I've never lacked." William spoke as he charged forward. "Are you trying to put on another act to fool me? Die." 2 arrows shot rapidly towards him. El Pum's eyes sharpened. He raised his bow, aiming and firing. Fire arrow. The large arrow, carrying El Pum's powerful flames, shattered William's 2 arrows. William, terrified, cast a spell, Fire Orb. The ring on El Pum's hand glowed. The arrow, like a massive drill, eliminated all obstacles in its path. William's eyes turned bloodshot, his eyes wide with terror. The arrow flew straight towards him. William cried out in agony, spitting out fresh blood. The arrow pierced him, sending him flying. All around were traces of fire arrows fired by El Pum. His eyes were listless. William took a direct hit from El Pum's arrow, causing him to be charred black. The fire gradually subsided, leaving only his legs remaining. "I forgot to ask his name." The green goblin's feet crushed the vegetation along its path. Kiri pulled Debo to hide behind a large tree trunk while the green goblins searched for them everywhere. She warily peered out, her expression slightly worried. "This is bad." Debo raised his large hammer high, shouting with determination. He swung it in a circle, causing the surrounding green goblins to collapse. A look of excitement on Debo's face. "That's 16, then 17. On the other side, Kiri was struggling to fight a green goblin. "Huh? How can he defeat those monsters so easily?" Debo yelled, his eyes lighting up as if locking onto prey. "Easy peasy, I read you like a book, you bastard." The green goblin raised its fist to punch Debo. He darted around nimbly, so fast that the green goblin couldn't see his movements. From a tree branch, Debo jumped down, striking a blow to the green goblin's head, startling it greatly. 18. It dodged to the side. One of Debo's attacks exploded behind the green goblin. It grinned smugly and defiantly. Kiri's face filled with panic as she realized, that's... The goblin leader activated the staff, flames erupting from it, creating a magic circle, Fire Orb. How can a monster cast magic like that? Kiri hid behind the tree trunk, contemplating everything. A monster that can use artifacts, this is an unpredictable variable. Damn it, this situation is really bad. Suddenly, a green goblin tried to grab her, unnoticed. Looks like there's no other choice but to hide further and regroup with El Pum. Hopefully he's still safe. As the green goblin was about to catch her, Kiri helped Debo run to another spot. The remaining goblins frantically pursued her. Ahead, one goblin swung a sword, aiming to slash Kiri. She used her strength to grab Debo's arm. Kiri hurled him into the air, and with one strike, she took down the sword-wielding goblin. She quickly caught Debo as he fell. "These gnats, if they come one by one, I can still manage." Kiri's eyes widened, horrified as she looked ahead. A large fire blast was flying towards her. The goblin leader grinned savagely, tightening his grip on the staff. Only if that monster boss doesn't interfere. The large fire blast was about to hit Kiri and Debo. She scooped him up and ran as fast as she could. The fire blast hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. The goblin leader smirked evilly, as if toying with his prey. From within the black smoke, a figure stood tall, surprising him. Debo's face darkened. The surrounding scene was deathly. Kiri, lying on the ground, was shocked to see him standing there, hair disheveled. Debo? Debo's eyes turned black. He charged quickly towards the green goblins. Seeing this, the goblin leader ordered his subordinates to attack Debo. Wherever he went, green goblins fell scattered. One goblin tried to sneak attack Debo from behind. He turned around and slashed it. The goblin leader stared at Debo in panic, fear in his eyes. He used the staff to cast magic at him again. Kiri's eyes widened. She was utterly surprised. No way. Debo jumped into the air, leaping over the goblin leader's head, catching him off guard. Is he really just a trainee warrior? His eyes blazed like fire. He swung his axe forward. The flames almost touched the leader's face. It struggled against the giant fire blast approaching. Debo was covered in wounds. He fell backward, but Kiri caught him. The leader roared in pain, spitting out fresh blood. It trembled after the fire hit him. The leader became enraged. It used all its strength to cast magic again. Kiri stood in front of Debo, shouting loudly, "Fall back, I'll fight it from here on." The goblin leader pointed the staff forward, roaring angrily. A beam of fire shot out. The fire beam flew straight into the leader, so powerful it pierced through its own flames. The leader didn't understand what was happening. Its eyes widened, reflecting the fireball flying towards it. The fire hit it, shattering its body to pieces. Kiri looked at everything in astonishment. Blue light emanated from a hand, glowing. El Pum appeared, his eyes sharp as he surveyed the scene. "Looks like I made it just in time." A weary yawn echoed. Lonko sat on a tree stump and sighed wearily. "It's been 3 days and still no word from them," he muttered. "I was just hoping for a simple task to earn some mezzo after being idle for so long. But this is way too stressful. Base guarding missions are definitely not for me. I should start refusing them from now on." He looked towards a group of people running frantically, puzzled. What's all the commotion? Suddenly, a large hole appeared inside the tree trunk, a red glow emanating from it, clearly dangerous. The tree trunk surrounding the hole abruptly broke apart. What the? Sections of the tree trunk shattered, causing the gate to vanish. Kite shouted in alarm, and Lonko rushed over. "Is anyone there? Get Bishop Kang over here now." "Kite, what happened? Report the situation to me immediately." Ronko replied, "We have a few survivors. The gate was destroyed, so the conquest must have." He froze, stunned by the news. Kiri, El Pum, and Debo lay motionless on the ground. People, survivors. El Pum stirred and opened his eyes wide. Lonko, sitting a distance away, asked, "You're finally awake. Where is this place?" Lonko cut him off angrily. "Listen here, from now on, try your best to answer my questions. Only the strongest from the merchant guilds participated in this gate conquest, but only 3 from the Gaper Guild survived." El Pum was bewildered, lying in bed. His tattered clothes showed how fierce the battle had been. "What exactly happened inside the gate? We're the only ones?" Lying on the bed, he trembled as he spoke. "I had my suspicions, but it's just as I thought. Everyone is dead." Lonko pressed, "Answer properly, unless you want to lose that life you just got back." El Pum gasped. "Demons. There was a demon inside." "A demon? Can I borrow paper and pen? Let me draw it for you." "I don't know the demon's name, but—" Lonko was stunned by what he heard. He closed his eyes and sighed. "I understand." Outside the encampment, shouts erupted. "This is absurd." People in the encampment were discussing the situation. A 100-man gate, and they were the most talented from the merchant guilds. Even if it's a 100-man gate, isn't its level only red? You're telling us to believe that all those members were killed by monsters? Frankly, they shouldn't be defeated in a red gate. Toriel spoke up indignantly. "My cousin was in that group too, a representative of the Sky Merchant Guild." Toriel. Lonko, expressionless, held up the paper with the goblin leader's face, saying, "It doesn't sound like what he said earlier. Looks like this is the monster that attacked them. The boss of the 100-man gate, a green goblin? If it's a green goblin, isn't there a rumor that they know how to use tools?" He gripped the paper tightly, listening to everyone talking. "I heard they have high intelligence, so a whole horde of them is like fighting a human army. 100 people against them? It must have been incredibly difficult." One of them stroked his beard and said, I won't accept this." Franco added, "Maybe it's hard for others, but how could our Natasha be defeated by these kinds of monsters?" "Representative of the Gold Richie Merchant Guild, Franco." Lonko asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Franco retorted, Are you really asking because you don't know?" His face darkened. Some people are playing tricks on us. This is ridiculous, unless there was a backstabber among them. We can't know what happened inside the gate, can we? Franco continued. I can imagine them changing their minds and plotting something evil. Who knows if this was accidental or intentional? And come to think of it, the 3 survivors are all from the same guild. Abbas, smoking a cigar, also spoke irritably. Come on, enough of your nonsense. Are you saying Gaper betrayed everyone? According to the report, our people are only at the 3rd circle and could survive, while others couldn't. Isn't that enough? Franco, inwardly furious but outwardly smiling, replied, So, are you implying that the adventurers from our merchant guilds are weaker than those from Gaper? I'm not implying anything. The results are clear, aren't they? Are you joking? If there are so many talented people in Gaper Guild, your guild wouldn't be last among the 10 guilds. Abbas and Franco argued back and forth. That's because we're still developing. The rankings will gradually change. You should prepare to lose your position, Abbas retorted. Lonko, looking around at the situation, sighed in exasperation. Please, just end this already. Franco crossed his arms, clearing his throat. If you're saying that, you must have evidence, right? Evidence. Abbas's eyes turned cold as he stared directly at Franco. From the start, we didn't get any artifacts from the gate. What motive do they have? Did you hear me clearly? Kiri helped Debo walk ahead. El Pum bowed slightly to Lonko in thanks. Then we'll be heading back. Thank you for treating us. Lonko nodded. Yeah, be careful. He watched them leave without a word. Ronco asked, Ronco, is it okay to let them go like that? Lonko's face was pensive. Anyway, it's all over now. In the deep, dark forest, a small sound suddenly echoed. El Pum, walking ahead, seemed to notice something. Kiri asked him cautiously, Look, did it really follow you? A small snail peeked out into the light, looking endearing in front of them. She reminded El Pum, What are you hesitating for? Around them was a ruined landscape, surrounded by flames, everything completely burned. We eliminated the black magic cultist, and completely wiped out the green goblin horde. Weren't we just supposed to discard all the artifacts we got, injure each other, and leave the gate? El Pum's eyes were filled with killing intent. The feather in El Pum's pocket suddenly glowed. That's right, I did say that. Defeat the boss and leave the artifacts behind. But, his artifact, Phoenix Feather. This is an artifact that, just by possessing it, increases the power of fire magic by 30%, and unlike other artifacts with non-stacking effects, the Phoenix Feather's effect can stack. Finally, I understand. The reason why the adventurers in the previous life were all annihilated in that gate. What an unexpected windfall. I have to take it with me at all costs, Kiri continued. If we take artifacts out of the gate without reporting them, we'll be suspected of cheating. If I remember correctly, you were the one who mentioned that, Elpum. Don't get greedy. Just follow the plan. Especially since we also found an exit gate near the outpost. The flower on the snail shell gently swayed. Elpum and Kiri watched it. A snail. Artifact snail. Unlike other snail monsters, it's not aggressive and has a habit of sniffing and collecting artifacts. It also has a unique characteristic. The more artifacts it carries, the bigger its shell becomes. In my previous life, after the gates opened, this creature was discovered. The snail pulled something out of its shell. El Pum smiled triumphantly, holding the phoenix feather in his hand. Kiri was still suspicious of the snail. So, you managed to bring that out without getting caught. How did you know how to use that snail? Instead of making a fuss about leaving the gate, it's better to try and see what works. She looked at him and asked, I followed your instructions. Now what's the plan? Don't worry. In the deep forest, only their voices echoed. Those bastards have infiltrated the Cygnus Knights, so this information must be kept absolutely secret. If there's any slip-up, they might hide even deeper. So then, El Pum gazed into the distance. They've probably arrived by now. Let's just wait and see. A hand clenched the paper tightly. Jenny's Merchant Guild, Mardia Organization, and Dig Merchant Guild all annihilated. Gold Richie, El Nido, and Sky all eliminated. The conquest has failed. Beiju knelt on the ground, reporting the situation. They said the conquest failed because they were defeated by the boss monster, and only 3 members of the Gaper Merchant Guild barely escaped. Although there was suspicion of cheating during the meeting, it was mainly about the merchant guilds, not us. And even so, they were not convicted due to lack of evidence. Although the mission failed, luckily our identities were not exposed. Please allow me to prepare for the next operation. A figure stood with his back to Beiju, facing the window. Outside, thunder rumbled, making the scene even more gloomy. Avuek spoke. You said we weren't exposed? She looked up at him. Excuse me? In the dark room, only Avuek's voice echoed. Our plan was to wipe them all out and proceed with the boss conquest. If that's the case, the 3 survivors must have encountered William. But in that Elpum's testimony, there's no certainty about this. But they have no reason to hide this, do they? And even if they did, they can't point out our merchant guild, Because we've dispersed members into all the guilds. They have no reason to hide it, he continued. What if they realize that the mastermind behind this incident is not a normal merchant guild, but His Grace's disciples, the only ones who know that the black magic cultist has returned? What if that's their goal? Hearing Evok's words, she panicked. Impossible. If what you say is true, this situation is very dangerous. We must eliminate the members who have infiltrated the merchant guilds before they are exposed. An invitation. Evu turned around, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Flames flared up in his hand. Is this their invitation? Interesting indeed. Very well, I accept. But it's best if we change the stage, to make them become the 101st guest. The city space was drowning in a sea of fire and surrounded by terrifying monsters. It was hell. In extreme poverty, people considered living humanely a luxury. I witnessed my younger sister suffer from black blood disease, living in pain every day. My legs buckled before my younger sister's now tattered ribbon. I couldn't even protect the only member of my family from death. This place has always been hell for me. Her lips curled into a delighted smile. Still alive? Sitting on a monster's corpse, Aaron jeered. Looks like you're having trouble. Want me to help you, huh? Eyes full of hatred glared up at her with a resolute voice. Get lost. Flashback to the past. That was the first time I met Aaron. The beast bared its sharp fangs, drooling and growling angrily as it charged forward. Confident in his own strength, Debo easily blocked and countered the monster. All right, I'm number one. Got it? The white-haired guy not far away laughed in response. If only I were 30 seconds faster, Miria said calmly as she sheathed her sword. Looks like today's dishwashing duty is decided. Debo, you're too cocky. Aaron turned her head and smiled. Looks like we've taken care of everything. Everyone, good job. Let's go. Her whole being exuded an aura of pride as she stood on the high pile of corpses of defeated monsters. Debo looked up in admiration and thought to himself, 1 year, that period of time is enough to change my values. She's a cold but warm heroine, a pathfinder and protector of everyone. She opened my eyes to the world. He thought to himself, of course, my goal is to help her. Everyone then continued to chat excitedly. Ha ha! Experiencing real combat from the abandoned mine was really great. Thanks, he grumbled in response. Can't you see I'm not in a good mood, huh? Stop laughing. Hee hee hee. Right, Debo, you didn't do anything at all, did you? The white-haired guy said. You call yourself Aaron's disciple, but I think if you want to be recognized, you should do better. Debo retorted, I told you not to talk about that, didn't I? Ignoring the other two, Aaron turned to Shannon and asked, do you think going this way is right, Shannon? I think it's right because there are traces my brother left behind. In a certain cave below filled with molten lava, something in the air has changed. Such a place exists beneath the Elnas Mountains? Scene shifts back to a few days prior, please. Shannon clasped her hands together pleadingly. The abandoned mine in the Elnas Mountains is too dangerous. I can't go alone. No one will go with me. I need Aaron's strength to find my brother. Aaron replied coldly, you've come to the wrong place. I don't handle personal matters like that. Taking you along would be pointless. My policy is to only bring along level 3 skilled people, not someone who'll just be a hindrance. Hearing that, she teared up. There's no guarantee your brother is still alive. Find another adventurer. Suddenly, a voice interjected, Aaron, sorry to interrupt, but we're her last hope. Because since that last day, no adventurer has come to the trial cave anymore, Debo stated firmly. I want to help her. I will take responsibility for her safety. Please reconsider. At the battlefield now, only a desolate scene remained after the battle, with fragments of stone, swords, and blood-stained arrows. Aaron asked, is this the body? No, that's not my brother. I see. Well, that could be considered fortunate, huh? But why did he die here? These wounds don't look like they were made by monsters. Just as they were discussing, something was aiming to crash down on their location. Exactly. He died a week ago. Wait, if I remember correctly, that person is... A force slammed straight down where they stood, creating a loud noise and sending fragments of earth flying everywhere. But fortunately, before that force could crush them, another force rushed forward. Debo quickly grabbed Shannon and hurriedly ran away from that spot, wondering, what's going on? He couldn't help but question the current situation. Could it be? Then, when he identified the target, he panicked. Damn it, it's Cockham. Get behind me. Following that, a fiery blue force quickly appeared and slashed through, and that force aimed directly at the giant hand that had just slammed down. Aaron powerfully swung the weapon in her hand, announcing, Debo, we'll attack it from the left. Hearing the order, Debo excitedly grinned, picking up his weapon and rushing forward. Let's take care of it quickly. The others also hurriedly moved to support. Each person in their position was trying to subdue the giant monster. Shannon suddenly looked ahead, as if she had discovered something. What caught her eye now was the mysterious cave she had been searching for all this time. Debo breathed heavily after exerting himself in the fight. Is that the damn thing that everyone's been talking about? Miria called out from behind. Where's Shannon? Does anyone know where she is? What? The familiar rabbit-shaped hairpin had fallen to the ground, helping to locate its owner. Bending down to pick up the hairpin, Debo said, Don't tell me. She went in alone? Damn it, why is she acting on her own? Aaron seriously reminded, Everyone, be careful. I can sense a powerful energy emanating from inside. A voice spoke hesitantly. Huh? You mean there's something inside? I'm not sure, I can't say for sure, but there's definitely something extremely powerful, and very dangerous. Then she resolutely affirmed, I'll go in and bring her out. Hearing that, Debo replied, Since I'm the one responsible for protecting her, everyone else, please stay here and guard this place. Miria spoke up. Debo, calm down. Didn't you hear what Aaron said? I'll go with you. His eyes suddenly widened when he heard that sentence from her. Aaron continued. Anyway, the thing inside is also a threat to Feng-Thu realm, so it's my responsibility to stop it. The others also didn't flinch. All right, it's settled then. Let's go inside quickly. Inside the cave, besides the stone slabs, the molten lava was still clearly visible. The molten lava bubbled and boiled, dangerously spitting out gas bubbles. Under a large tree in that cave, Shannon was kneeling beside a corpse. The team, having located her, quickly moved towards her. There she is. A voice of joy erupted when they found the person they were looking for, but it suddenly stopped. Shannon is there. Wait, there's a corpse. Shannon's hand was gently touching the face of the dead man. Yes, that's my brother. Aaron's eyes sharpened, as if she had noticed something. Debo thought to himself, damn it, the worst has happened. Shannon, stay there. I'm coming to you. Shannon's lips curled into a faint smile despite the tears streaming down her cheeks. She said, You followed me, Debo. I knew you would come in here. You're a good person, but I can't go back anymore. What? She continued to ask. Debo, do you know what Zakum means? It means tree demon. Many people think that thing that moved earlier was Zakum, but in reality, only the giant tree here is the real Zakum. Shannon affirmed, You haven't entered the real battle yet. Debo still didn't understand the current situation. Shannon, what are you talking about? Aaron held out her hand to stop him. Thank you for letting us know. This is its true form. Shannon, I will destroy this tree demon, so, don't worry. She spoke as she stepped forward. Now, leave this place. It's very dangerous here. If the tree falls, you'll be trapped in here. Or do you still have something unfinished? Continuing, Aaron's eyes sharpened again as before. For example, using your brother as a sacrifice, perhaps. Gently picking up the red gem from her brother's corpse. You still don't understand? She said, It has truly begun. From the moment you stepped foot in here. The red orb emitted dangerous red and black energy sparks. You will be possessed by Zakum, and it can control you completely. As she finished speaking, a mysterious black figure rushed over and stabbed Debo in the stomach with a sword, blood spurting out. Aaron, hearing the sound, reflexively turned around, alert. The mysterious figure used powerful moves and had already approached her. Waves of white and purple energy appeared amidst the fierce battle between the two. Debo collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach and groaning. Miria, what did you just do? His eyes suddenly widened as he turned back to look at Miria and began to grasp the current situation. She, with eyes red with hatred, said, You killed my friend. Grinning smugly, the figure said, Useless, for them, humans are the targets to be eliminated. Suddenly, a red beam erupted from the eyes of the tree monster rising from the molten lava. Now, everything will end. The monster had awakened. Let's try to complete this performance. Shannon in a new form smiled wickedly and declared firmly, For the black mage. Stones and debris scattered everywhere. Debo trembled, blood oozing from his mouth, realizing, could it be? She's possessed by Zakum? Aaron yelled towards Debo. Debo, stop being such a coward. Finish it. That's not Miria anymore. Wake up. Someone chuckled smugly. He weakly spoke, I know, already. Damn it. Aaron soared into the air, brandishing her weapon. Power boost. The power swept through, cracking the surrounding rocks, cut through even those cone-shaped stones. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. A blue light flashed across. Damn it all. Images of the deceased woman flashed through his mind. Thoughts racing. I messed up. I shouldn't have suggested coming here. Debo grabbed his weapon, frantically charging towards Miria. He attacked her. It's all my fault. Miria groaned. Ugh. Debo pierced through Miria with his blade, saying, I'm sorry, Miria. A hand reached out in front of him, startling him. He slashed across her. Miria's hand touched his face. She said, Thank you. Take care of Aaron. Debo bit his lip. Aaron propelled herself into the air. She attacked the tree monster. So, this is your true form. Rocks and earth flew everywhere. A stone hand from above tried to crush Eren. She clicked her tongue. TCH. She flew up to dodge. Below, Debo was fighting another monster. Eren, tear this thing apart. Eren and Debo joined forces to destroy them. Their combined power formed rays of light that surrounded the monster. Debo landed on the ground, using his weapon to brace against something sliding towards him. He raged, "You damn thing!" Shannon, knife in hand, charged from afar, mindlessly shouting, "I dedicate my life to the Supreme Being." Luckily, Eren managed to strike her down in time. She fell, collapsing onto the ground, while Eren glanced at Shannon. Debo said, "Now only that statue remains." He was frantic, eyes wide. Surely it won't let us destroy it easily. Suddenly, Debo clutched his head and screamed. Eren sensed something was wrong. Debo, could it be? He also felt himself losing control, saying to Eren, "Eren, no, you have to hurry. You have to kill me quickly. Hurry, before I do something I'll regret." She gripped her weapon tightly. Damn it all. "Forgive me, Debo." Debo smiled. He thought, yeah, in the end, it's for the best. This is probably the punishment I deserve for those foolish thoughts. I'm sorry, everyone, because of me. Eren, hurry. Debo's eyes began to change. He saw Denef. Debo was startled, thinking, Denef, why is my sister here? What happened? Who brought her here? The image of everything before him gradually turned sinister. Ah, who is it? Is it you? How dare you? Eren said. Don't worry, I'll end this quickly. Debo had completely lost himself, yelling at her, "You dare bring my sister into this? I won't forgive you." With that, he flew off the ground, frantically attacking Eren. Suddenly noticing an attack coming, she was startled, quickly raising her weapon to block. Eren struggled to say, "TCH, his reflexes are too fast." He moved continuously, launching attacks to eliminate Eren. She swung a counterattack, saying, "But still." But the attack wasn't aimed at Debo, but at the statue above him. Eren landed on the ground, standing behind Debo. He turned his head to look at her. Another attack was launched towards that stone statue. Debo fell to the ground. Eren seized the opportunity to move quickly. She flew in front of the statue. Eren raged, unleashing an attack to shatter it. "Let's end this." Eren's power manifested like a roaring beast. Suddenly, she was startled to see Debo standing on top of the stone statue. He mindlessly tried to attack her. She angrily thought, "Debo, you damn idiot. This is my only chance. I can't stop now." Finally, Eren made a decision. "Sorry, Debo." Her power, like a fist, smashed the giant statue. Debo collapsed on the ground. "Ooh, what's happening?" "Zakum is still." Eren chuckled. Finally awake, she was covered in blood, collapsing to the ground. "Good, I thought I'd have to leave without saying goodbye to you." Debo was shocked. He asked loudly, "Eren, did you?" Debo reached out a trembling hand. No way, Eren. I told you to kill me." Why did you?" Eren weakly said. "Debo, 800 years ago, No, we failed once already. I'm no longer the one who will stop the Black Mage. But you are, Debo. You are very talented, unlike me. At your age, I wouldn't dare compare." Debo looked at her in pain. "No, Eren, I can never become as strong as you. Never." She closed her eyes, a smile forming. "Debo, I'm entrusting Feng Thu to you. I'm sure you'll handle it well." Her eyes gradually opened. Because you are my only disciple. I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep for a bit." Debo called out, "Eren, wake up." Her voice grew fainter. Debo pleaded, "Open your eyes, please, Eren." And that was how Eren was gone forever. I had to inform her friends, her heroes, about this. And finally, I also left that place, because it wasn't a place I belonged without Eren. It felt like hell, from failing to protect the target I had just found, to not being able to atone for my sins. I couldn't even fulfill the wish of the person I cherished. Debo collapsed. This place. A light flashed before him. He still didn't look up. Suddenly, everything exploded again. Debo opened his eyes. He was lying in bed. Denef, holding a pile of clothes, said, "Oh, you're awake? I was so worried because you were unconscious even though you weren't injured anywhere." "Oh right. You were also talking in your sleep, having nightmares?" Debo sat up. "Nightmares? I don't remember anything." She turned towards the door. "Huh, who could that be? I don't remember anyone making an appointment to come over. Coming right now." Denef called him. "Hey, come here. Someone's here to see you." Debo wondered, "See me?" He looked out the door. El Pum stood outside, looking down and saying to him, "Debo, our plan is being expedited. Get ready quickly." Debo listlessly asked back, "No days off, boss?" El Pum retorted, weren't you just resting very well? Debo said, oh God, why even ask? And what's this change this time? Pum pleaded, you'll probably have to give me some money. 200,000 mezzo should be good enough. Debo protested, absolutely not. In a luxurious room, a long table stood in the center. Abbas, sitting across from El Pum, asked, so they killed 97 people, but you were able to overcome them by increasing your magic circles? El Pum replied, yes, that's exactly right. Abbas thought to himself with a thoughtful expression, what is this bastard planning? He placed a hand on the table, his expression becoming serious, and continued to ask El Pum, don't you know any more details? Let me be frank with you. You'll only receive the reward for this gate if you provide me with enough information. He affirmed, you definitely need that money, don't you? El Pum put his hand in his pocket, saying in an indifferent tone, looks like I made a mistake then, in that case. Suddenly, he pulled out a stack of cash and placed it on the table, saying, let me pay up front. He continued, this is 2 million mezzo, so I've paid off my debt. Abbas broke into a sweat, wondering to himself, this brat, how did he get so much mezzo? The amount we paid him is far less than this. Maybe he's been secretly making money all this time, and chose this moment. He guessed, is he planning to extract the most benefit from this information? After pondering for a moment, Abbas suddenly clapped his hands, laughing, well, congratulations to you, now you're a free adventurer. If that's the case, it seems we have to sign a new contract. Tell me, how much signing bonus do you want? I'll try my best to accommodate. El Pum replied with complete certainty, 50 million mezzo. He was surprised, shouting, what, 50 million? That amount is absurdly high. You're just a C-rank adventurer. No one will pay you that much. He resolutely propped himself up to stand, saying, then, our conversation ends here. Abbas raised his hand in astonishment. Huh? As soon as he saw El Pum come out, Debo asked, how did it go? Walking away, El Pum replied, he refused after hearing my requested signing bonus. Hearing that, Debo asked, huh? How much did you ask for? El Pum replied, 50 million mezzo. Hearing him say that, he exclaimed in surprise, what? Boss, are you crazy? El Pum replied confidently, not at all. Debo muttered to himself, TCH, he always does these things without even consulting me. He suspiciously asked, why did we come to this place? El Pum asked back, you know this place? He replied, how could I not know this place? This is the slum, desolate and deserted. Debo continued to recount, when I was young, to escape this place, there was nothing I wouldn't do. Although where I'm living now isn't great either, compared to this area, it's heaven. I heard this place used to be the most vibrant area of Lisa. Seems like that's all in the past, huh? Now it's just a den of thieves. A sinister voice came from the shadows, come play with us. At this moment, a man was suddenly kicked out. El Pum and Debo instinctively dodged to either side. Another person holding a knife was approaching. The man lying on the ground clenched his fist, angrily thinking to himself, damn it, I thought everything was going so smoothly. Debo was terrified, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He suggested, looks like a conflict is about to break out. Let's take a detour. This surrounding area is still the same as in my memory. The man lying on the ground suddenly laughed loudly, speaking with a joyful tone as if meeting a savior. Two big brothers, why are you two so late? Facing Debo and El Pum were three burly men, two holding knives and one holding a long spear. Debo, hearing the man's words, suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of doubt. The man continued to tattle, those bastards suddenly called me a thief and started beating me up, please help me. He suddenly grabbed Debo's shoulder, whispering to him, please save me. Debo glared and yelled, what is this bastard saying? Looking like this and calling us big brothers? Who would believe that? One of the men spoke up, big brothers? So that's how it is. Debo was secretly surprised. They actually believed it? The bald man among the three pointed his knife at the two, his face fierce as he shouted, that little underling of yours over there stole my stuff and sold it off, so if you big brothers can pay back the money for him, I'll let you go. Hand over 3 million mezzo, right now. The man immediately retorted, did you see me steal it with your own eyes, huh? Ha! He suddenly laughed loudly, saying mockingly, and with your tiny eyes, what could you even see? Stop blaming innocent people. Get lost. The bald man was directly provoked. He opened his mouth wide, revealing several missing teeth, roaring, you damn dog, you really don't want to live anymore. At this moment, 3 stacks of cash suddenly hit his face, accompanied by a voice, 3 million mezzo, right? Making him confused. I paid it, now get lost. It was El Pum's voice. Debo saw his actions, unable to stop him, helplessly shouting, why? Boss, why did you do that? El Pum glanced at the man. He ordered, hey, Ralph, follow me. Ralph suspiciously pointed at himself with his index finger. Huh? You know me? In a deserted area in the slum, only 3 people were around. Ralph leaned against the wall, facing El Pum and Debo. Ralph asked, You mean you came here to recruit me? What about the money? Hearing him say that, El Pum replied, I'm out of money. Those stacks of cash just now were all I had. He asked again, Who do you work for? El Pum bluntly replied, No one. Ralph, hearing that, disdainfully replied, Are you kidding me? Then what reason do I have to join your team? Debo, hearing him say that, became angry. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist. You bastard, return the 3 million mezzo we just paid. Ralph crossed his arms and burst out laughing as if hearing something very funny. Oh, that 3 million? Did I ask you to pay for me? Debo stammered. What? Ralph continued to speak with a matter-of-fact tone. And if you came all the way here to recruit me, you must know about my skills. So you should pay me a proper salary, right? He made an OK sign, bringing it to his eye, winking, negotiating with both of them. Well, I'll give you a special discount and join your team for 3 million mezzo. How about it? Debo aggressively wanted to step forward to fight him when suddenly a voice rang out. Excuse me for interrupting. It was the voice of a voluptuous girl with a revealing top. She said, My name is Beiju. I'm from the Kania Merchant Guild. Is El Pum here? El Pum, hearing that, glanced over. He said, That's me. Ralph also looked towards Beiju. His arms, which were crossed, gradually lowered. He wondered to himself, Kania Merchant Guild. Beiju walked towards them, saying in a cheerful voice, It's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, I didn't want to meet you in such a shabby place, but things didn't go as planned. Please forgive me. Our Kania Merchant Guild highly values your ability to successfully conquer the 100-man gate. So although it's a bit abrupt, please allow me to be direct, she said with a serious expression. We want to recruit your team. Of course you will go through a simple gate clearing test. We will pay 3 million mezzo up front, and when you pass the test, we will pay a signing bonus of 50 million. Ralph, hearing the number 50 million, unconsciously exclaimed, What? Beiju continued to ask, Do you want to join us? El Pum smiled non-committally. Beiju handed him 3 stacks of cash, then turned and left, leaving behind a sentence, The gate clearing will take place in 3 days. I wish you good luck. Debo immediately cheered up, smiling. He, what an unexpected windfall, boss. El Pum said as he threw the 3 stacks of cash towards Ralph. He cheerfully caught the money, his mouth watering, his eyes almost only seeing money, happy to the point of beaming. El Pum said with a serious expression, That's the amount you requested. The contract term is 10 years. After successfully clearing the gate, I'll give you an additional 7 million. Debo rolled his eyes, his mouth almost twisting to one side, raising both hands in the air as if wanting to grab something, his face extremely surprised, stammering, Huh? What? Wait a minute, boss. Did you eat something wrong today? You're planning to give this kind of person 10 million? El Pum indifferently said, Let's go. We're late for our next appointment. Debo was surprised. Huh? Still going to another place? After that were a series of hopeless calls from him. Hey boss. Boss. Debo suddenly saw Kiri in front of him. She crossed her arms, calmly looking at them. In a dark wooden room, the only light was from candles placed on a round wooden table. Kiri sat in a chair, crossing her legs, looking at the 3 of them. Debo, seeing her, immediately adopted a fighting stance. Pointing at Kiri, he said, Boss, why is this noisy girl here? Hearing him say that, she quickly retorted, Shut up. I'm just here to fulfill a promise. Outside, it was raining heavily. A foot stepped into a puddle of rainwater and walked on. It was raining heavily with thunder and lightning. Facing the 4 of them was a high mountain range. In the center was an entrance covered in a fiery orange color. Debo blurted out, This is indeed a beautiful day to clear this gate. There are 5 teams, a total of 50 people. This should be enough to clear it, right? Ralph, hearing this, clicked his tongue and complained, TCH, having to bring along these useless people again. Will the money I earn be reduced? At this moment, Beiju suddenly came out from the orange gate. She introduced herself, Hello, I'm Beiju from the Kania Merchant Guild. As everyone knows, this gate is orange rank. On the orange gate appeared the number 50. She continued, With a maximum of 50 people and 3 rifts, I believe that with this many people, conquering this gate will not be a problem. El Pum pondered, The artifacts, no, I also guessed that the Kania Merchant Guild would recruit me, but I didn't expect them to bring me here, so they've already started using this place. Although the timing is a bit different from my previous life, I have conquered this gate once before, my plan will not change. Beiju's voice continued to ring out, Please remember that all teams must fire a signal flare if a second gate is discovered. Hearing this, Debo felt confused. He asked, Second gate, what's that? Hearing him ask that, Kiri snorted disdainfully. Gates are divided into many levels based on their color. A second gate means there's another dungeon inside this gate. Gold has 2, and blue has 3, Kiri explained. Orange gates have 2 dungeons, so we'll have to clear another dungeon inside it. And the second gate will have completely different terrain and monsters. Remember that, you idiot, Debo exclaimed in surprise. What? Ralph mocked him. I didn't expect him to be so ignorant. I'm starting to worry now. Debo turned his head back to glare at him, shouting, "Shut up." Ralph still didn't stop. He continued to say, "You said your name is El Pum. Let me make one thing clear. Although I signed a contract with you, I haven't decided who will be the team leader yet. Shouldn't we choose a team leader based on ability?" El Pum smirked. He still didn't turn his head back, directly replying to him, "Ha, so you're the greedy type. All right then, we'll decide the team leader position based on contributions in this gate." Ralph, hearing him say that, secretly rejoiced in his heart. The smug look on his face couldn't be contained and was revealed. "Ha ha, this newbie fell for my trap. Once I become the team leader." He revealed a sly smile looking at the 3 people in front, continuing to daydream. "Then things will become very interesting." Ralph chuckled, his tone dripping with sinister intent. "Well, good luck with that." Everyone quickly gathered in front of the gate, preparing to enter, the atmosphere a mix of tension and excitement. Kiri spoke as she walked. "It's finally starting." Debo nodded, his eyes lighting up with excitement, quickly responding, "If we close this gate, that's 50 million mezzo, boss. Let's close this 3 rift gate right away." No sooner had Debo finished speaking than Ralph quickly chimed in mockingly, his voice drawn out with sarcasm. "Poolies, do you think we're here for a picnic? Guess we won't be seeing this naive newbie level 1 again." As soon as the words left his mouth, Debo's face darkened. He spun around to face Ralph, his eyes flashing with anger, loudly retorting, "What was that?" Ralph looked at Debo with disdain, nonchalantly picking at his ear, his voice full of irritation. "Ugh, seriously, I can't take it anymore. Go on in." "Why would I go in when the outcome is already clear? I don't do things that don't make money." Debo, hearing this, turned purple with rage, unwilling to back down. He raised his middle finger directly at Ralph's face, saying, "Why, you bastard? Seriously, why did the boss recruit that jerk onto the team anyway? He's ruining the whole atmosphere." Just as Debo finished speaking, the tense atmosphere between the two seemed about to explode. But at that moment, Debo suddenly stopped, uttering a surprised sound, his eyes showing confusion, as if he had just realized something unusual. As Debo turned his head, a spray of hot blood immediately splattered onto his face. Right before his eyes, someone had been wrapped around the neck by a monster's tail and died with eyes wide open. The surroundings descended into chaos as monsters rampaged. Another person was bitten in half by a monster, only able to scream in despair, "Help!" The horrific sound mixed with someone's shout trying to calm everyone down. "Everyone, focus, maintain formation. Splitting up is death." The words were like a fleeting breeze, sinking into the thick air reeking of blood and the eerie growls of monsters. The scene before their eyes was no different from hell on earth, where death was waiting to devour everything. At this time, someone else also frantically yelled out, delivering information that pushed everyone's despair to the peak. "Run! It's the Evil Eyes." Note for everyone, Evil Eyes are monsters living in Alinea, recognizable by a characteristic giant eye and moving with 2 arms. Back to the story, Debo was suddenly pounced on by an evil eye, knocking him completely to the ground. Debo tried to resist, his hands trembling as he tried his best to push the monster's disgusting mouth away from him, but his strength was no match for the monster. Its slimy, sticky tongue wrapped around, licking his face, making him feel nauseous. His voice trembling, he mumbled in despair, "What is this monstrous thing?" At this moment, the monster roared triumphantly, its distorted mouth stretching into a terrifying grin, slowly raising an arm, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Debo. In the moment of impending death, a powerful kick suddenly flew straight into the monster, sending it flying away and saving his life. A hint of relief flashed across his face. The monster took the hit head-on, flying far away, lying still and motionless. Ralph quickly adopted a defensive stance. His sharp eyes glanced at Debo, then took a deep breath. "Phew, calm down, damn it." Unbeknownst to him, Kiri had appeared beside him, her face tense, full of frustration, gritting her teeth and complaining, "Unbelievable. The gate opened right in the middle of a horde?" A swarm of evil eyes gathered, appearing in droves. They were like living nightmares, simultaneously roaring, the eerie sound echoing, making the atmosphere suffocating and cold. Their slimy tongues lolled out, writhing, their eyes burning with hunger, staring at the trembling meals moving before them, ready to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. A flame suddenly erupted, enveloping the space, creating a hot and violent sensation. It turned out this flame was created by El Pum, erupting around the staff he was holding. Then thousands of fire arrows shot out, piercing straight into the monster horde. Catching them off guard, he thought to himself, no, before, when I went in, the evil eyes didn't bring a whole horde to the gates opening. It's a different pattern from my previous life. At this time, Kiri also unleashed her move. She shouted loudly, "Up her son!" then delivered a slash straight at a monster grinning maniacally as it charged towards her. Despite its large size, it deftly dodged to the side, making her exclaim in surprise, "It dodged that?" Kiri unwillingly thought to herself, "Again." After a few sword strikes from her, the monster still evaded them. It chuckled smugly, spinning in the air. Her eyes sharpened, her eyebrows furrowed, showing her displeasure. She wondered, what kind of movement is this? I can't predict it at all. Unfortunately, a moment of carelessness and inattentiveness from her created an opening. The monster seized this opportunity to attack her, using its tail to whip straight into her stomach, causing her to cough up blood and fly far away. As Kiri was injured and fell, a swarm of evil eyes rushed to surround her, each one opening its wide, disgusting mouth, revealing sharp claws, intending to tear her apart on the spot. She panicked, biting her lip, struggling to get up and fight back. Just at this moment, an astonishing surge of power swept past her, tearing those monsters apart instantly, their bizarre purple blood splattering everywhere. She was startled, sitting up and looking around. Over here, Debo was also trying to use his staff to fend off the jaws of a monster. His hands trembled as if he was about to lose his grip. He helplessly yelled, "This is driving me crazy." At this moment, the figure with the astonishing power from just now was also approaching behind him. A punch landed directly on the monster's eye, causing its face to distort. He widened his eyes in astonishment, looking to see who had ultimately saved him. Before him was the back of a tall man, his body covered in monster markings as if they were badges of honor. He added another blow to the monster from just now. It shattered on the spot. His voice rang out steadily, making him stiffen. So the rookie team has lost 2 people, and one from the cool-headed team went in. It turned out to be Ralph. He raised a hand into a fist. Under his feet were scattered corpses of monsters, proudly saying, "Always dramatic, no need to thank me, just keep acting like this until we get out of here, so I can be the center of attention, hey hey." Kiri looked at him, thinking to herself, so that's the real skill of that man. I hate to admit it, but indeed, level 3 is different. At this moment, a fearless monster charged forward, its eyes flashing, its mouth wide open and drooling. But before it could even last 2 seconds, Ralph gifted it a straight punch to the face, the impact tearing its face apart piece by piece. He continued to move to where there were other monsters, attacking while assessing the situation. Maybe it moves in no pattern at all, but that's all there is to it. Now that those 2 rookies are out of the game, the only one left is, not finishing his thought, but his hand still skillfully punched a monster away, its eyes bulging, its teeth seemingly about to break. He continued to analyze Elpum and fire arrows, along with telekinesis, but he definitely has skills that caught the attention of the Kanya merchants. I don't know how the boss fights, but his attack speed is extremely faster than mine. Then that guy, thinking of this, a monster thought he had revealed an opening, quickly charging from behind. He didn't turn his head back, reaching out his hand to punch straight at the monster. Fortunately, the monster managed to dodge to the side. It grinned smugly. But it didn't know that this was just a feint to gain momentum to turn around and attack straight into its eye. Ralph's eyes gleamed, his tone assertive, definitely useful. A contract worth 50 million mezzo is a fortune that not everyone can easily obtain, and judging by the merchant guild's attitude towards him, perhaps they will give him even more in the future. His tone was full of conspiracy. Around him was filled with disgusting purple bloodstains from the monster's corpse. His eyes widened with greed. At this moment, in his eyes there was nothing but money. He roared excitedly, "I can see it now." Ralph knelt on a pile of gold coins and many precious treasures. He raised his fist, a savage smile calculating, "I can see myself swimming in mezzo after I take over this team." Kiri from afar turned her head to look at his battlefield, unhappily saying, "That monster, he's just enjoying all the fun in the world." He jumped up, continuing to raise his fist stained with monster blood, his eyes flashing with red light like a wild beast charging forward. He laughed gleefully, "Kiaha, this is too exciting." The monster gritted its teeth, widening its eyes. It wanted to dodge this attack, but its whole body stiffened, seemingly wrapped in Ralph's killing intent, with no way to escape. Suddenly, a long straight leg of someone delivered a kick right to his right side, causing him to scream in pain. Unable to dodge, he seemed unable to believe what was happening, hesitatingly thinking, "What the?" It turned out that the slender, straight leg belonged to El Pum. He kicked Ralph far away. He quickly regained his composure. flipped over, using his hands and feet to grip the ground and break, roaring loudly towards El Pum. Why did you sneak attack me? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? El Pum replied in a calm tone, no need to thank me. Ralph didn't understand what was happening, angrily shouting, what nonsense are you talking about? Before he could finish speaking, behind him, 3 black monsters charged quickly. He was shocked, unprepared to defend. At this moment tens of thousands of blue arrows flew in from above, piercing straight into the monsters, tearing them apart piece by piece. Ralph was thrown aside, collapsing to the ground. He quickly scrambled up, standing and shouting, what was that just now? Which bastard? Before he could finish speaking, the horrified screams of everyone around him drowned out his voice. Everyone was surrounded by nearly 50 red-eyed monsters, finding it difficult to escape. At this moment, a blue arrow had been knocked on a bow, ready to be fired. Not just one, but many arrows had been knocked on bows, pulled taut. The shooter wore a large cloak covering his face, only revealing a pair of red eyes. He moved while looking back, noticing a cluster of blue light, thinking to himself, over there? El Pum quickly moved into the midst of the monsters. They were also eager to pounce and tear apart the prey right before their eyes. Before he could do anything, a series of arrows just knocked by that person were launched. Arrows pierced straight into the heads, into the eyes, into the hands of the monsters, causing those parts to be severed from their bodies. His eyes flashed with a cold light. El Pum quickly moved, dodging the corpses of the monsters falling down, thinking to himself, he opened fire already? His eyes flashed with a startled light. It turned out that El Pum had unexpectedly fired a giant fire arrow that tore through the air, hurtling straight towards him, catching him off guard. A shocking explosion roared through the forest. Ralph frantically thought, he blocked the evil eye's attack and countered. What a genius idea and brave action. At this moment, Debo, who was also fighting a monster, turned to look. He suddenly yelled, boss, watch out. El Pum, hearing that, turned his head to look, thinking to himself, what? A barrage of arrows flew straight towards him, catching him off guard, only managing to exclaim inwardly, it's coming from the opposite direction. A blue explosion roared again, sending dust and stones flying everywhere. Kiri and Debo, stunned, turned their heads to look back. Debo desperately cried out, boss. The explosion disappeared. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The sleeve of his arm was torn to shreds, blood soaked through, dripping onto the ground. He was bewildered, his remaining hand tightly gripping the wound, thinking to himself, what is happening? I definitely hit him, didn't I? Besides, those sudden attacks appearing from behind. Immediately after seeing that he was still safe, Kiri shouted, El Pum, it's dangerous here. We have to run away immediately. Hearing that, Ralph was stunned. Looking up, run away? Tens of thousands of blue arrows rained down from the sky, aiming straight at the monster horde and the group of people below. He desperately said, where can we run to? Successive attacks hurtled towards them, and the adventurers in El Pum's group also cried out in panic, holy crap, run. Despite shouting loudly, it was he himself who took a blow straight to the heart, painfully coughing up blood. Not only that, but other adventurers were also inevitably injured. Using all her strength to fight, Kiri's hair flew wildly, but her attack power did not diminish at all. She knew that if they continued to flee without counterattacking, they would be destroyed sooner or later. She had used all her strength to buy time for everyone. She was angry because the adventurers were not leaving at all. What are you doing? If you want to live, hurry and run towards the forest. The monsters in front of them, widening their blood-red eyes, made the adventurers terrified. If we could, we would have run there long ago. They're lying in wait for us in the forest. How can we get past them? The evil eyes were already battered and bruised by Kiri's attacks, which were like flames easily incinerating monsters, aiming to protect the orange-haired adventurer who was screaming fiercely. A voice suddenly rang out after the smoke dissipated. A cloaked figure stood in the distance. Someone has opened a path. Still not seeing any help coming, Ralph hurriedly bid farewell to El Pum and rushed out of there. I'm going first. Having struggled in battle from just now, Kiri also took on the task of urging other adventurers, don't hesitate anymore, hurry up. Unbeknownst to her, the adventurers who were running like moths to a flame stopped to gain momentum to jump up. It turned out that the attacks were all concentrated in one spot, causing rocks and earth to explode and scatter to the side. Luckily they had run far from that place. Everyone was extremely panicked while fleeing. Debo, covered in mud, worriedly turned back to ask El Pum, boss, at this rate, we're all going to die. He was still busy fighting, resolutely unleashing attacks, without a hint of hesitation. Before the terrifying destruction behind them, El Pum finally caught up with him, gently reassuring, Debo, listen carefully. In the forest, there was not a single figure, not knowing who exactly was hidden behind the smoke. Before anything else, he had already found his location, it seems. Niruba was always vigilant in every situation, able to fire many arrows at once. My worry about Lord Evoke is not unfounded. A figure hurriedly flashed past this place. Nearby, certain the person holding the glaive and wearing a black cloak was him. You're El Poom, right? Sorry, and goodbye. Many attacks headed towards El Poom, not knowing if it was because his skills were weak or not, but he easily glided past them skillfully. Unable to believe his eyes anymore, Nier continuously wondered in his head, TCH, how can a mage be so fast? Nothing could escape his notice, hiding behind a tree trunk and thinking, then realizing, wait, 6 people? 1 person is missing. The one using the glaive. Just as Nier jumped out of that spot to draw his bow and shoot, not noticing the enormous energy radiating from behind. By the time he realized something was wrong, he was startled to turn his head back, but the attack had already reached the nape of his neck. The golden ring on the adventurer's hand was the origin of this move. After so much hardship being relentlessly pursued by him, El Poom felt so relieved. This time he had witnessed the attack hitting him with his own eyes. So who exactly had impersonated El Poom? While he was fighting Nier, no one was more suitable than Debo, having braked in time to praise him. Well done. Indeed, you're smart. Don't get cocky yet. It seems the plan of disguising each other has succeeded. It's all thanks to the great Debo for stalling. But before he could be happy for a few seconds, Nier's attack pierced through him in a flash. Time stop. Seeing him about to collapse to the ground, Kiri on the other side called out worriedly, Debo. El Poom was also stunned for a moment, unable to believe that this would happen before his eyes. He would never stop until he could eliminate El Poom. Another arrow was heading straight for El Poom. Nier alone could cause adventurers trouble. Everyone was trying to escape from here as quickly as possible. No way. There was screaming, but it was insignificant. An adventurer raised his hand to save someone, but it was too late. Save? She quickly ran over to support Debo. Nier's rain of attacks could not stop Kiri. Damn it, run faster. Luck was not on her side, when an attack pierced through her leg, causing Kiri immense pain. Finally, she and Debo fell face down to the ground. Both were injured, making it very difficult to move. The attack showed no sympathy for this, still being launched continuously. In that situation, Kiri was a bit scared, helpless because she could not do anything but watch. But before the attacks hit the ground, Ralph had Kip Time picked both of them up. Focus. Having gained no benefits, he still had to carry 2 people with him while escaping. I don't even have kids yet, but I already have to take care of children like an old father. So annoying. Debo and Kiri now realized. Ralph? Of course, Nier would not let them escape into this forest easily. Wherever you want to run, you will not escape my sight. Continuing to use the same attacks, he was determined not to let the adventurers go. Not understanding what had caused Nier to focus his attention, it was dashing like an arrow towards the front. Ralph couldn't help but wonder because there was no path to run ahead. What exactly are we running in this direction for? He firmly believed in El Poom's words to him. I don't know either, just shut up and do as the boss says. Ralph had to quickly shut Debo up to conserve strength. You're about to die. Yet you still dare to act like this. He carried Debo and Kiri through many bushes. Even though tired, he could not stop to rest. Until he, Kiri, and Ralph could not help but be surprised by the strange scene. Their eyes and mouths had turned into the letter O without them realizing. He froze stiff, not daring to believe this was real. Second gate, no way, could it be, that bastard El Poom already knew its location? A smile returned to Ralph's lips, despite many drops of sweat falling. Never mind, thanks to him, we will all survive. We are about 100 meters away from the enemy. At this distance, we can reach the gate faster than his arrows. Debo turned to ask when he saw Ralph hugging him tightly. Wait, don't tell me you're planning to go through the second gate, without waiting for the boss, are you? He ignored everything, having a different thought. Isn't that what he intended when leading us here? While they were arguing, an attack suddenly came again. Ralph yelled at him, stop struggling, we'll go into the gate first, and while waiting for that bastard. This attack seemed to concentrate all of Nier's power into one decisive blow, so the destructive power was enormous. Debo was already injured, now even more bruised all over. Finally able to feel the pain. He had not yet recovered from the shock just now, still dizzy as he stood up. Huh? What just happened? Why did that attack come from the front? Could it be that in such a short time he has already circled around to our front? The storm had just passed when waves came crashing in. Ralph unexpectedly took an attack straight to his chest. Strangely, El Poom's glaive unexpectedly came flying from somewhere with terrifying power. While he was flustered, it Kip Time shattered the attack. Debo recognized the treasure in his hand, so quickly grabbed it, the glaive, that the boss brought with him. Kiri, Ralph was doubting life. Debo still believed in El Pum. I knew he would save us. The harsh truth was that Debo could not endure any longer. The wound made his face pale. Ah, damn it. Before he could react, Debo quickly used the glaive to strike a blow to his back, startling Ralph. All three of them successfully entered the second gate, before the tree branches closed again. The golden light was gradually receding, like throwing something far away. Everything returned to normal. There was no one in front of the gate. This made Nier unable to help but wonder and show it on his face. That crazy bastard. The speed of something moving was like a gust of wind, making even the leaves fly high. With a powerful attack, Evil Eyes could be dealt with in a flash. The monster immediately fell to the ground, but was not completely annihilated yet. Nier also had to deal with it in order to move to other places in the forest. TCH, Evil Eyes again? Why isn't it moving? Is it planning to hide and stall for time to find me? However, his ultimate goal was still to eliminate El Pum. You fool, fine, I'll indulge you. Try struggling, El Pum. The 13th anniversary of my being taken in by Lord Avuk. Among 300 assassins, the final 5 will slaughter each other to choose the survivor. The massacre lasted for 7 days. No one could find me until death, and Lord Avuk bestowed upon me the title of Black Shadow. His eyes showed that something had just flashed by here. With a habit of sitting on tree branches and aiming at targets to shoot arrows, Nier almost killed the evil eye. Life is not always a dream. He frowned at his carelessness. Missed again? Quickly leaning against a tree to hide, Nier detected another power also attacking the evil eye. With rich experience in jumping on trees to leave, he seized the opportunity when he saw the energy just now. Not bad. Landing safely on another tree, Nier still maintained his composure. His intelligence was not to be trifled with, immediately using a move to eliminate the enemy. You should think about the fact that that attack will reveal your location. What surprised him when he poured force through the tree trunk was an empty space. Knowing that he had never failed in sensing other energies, Nier doubted his senses. What? Unexpectedly, that power attacked Nier, making him panicked after being confused. This guy, could it be he used telekinesis to hide his location? Playing petty tricks? That move did not affect him much, because Nier's knees had touched the ground. His movement speed was extremely fast, like a ghost in broad daylight. TCH. The other source of power was not inferior at all, still persistently winding around the trees. Without hesitating for another moment, Nier continued to fire many blue arrows. Not at all like his determination, the moves were shattered as soon as they touched the giant energy. One shot was not enough. Nier turned to blame the circumstances. This visibility. When he was having a headache with the giant power in front of him, he did not notice the attack from behind. Things still did not stop there. Nier Kip Time countered as soon as he turned his head. Die, damn it. That source of energy was like a flame engulfing everything, obscuring even him. Due to being passive because of underestimating others, Nier had to receive the bitter result of falling to the ground. Now it was a tie. His face was also covered in mud, angry because he knew clearly it was him. El Pum. Look at this bastard. Nier clenched his fist, trembling because he could not stand up as before. Not giving up easily because of that, he felt this battle was quite stimulating. Good, you're interesting. Not knowing what Nier was preparing to transform into, his eyes were now all white. The forest returned to normal. Sunlight pierced through the leaves and the wind blew gently. El Pum's ears were very sharp, able to sense from afar, silence. But that made him worried. Because of Nier's abnormality. Really planning to hide? Annoying. Can't sense any aura. It's like he doesn't exist. Holding the glaive in his hand, he continuously thought about everything that had happened. Before regressing, this gate didn't have such a strong person. Then it must be an assassin sent by Kania. Indeed, my entering the 100-man gate has changed the future. Knowing that he was extremely persistent, if he could not eliminate him, he would not leave halfway. Come out, El Pum. Realizing danger was coming, El Pum had a very clear sense of his location, over there. Nier was frantically pursuing him because he had wasted too much time fighting the evil eyes. Anyway, don't waste each other's time anymore. Hiding like a coward is useless. Seeing that there was no effective way, Nier had to use a provocative tactic. Rumor has it you're a daredevil, not knowing fear, or just a mediocre coward. Is it him? El Pum quickly rushed forward, wondering about his mysterious whereabouts. What's going on? No way he could move through this distance without revealing any aura. Could it be teleportation? He hid behind a nearby tree to observe Nier. If so, then quiver flow. That helped him clearly sense El Pum's location in the forest. Found you. A series of Nier's moves were preparing to attack El Pum from behind. Space suddenly became freezing cold with a scene of snow covering the mountains. A yellow light appeared at the second gate, not knowing what it brought. It turned out to be Kiri, Debo, and Ralph being teleported here. without any preparation. He couldn't help but be angry, his whole body trembling. Damn it, those bastards left us with this boss. Then, Ralph sighed wearily, who sent you? Why are you attacking me? Debo propped one hand on the ground, his rage showing no signs of abating. Damn it, what can I do alone? He has his reasons for doing that, definitely. Quickly falling into fear, when his hand accidentally touched a skeleton. Huh? Debo was shocked, not daring to open his eyes to look. Wow, what the hell is this? Clearly it's a 3-rift gate. Why are there mountains of corpses? With this amount, not 3 groups but 100 groups entering here would also be. After linking the events, Kiri once again confirmed. Damn it, those Kanya bastards, now I understand, it's all deception. The symbol of 2 snakes entwined together with her thoughts, the sudden offer to join, they've been playing us from floor 1, and the number about to die doesn't match the number of rifts here. Don't you understand about that? Kanya is a subordinate of the Black Mage. Hard to believe that was true. Debo was surprised. Kanya? Kiri boldly affirmed her thoughts were correct. Surely they've lured adventurers here from before, plus sending assassins. El Pum's words about the trap here are true. He often interrupted other people's conversations with a humorous sentence. Subordinates? Nice story, but sorry, maybe now is not the time to chat. Huh? Not knowing what Ralph meant, but Kiri and Debo's faces were not good. The host seems to be very angry. Just arriving, they were warmly welcomed. The giant monster scared her so much that she dared not stand up. Kiri had not yet recovered her strength. Feeling worried, what the hell is this? Is this the boss monster here? Not understanding what he was thinking, but smiling brightly like a flower, Ralph tightly gripped his necklace. It's over. Now it's definitely going to be troublesome. Hey, you guys should feel lucky. Still thinking that this was a rare opportunity, confident when his necklace radiated power. Not everyone can encounter this boss. If you had to use one word to describe the person, Ralph, then it would be. Ibaru commented from what he knew about him. Bastard. The adventurer with 2 braids also gave some not so nice words. Trash. Jaber agreed with the two, also providing the greedy personality, money grubber, and trash. But if to describe the adventurer, Ralph then. The bald man with a set of 963 teeth did not know Ralph's true strength. He's useful, ignoring everything else. Just his real strength is already worth looking forward to. That guy, maybe he is. Gritting his teeth to be able to use energy, he's not just for show. The strongest healer here. Heal. Immediately, surrounding Kiri and Debo was the blue light of healing, making the two surprised. He could clearly feel, when the healing power was effective, the wound disappeared instantly. Witnessing everything, Debo affirmed Ralph, this man is not a swordsman but a healer? Kiri was extremely confused, recalling the scene of him fighting the evil eyes. So he doesn't have combat skills? Ralph was originally a money grubber and stingy. Healing them was for a reason. If you fully recovered, then prepare yourselves, there's no such thing as free. The monsters at this gate looked very ferocious. He knew its danger level. Looks like the boss is about to make a move. The hot-tempered boss wanted to grab him when Ralph hurriedly ran away. He always leaves first. Everyone, show your strength. Debo was annoyed but helpless. What, this guy? Luckily, he and Kiri Kip time flew out before the earth-shattering punch of the boss landed. He almost got blown away from there, if he hadn't grabbed onto the cliff. Damn it, this lunatic, how dare he? Not yet over the storm just now. The monster's mouth was already wide open as if wanting to swallow the entire cliff and the two of them inside. It actually gnawed on the large rock, resolutely biting hard without any concern for its teeth. In the meantime, Debo had quickly grabbed onto the boss's tusk, making it jump in fright. Not able to hesitate for another second, he kicked off the tusk to gain momentum and strike a blow to the monster's face. What are you looking at? Combined with Kiri's energy-filled attack, making the boss roar in pain. The glaive was still stuck in its mouth. At the same time the boss was trying to use its giant hand to catch Debo. Luckily for him, just as he escaped danger, she unleashed a surprise move, making it shed blue tears. Not understanding why Ralph returned to the boss's place, while he had just escaped from here. It was angry, so it retaliated extremely fiercely when he charged over, small stones flying randomly in the air. Increasingly bloodthirsty, the boss concentrated its strength to deliver a strong punch, but Ralph's speed was no less fast. The strength of this monster was not to be trifled with. He continuously flew from side to side to dodge the blows. Difficult. Really difficult. Kiri did not have enough strength. Ralph quickly used healing power. Heal. Looking briefly, Debo also knew how smart he was. Different. Not only standing behind to heal, but also taking on the role of vanguard. Moreover, the timing of healing. Not healing at any time, but only healing when teammates can no longer fight to save mana. He repeatedly talked about helping the two of them recover their stamina. Forgot to mention this, the first time is free. Opening the book full of power, Ralph was confident in his inherent talent. From now on it's charged, blessing. Kiri was stunned by the energy. This is power surging in my body. Ralph's advertisement had inflated prices too much. 100 mezzo per time, she and Debo said in unison. No thanks. The monster lay sprawled on the ground after being thoroughly pulverized, the battle causing dust to fly everywhere. Some people vaguely stood amidst the dust. They breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, here. Kiri slumped onto the ground, panting, cursing. Damn it, it's so strong. Ralph chuckled smugly, twirling his wrist as if showing off. Just average. Time to divide the spoils, huh? The monster seemed unwilling to accept defeat, angrily baring its fangs and roaring. The smell emanating from the monster's mouth made Debo uncomfortable. He irritably retorted, too smelly, shut your mouth, let you rest in peace, soon. The rest of his words were not even finished when the situation changed. The monster swung its arm and slammed it into the ground. The lost arm was replaced by ice, so its momentum also returned, roaring madly. Debo felt uneasy, he guessed. Could it be, not only the arm, but ice also spread into its empty eye sockets? Finally, the lost parts of the monster were completely replaced by ice. It seemed to be healed again, proudly rising up, ready to fight. On another front, El Pum was running at full speed. He nimbly dodged the dangerous attacks from his opponent. After a frantic run, Pum observed his surroundings and discovered, something's wrong. I can't find his firing position. A level 3 archer could use teleporting arrows, but teleporting arrows would only bring the user back to a certain point in time. That is, there is only one point to return to. To move like he is currently with it is impossible. Aaron was frantically attacking. Seeing him run away like that, he chuckled triumphantly, taunting, told you it's useless, you're too slow. I'm about to fall asleep. Even while running, Pum drew a magic circle to create a fire attack behind him. Due to lack of observation and agility of the enemy, the attack went astray. This made Nier even more gleeful, he said, aiming where? If you keep wasting skills like that, you'll run out of mana, you know. As soon as the words rang out, his body convulsed. Blood gushed from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Nier quickly stepped through several tree trunks, bow in hand, charging over. He had another guess about Pum's continuous attacks. You must be trying to distract me with skill so you can run through the second gate, Nier sneered. Impossible. Pum ran and panted, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I can't just rely on stamina against an enemy whose location I can't pinpoint. If this keeps up, it's all over, before something like that happens. His thoughts were not even finished when an arrow shot past him and exploded. Pum was blown away, falling to the ground. Suddenly he took out from his pocket a small glass bottle containing a blue liquid. When in the distance, the blue light of the bow flashed again. Pum thought to himself, I don't have time to consider carefully. It's come to this. Might as well gamble. Just thinking so. He hurriedly drained the bottle of medicine into his mouth. After that, Pum unleashed a move, Fireball. This time his attack was definitely more solid and powerful than before, to the point of being able to block Nier's arrows. The fireball then hurled towards him, but Nier Kip Time jumped up above to dodge, still mocking Pum, too foolish. He landed, gaining momentum on a tree trunk, but nearby was shocked when his eyes caught something. It turned out to be fire arrows whizzing towards him. Nearby was both surprised and confused. What? 6 at once? Looking at Pum's swinging attacks, Nier thought, is he using the strongest skill a level 3 can summon while mana shocked? Wanting to sacrifice himself? Pum's eyes were frantic along with the appearance of cracks on his face. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain. Seeing him like that, Nier had a different plan. If your secret is the same as what I'm thinking, then even if I have to push myself to the limit, I must drag you out. Fire arrows crowded each other flying wildly. Seeing this, Nier chuckled. He's shooting them out without even knowing where I am. This bastard, he's gone mad. An unusually large fireball shot out. It destroyed everything in its path. Then came the tree trunk where Nier was standing. He was also very quick to launch himself elsewhere to dodge. Pum became even more frantic. He cursed inwardly. Not yet, not over yet. The moves launched were dense, increasingly powerful. Continuously releasing power had pushed him to his limit. Blood once again seeped through Pum's teeth and gushed out, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. I must stand firm, must hold on to the end. Nier saw him just attacking wildly like that. So disdainful. You fool, do you think hitting like that will hit me? Your fate is sealed. You will die from mana shock. While feeling the pain as his body shattered, Pum vomited a large mouthful of blood. Perhaps because he had used a large amount of energy, it created another fierce attack. After this move, he seemed to have reached his limit, his eyes listless, about to faint. Pum's hand trembled as he cast magic. A finishing blow was launched, carrying the mark. Nier again used the old way. He jumped out of the old spot to dodge the blow. But before long, he was startled to realize, wherever he flew was fire, all around him was fire blazing fiercely. Nier realized, this whole place is catching fire. That bastard, from the beginning this was his goal? Dangerous. At this rate I'll be burned alive. Suddenly he saw a life-saving straw. An empty space. Must run there. As if discovering something, Nier doubted. Wait, empty right in front of me? At this timing, it's suspicious. He kicked off a tree trunk, flying back. Nearby was horrified, seemingly immediately changing his mind and shouting, "No! I have to go back. This is a trap." Flying back, Nier suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, frantically asking, "You! What are you doing?" A powerful punch swung over. Nier, not kept time to defend, was shocked. He took the full force of that punch, flying far away, screaming loudly. Seeing himself lose face, he angrily cursed, "Damn it," then immediately drew his bow and turned to counterattack. But before he could do anything, the tree branch Nier was standing on was shattered into pieces. He followed it and fell straight down, screaming in shock. At this moment, Pum burst out of the fire, charging over. He swung the staff in his hand, attacking, like collecting items while counting numbers, 1 down. In a flash, the speed was so fast that only afterimages remained. Pum swooped, in an instant appearing before the black shadow. With eyes bloodshot as if reaching his limit, he raised the weapon in his hand. This move! He breathed heavily, hurriedly raising his bow to dodge the attack. One end of the bow plunged heavily into the ground, pieces of earth and rock flying everywhere. Just as Pum's weapon swept over, the black shadow Kip Time braced the bow and jumped to the side to dodge the attack. His golden eyes flashed. The black shadow dodged to the side, taking advantage of Pum's unpreparedness, quickly raising his foot to kick straight into the shaft of his spear. The kick did not stop but continued to fly straight towards Pum's head, but he leaned back to avoid the blow. Pum's pupils turned red, his irises filled with blood vessels. A solemn thought flashed through his mind. I don't have much time, must finish quickly. The spear seized the opportunity to strike hard at the head of the bow resting on the ground. The support that held the black shadow's entire body was knocked away. The feeling of losing balance made him cry out. In just a brief moment of inattention, Pum did not hesitate to seize the opportunity to attack straight at the enemy. The black shadow was immediately blown away a distance. The bow also flew to another side. Pum did not stop but continued to raise his weapon, into a stance preparing to launch the next blow, his face like a beast about to lose control. The mask covering the black shadow's face was torn after the attack, revealing fierce scars on both sides of his mouth. He gritted his teeth, no longer having the strength to resist. At the critical moment, a hand waved once. Dense blue rays of light shot straight towards the position where Pum was standing. He immediately jumped to the other side to dodge the blow. Another person appeared, landing behind Pum. A loud voice roared, causing him to turn his head to look. "Get up, Nier." The newcomer was also a black shadow. He pulled his bowstring taut, loudly saying to his younger brother, he doesn't have time to recover mana for attacks anymore. End this battle. Just as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. The black shadow realized there was a similar power enveloping a dagger shooting towards him from right behind him. Quick as lightning, the black shadow dodged the incoming shot. He looked at the thing that had just attacked him, thinking to himself, a dagger. On the other side, Pum clenched his fist tightly. A surge of power enveloped his hand. Pum controlled the dagger to chase after the black shadow. He can use telekinesis with just that little mana left. While fleeing, he reached into his inner pocket hidden in his chest. Quickly pulling out another dagger, the black shadow raised his weapon high, suddenly appearing very close to Pum, preparing to attack him. Pum immediately bent down to dodge the blow, then raised his spear to block. The dagger kept slashing relentlessly. Arrows aimed at Pum. In the chaotic scene, a dagger skillfully weaved through, dodging them, rushing straight in the opposite direction. However, the black shadow used an arrow to shoot down that dagger, causing it to fly off course to the side. He pulled the bowstring taut. This petty trick is enough. Suddenly, a pile of stones flew over, attacking him. Unprepared, he could not dodge in time. Pum again rushed straight forward. Opposite him was Nier, also raising the dagger in his hand to fight back. Pum used the spear to continuously attack. He used the dagger to block every blow, inwardly extremely confused. Why is a mage like him so good at close combat? A moment of inattention was enough to pay the price. Pum thrust a knee into Nier's side, causing him to scream miserably. He used mana to attack from a distance while also fighting in close combat. His body was about to overload. I can't reveal an opening. Under the control of mana, the dagger dropped on the ground, flew up again. The black shadow and the dagger chased, dodging each other on the battlefield, neither willing to yield. On the close combat side, Pum had struck the hand holding Nir's dagger. He screamed in pain. The weapon slipped out of his hand. Seizing this opportunity, Pum raised his spear high. A blazing red flame erupted. He intended to send Nir to hell. But at this moment, an arrow pierced through his bicep, blood splattering everywhere. Nir immediately grinned. Excellent. Seeing someone in trouble adding fuel to the fire, he immediately kicked Pum. The spear also flew to another side. You're the best. His weapon fell to the ground. While Nir had regained his dagger, he seized the opportunity to slash over. Blood again splattered profusely. Nir attacked continuously non-stop, his mouth still not resting. What can you do with just one left arm, huh? But with just one left arm, Pum blocked all of his attacks, the movements so fast that only afterimages remained. Laughing at someone today, tomorrow someone will laugh at you. Pum's left hand rushed straight towards Nir, causing him to be terrified, dropping his dagger. Damn it. He quickly grabbed his wrist. Got you? Pum's hand tightly gripped Nir's wrist. He screamed in pain. Struggling to break free, Nir yelled, "Let me go, you bastard. Do you want to be pierced a few more holes in your body, huh?" The words were like a fleeting breeze. No one bothered to respond. The golden ring on Pum's hand glowed. He appeared behind Nir. A giant fireball also materialized. Nir could not break free from that overbearing hand, only able to shout loudly, "You crazy bastard. Wait a minute." The older brother standing to the side also anxiously shouted loudly, "No, watch out." A large explosion erupted, the flames swallowing the figures of the two and his shout, "Nir." In the hot fire and black smoke, a person was blown out. Nearby was slammed hard into a tree. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Nir slumped to the ground, surrounded by blazing flames. He again coughed up blood, pain spreading throughout his body. "I can't breathe." Nir wiped blood from his mouth, trying to support his body. With this condition. On the other side, not knowing what the other black shadow saw, his face was full of shock. What is that? Before him, a giant mana barrier covered the entire area where the explosion occurred. Nir pulled his shirt up to cover his nose and mouth to avoid inhaling smoke, thinking to himself, "Damn it, where's my brother?" He ran through the flickering flames around. Suddenly, Pum appeared on a tree trunk right above his head. He used an arrow as a weapon, frantically stabbing straight down. Nir tore off his shirt and threw it out, frantically shouting, "You damn persistent bastard." Taking advantage of the shirt blocking Pum's vision, he used his dagger to attack him. Die. Fresh red blood splattered around. The black shadow was still shocked. Observing the mana cage surrounding the explosion, "It's starting to dissipate," he immediately said, "It's breaking." Without hesitation, he quickly rushed through the flames, inwardly worried. What happened? Could it be? Not knowing what he had seen, his blue eyes widened in shock. Seeing his younger brother rolling on the ground unable to get up, surrounded by blood, far away there was another figure lying. The black shadow anxiously called out, "Nir." He hurriedly went to support his younger brother. "Hang in there, Nir." Large flames were still raging around. He supported his younger brother up, quickly saying, "No, now is not the time. We've wasted too much time. Must get the phoenix feather." And suddenly, he noticed the person lying on the other side, Pum's clothes with white hair. Realizing something was wrong, the black shadow shockingly called out, "Nir?" But at that moment, Pum had raised the dagger and stabbed straight over. One slash, blood splattering everywhere. The dagger, stained with blood, fell to the ground after the fierce battle. Pum looked up, gently exhaling a breath. He also collapsed exhausted straight to the ground. The battle ended. In his head only thoughts remained. "I'm sick of these bow users." On the other side, in the freezing snowy mountains, the boulder suddenly cracked and split in two. A huge monster lunged straight forward, attacking someone, sending him crashing to the ground with a painful scream. Green crystals burst forth, shattering the rock, and debris flew everywhere. The monster punched again at him, and he was sent flying to the side. Debo was breathless, clenching his fists in anger until they trembled. The ice monster was right behind him now. It roared loudly, a devastating punch poised to knock Debo out in an instant. Suddenly, it whipped its head around, glancing behind. Someone had appeared in the air, preparing to ambush it. The monster roared again, swinging its arm at him. However, Ralph had no intention of dodging. He punched straight at it, laughing loudly and yelling, "Too slow." A power-infused punch slammed directly into the monster's face. It didn't even flinch. This startled Ralph. "What? How is it so hard?" Just as he was about to react, the monster grabbed him with its hand and pressed him against its head. It intended to crush Ralph on the spot. He tried to resist but couldn't. Damn it! In that critical moment, Kiri sliced through its hand, saving his life. Sun slash. She reached out her hand to Ralph, not forgetting to clarify in her haste, With this, I've repaid you once, okay? The monster, hurt, roared loudly. Kiri seized the opportunity and quickly dragged Ralph away. They hadn't run far when a giant boulder slammed down right behind them. If that had hit, they would have been pulverized. The monster was the culprit who threw that boulder. At this moment, it still slowly held the throwing pose. It took a running start and leaped into the air. The monster roared like mad, raising both hands high. It slammed both hands heavily onto the ground. Immediately, the ground shook, and debris flew everywhere. Within the still lingering smoke, a green light flashed. Heal. Immediately after, Kiri, Debo, and Ralph, healed, burst out of the smokescreen. While charging forward, Debo turned his head back and said, "Hey, have you figured out a way to deal with this guy yet? If we keep going like this..." Before he could finish, he hastily shouted a warning. "Behind you," a horrifying voice replied. Before anyone could react, the monster's massive hand rushed right in front of their eyes. "What? Behind where?" Everyone immediately scattered in different directions. Debo yelled loudly, "This guy is huge. Be specific." Ralph retorted loudly, "Shut up and try to distract it quickly." He looked at the sword stuck firmly in the ice, trying to speak loud enough for everyone to hear, "So I can get as close as possible to its weakness." A fist several times larger than Debo's body rushed at him, but he resolutely raised his weapon to block the blow. He trembled, struggling to defend himself. "Now! Hurry!" Meanwhile, Kiri and Ralph had rushed towards that sword, which was also behind the monster. But before they could get close, the monster suddenly swung its arm, and she and he immediately retreated to dodge. Seeing their plan exposed, Debo gritted his teeth and ran up its arm. "Damn it! It noticed? Turns out it's not just a big dumb brute after all." The monster swung its arm again, and the others fell off its arm. The monster punched straight down, aiming to slam into the snowy surface. Hand followed by foot. Just as Debo couldn't get up yet, the monster's foot was poised to crush him into paper. Kiri anxiously yelled, "Ralph, heal him quickly." But it was too late. The monster stomped its foot down heavily. The ground shook and snow flew everywhere. Kiri turned to look at Ralph, who wasn't healing but acting carelessly behind her. "Debo, you guys just won't die. The monster is about to charge again." Kiri got into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Ralph said loudly to her, "I only have 4 heals left. You should try your best to dodge." The monster ran straight towards them. "I'll try to find an opening, so scatter." With each step it took, the white snow shook and flew up. The monster roared, attacking frantically. Kiri was knocked flying by it. Ralph dodged, using heal while angrily scolding, "Damn it, I told you to dodge. What are you doing? Heal." Even though she was healed, Kiri still fell to the ground, unresponsive. He thought irritably, did she faint? What a waste of a heal. At this point, out of the 3, only Ralph was left playing cat and mouse with the monster. On the other side, in a crater dented by physical impact, someone was lying sprawled in the middle. It was none other than Debo, who had lost consciousness. Memories from the past suddenly flooded back. He asked the person facing him, puzzled, "Enhance the magic circle?" El Pum and Debo sat facing each other. He held a hot cup of tea and calmly replied, "Yes, you have enough experience to reach the second magic circle. So it would be better if you enhance your magic circle in the future." Debo, still not quite understanding, asked further, "Is that something I can do if I want to?" Pum replied, "Enlightenment depends on your way of thinking." Debo asked him again, "Enlightenment? What is that? You have to teach me that." He took a sip of tea and slowly answered, "Well, it's different for everyone. Even if I share my experience with you now, it'll be useless." Debo sighed heavily. "So what do you want me to do?" Pum put his teacup on the table. "You just need to find what suits you. It could be your understanding of mana, your pursuit of knowledge." Following Pum's explanation, his heart thumped once in his chest, or an unforgettable memory. Back to the present. While chasing the last person, suddenly, a massive snow explosion erupted with a deafening roar, drawing the monster's attention. It turned its head around in surprise. A demon had just awakened, its bullet-like eyes staring straight at it. Debo, who should have been heavily injured, charged straight at the monster. In response, it swung its arm at him. Debo slashed out with his sword, unleashing a blindingly bright, flame-like blade, severing the monster's arm. Ralph's jaw dropped open. He thought to himself, he cut through that monster with its thick layer of ice in just one blow? What happened to him? At Debo's wrists, 2 beams of light flashed and glowed. He was like a wild beast out of control, only knowing to charge and attack the enemy. Ralph exclaimed in astonishment, "That kid enhanced his magic circle already?" Another sword strike attacked the monster's face. This time, it caused damage. Debo didn't stop but leaped behind it. His target was the sword stuck in its back, the monster's weakness. A blow slammed down, driving the sword straight into the core, attacking the monster's core. It threw its head back, its massive body collapsing backward. Debo couldn't escape in time and was pinned underneath it. He had to struggle to lift its body so the sharp ice spikes wouldn't pierce him. Ralph intervened in time to help. He attacked, drawing the monster's attention. "Good job, kid." He didn't forget to use heal and yelled loudly, wanting to help Debo regain consciousness. "Get up quickly, heal." He immediately continued attacking the monster. This time it was injured, roaring in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Debo charged forward to attack. But the monster counterattacked, and he was hit when he wasn't prepared. Fresh blood continued to gush, covering Debo's face. Reaching his limit, Ralph used heal again. Heal. Just after using the skill, he was caught by the monster's stone hand. Ralph spat out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't panicked at all and even laughed at it, looking at it. "You stupid bastard. You're worried about me at a time like this?" Ralph didn't spare mana, healing Debo, who was seizing the opportunity to attack the monster. Heal. The monster, caught off guard, turned its head back in surprise, only to see Debo continuing to attack, not paying any attention to anything else. He struck hard again at its weakness. This time, the sword shattered the monster's core. The ice monster roared tragically. Debo, with a killer look, swung his blade and rushed towards it. Just as he was about to strike, a strong tremor suddenly occurred, making Debo lose his footing. The ice monster moved and forcefully flung Debo down. The force was so strong that it dug a deep hole below. He suddenly woke up, his eyes wide with shock. Debo, back to his original state, climbed back onto the snow. Puzzled, "What is this?" He looked to the side and saw Ralph unconscious, lying in the snow. "Ralph? What's going on?" The monster roared loudly and abruptly turned towards them. Suddenly, the ice connecting its arm shattered. The monster's arm fell off. It opened its eyes wide in panic, not understanding what was happening. The ice monster lost its balance and slowly toppled forward. Following that, a series of ice fragments fell off one after another. Finally, the ice connecting its leg to its foot broke and shattered. All of its ice body parts broke apart. The monster, unable to move, collapsed to the ground. It trembled, whimpering and looking up. Debo, from a distance, witnessed the whole scene of the monster slowly breaking apart. After a long while, Kiri finally groggily woke up. Debo had dragged them both into a cave and started a campfire. "Oh, you're finally awake." She struggled to sit up and asked in surprise, "You're still alive? What happened to that monster?" He slowly said, "Well, you can see for yourself, can't you? What do you think is covering you?" The two chatted animatedly. Debo said, slightly disappointed and bored, "I was so hungry that I tried eating that monkey meat, but it didn't work. Its meat is too tough and hard." Kiri was speechless with him. "You're really something, aren't you? So you've been waiting for us to wake up this whole time?" He said helplessly, "Well, yeah, but I didn't see the portal to get out, so I didn't have any other choice." Beside them, Ralph, injured and uncomfortable, breathed heavily. Debo, considering the current situation, added, "Besides, with the weather now, I think it wouldn't hurt to rest a bit, and his condition isn't too good either. Once the blizzard subsides, I plan to go outside and scout." In the warm space with the blazing fire, he brought a sense of reassurance. "You should rest a little longer. I'll go out." Outside, the blizzard still hadn't stopped, and the wind was blowing harder and harder, howling. Debo left the cave. He was walking on thick layers of snow in gloomy, windy weather. His body was covered in layers of wounds. Debo shielded his face and moved forward. Before him were mountains covered in snow, with no living creatures in sight. It's already dark. And what about Big Bro? Damn it, I can't think straight. Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind him. An ice monster, almost lizard-like in shape, appeared, roaring and sticking out its tongue. "Just as expected," Debo said. "TCH, I knew something would happen." It chased after him. He held his blade, glancing at them while speeding up his run. "Phew! I keep getting blocked by these ugly monsters." After a long time, he arrived back at the cave entrance. Now, Kiri had just woken up. You're back? Did you find an exit?" Debo arrived at the same time, slightly disheveled and battered. She asked in surprise. "Huh? Why do you look so beat up?" Debo looked at her and scratched his head. "Hey, I ran into some obstacles on the way." Kiri's eyes widened in surprise. "What? There are still monsters outside? That's too dangerous. Let me go with you." He turned back into the cave and sat down opposite her. "Someone has to stay behind to take care of this half-baked tough guy, right? After all, we're still teammates." She remained determined. "No, I'm going with you. I can't let you shoulder this alone." Debo turned away, cutting her off. "Shut up, will you? It's best if only one person goes. Also to avoid scouting the same place twice," he concluded, advising her, Don't waste your energy anymore. Just rest up more. Kiri glared at him, her face dark. She stared at Debo, who turned his face inwards as if to sleep, thinking, that idiot, why is he pretending to be strong? It's obvious he's enduring it. The scene suddenly changed. The teeth of an ice monster appeared, roaring. Debo was fiercely fighting with several lizard-like monsters. They had cornered him to the edge of a cliff, below which was a very deep drop. They surrounded him from all sides, closing in and pressing against Debo. In this freezing cold weather, his clothes were tattered and torn, and more importantly, his body was covered in wounds. Debo breathed out smoke. Ha! Freezing to death. The ice monsters began to charge. One of them lunged at Debo, pushing him off the cliff. Debo quickly punched it in the eye. Both fell heavily down below. Debo propped himself up with his hands, shaking as he stood up. Ha! That was too close. I really thought I was going to die this time. Suddenly, he seemed to sense a sound in front of him, gritted his teeth, and looked up in alarm, thinking, someone? Ahead, someone was motionless, head slumped, sitting in the snow, wearing armor, holding a sword, and in that person's hand was a small piece of paper. Debo sighed in relief. Ah, no, just a corpse. He approached and pulled out the piece of paper. Looks like he only died recently. What's this? His will? Debo picked up the letter, examining it. A letter? He even wrote a few lines at the front. In the letter, it was written, I will entrust this letter to you, a person whose name I do not know. If you pay attention, you can clearly see that the corpse is holding his hand tightly. I would like to give you my gloves, although it's not much of a reward. If you are a warrior, its ability, warrior mastery, will be very helpful. Above the cliff, the blizzard still showed no signs of weakening. The words of the letter seemed to echo in this snowy space. As you can see, we fell into Kanya's trap, and my comrades died at the hands of the snow yeti. But there is good news. Debo's eyes widened in surprise as he read to this point. That is, I have found the portal to get out. According to the description, it stands alone in a snowy place, rectangular in shape with a face on it. Unfortunately, it is a special portal. It seems you have to defeat the boss to activate the portal. I have drawn a rough map indicating the location of the portal on the back of this letter. I hope you will be strong enough to escape. He began his journey to find the portal, and please, on my behalf, deliver this letter to its owner. Debo kindly made a simple grave to commemorate the soldier. He returned, passing by the corpses of the monsters. Debo slapped his hand hard on the rectangular stone statue. Kiri appeared, standing next to the portal, and he followed behind, supporting Ralph as they approached the portal. Debo glanced back. He stopped in his tracks, not going any further. A dazzling orange light appeared, radiating out. They stepped out from the giant orange portal behind them. Debo, carrying Ralph, looked at Kiri and asked, what should we do now? She turned and outlined a temporary plan. First, we need to get ourselves together. Just looking at the current state of both you and me, you can tell we're both in no shape to do anything. Suddenly, a person with a covered face wearing a black cloak appeared and said, well, it seems it's true. Everyone was shocked. A group of unidentified people wielding weapons blocked their path. The Phantom has really been defeated? Debo's face darkened, and he thought in alarm, no way, Kania, these bastards. This is bad. In my current condition, I can't deal with them. The leader of Kania's group ordered, no need to worry. We'll finish you off right away. Kania's group charged forward in unison, swinging their knives. Kiri quickly parried and shouted, retreat quickly. Another Kania member threw a small knife. The knife struck her leg. Kiri cried out in pain. He stood to the side, anxiously shouting her name and not noticing someone approaching from behind. Kiri. Debo was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat and glancing back. Suddenly, the orange light flashed brightly again. From the portal, a large arrow shot out, obliterating the person, turning him to dust. Kiri, standing beside him, was also shocked and stared in amazement. Kania's men widened their eyes in surprise and panic. What? The orange beam continued to fire, this time in a zigzag pattern. Wherever the beam flew, corpses littered the ground. Now, only the tragic screams of Kania's men remained. Even the leader could not avoid it and was hit directly. Both Debo and Kiri turned back in astonishment. He smirked. Ha, I don't really want to say anything, but, Debo, filled with fighting spirit, gripped his blade tightly and provocatively said, what's wrong? You were really looking forward to seeing me, weren't you? He smiled and winked. Oh, just think of it that way. And hey, in the dark night, with moonlight illuminating the forest, his voice echoed, you're late, you know. Don't forget to buy us a few pints of beer. The scene shifted, revealing a monster resembling a dog with purple fur, sharp teeth, and dripping saliva. Evoke appeared, sitting beside the beast, which seemed to be his pet. Evoke stroked its face, thinking to himself. Suddenly, Such a capable person appears, and yet no one knows who's behind this. His face darkened as he glared and thought, it seems like the people are going to riot. Just then, a subordinate appeared and reported, Sir, El Pum has returned. What should I do with the contract now? Ivuk's face turned pitch black, his eyes wide. Kill him. The subordinate was surprised, sweat pouring out. Yes, but, Ivuk, ignoring him and looking grim, insisted, just do it. There's no time to worry about public opinion now. He's too unpredictable. Do you think this is just his own doing? We'll fabricate a reason later. The subordinate interjected, he's not alone, sir. Ivuk paused, calming down slightly. What? According to what I saw, El Pum is leading a group of people behind him. He's with others. The scene changed again, showing Ralph looking bored and complaining, this tastes terrible. Debo, facing him, angrily yelled, don't insult my sister's cooking. Shut your mouth and eat. Ralph, ignoring her, continued to criticize, I think she should add more salt. On the other side, Denef and Kiri were chatting happily. Denef was considerate, if you don't have enough to eat, just let me know. Kiri smiled, thank you. Debo, annoyed and irritated, said, this is why I didn't want to bring you here. Kiri, continuing to eat, added, Kania has definitely heard the news by now. It's not good for us to split up. This place is the safest for your sister. Kiri grumbled, TCH, even if we run, we'll still get caught. As she was speaking, the door suddenly creaked open. El Pum appeared, asking, how is everyone doing? Debo was surprised. Where did you go? He replied, I had some business to take care of. What? Ralph glanced back and said, perfect timing. I was just about to discuss splitting the rewards. Ralph gestured, analyzing. Since we all contributed equally, let's postpone the team captain thing. When are you going to give us 7 million mesos? Debo yelled, are you out of your mind? You actually want to go to Kania to demand money right now? Debo jumped up, pointing at Ralph's face. Furthermore, you said you defeated the Snow Yeti yourself last night, even though I don't remember it. You did nothing but sleep while I was finding a way out. Kiri added, I heard El Pum defeated 2 twin assassins as well. Ralph, nonchalantly and shamelessly, said, but was there anyone who witnessed it? Debo shouted, you bastard. Debo turned back to El Pum, so what are you planning to do now? El Pum replied, Kania will try something again, and when that happens, suddenly, there was a loud bang on the wall, and a voice called out, hey, how much longer are you going to keep me waiting here? Denef clenched his fist, looked up, and asked, who are you? Debo looked surprised, huh? Kiri was equally wide-eyed and shocked. That's, Abbas stood outside the door, sighing, ha, kid. Can you tell that damn fool who just came in that he needs to hurry up? Flashback. Abbas remembering his annoyance, he said, correct that. Abbas sat in the room, a jumble of thoughts in his head. Damn it, nothing is going according to plan. I didn't expect the Kania Trade Federation to contact El Pum. They started conquering the gate before I could even act. Ha! Should I stop them? Abbas had a terrible headache and thought, if things continue like this, I'm doomed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. El Pum appeared then. Abbas was slightly surprised, unexpected. Did the negotiation with Kania not go well? El Pum recounted the process. I proposed 50 million mesos if successful in the test. Since the gate conquest is over, the contract is the only connection. Abbas's complexion worsened, and he sweated, huh? In the silent space, their voices echoed around. It seemed like the worst-case scenario for Abbas now. So? Did you come here to gloat? El Pum got straight to the point. You're as troublesome as ever. El Pum said coldly, if you're not going to say anything, you can leave. Abbas pursed his lips, sweating profusely, and sat in silence. After a moment, Abbas gave in, reaching into his pocket. Phew, all right, you win. Abbas held out a contract, resting his chin on his hand, 60 million mesos. Sign it. This is more than you asked for, so no more complaining, right? El Pum, seeing that he'd achieved his goal, smirked. El Pum took a pen and immediately signed his name. Abbas stated clearly, with this, we are now officially partners. We need to be more honest with each other. El Pum, without hesitation, got straight to the point. The con artists are Kania. Abbas was shocked by this information. What? You're getting straight to the point, aren't you? Partly surprised by El Pum's sudden change. El Pum continued. The test was their trap. They tricked us, saying there were only 3 trials, even though at least 100 people died there. They even sent assassins after us. Abbas frowned, his face darkening as he thought, damn it, so they were trying to eliminate the evidence. He grinned to himself, chuckling. Ha ha, Kania. This time I will truly bring you down. El Pum, seeing this, was a bit puzzled. Are you excited? Abbas, now returning to reality, didn't hear clearly and asked back, what? El Pum closed his eyes and said, My testimony is the only evidence, so we just need to refuse, Abbas sighed, thinking to himself, certainly. But I can manipulate public opinion. The other trade federations need a scapegoat for the 100-person gate failure. If Kania is weakened by public opinion. El Pum interjected, however, Kania can still be destroyed. El Pum explained the plan to Abbas. Abbas, surprised, opened his eyes wide and looked at him. Instead of just pulling them down from their position, we can eliminate them from the face of the earth. Their voices continued to echo. Abbas, surprised, are you still hiding something? I thought we agreed to be transparent. El Pum reminded him, for now, don't reveal the matter. Revealing everything at once will be more beneficial. Abbas understood. All right, El Pum, his face grim and eyes menacing, said, those who follow the Black Magic Master are already in action. Then, they both discussed things with another person. The other person greeted them, long time no see. What brings you here? Abbas spoke up. I've come to apologize. The other person was confused. Apologize? Abbas explained, there was a misunderstanding between my trade federation and El Pum. I thought he was rushing back for revenge because he's young. I apologize, Abbas said with a smile, clarifying, to be clear, El Pum is now an official business partner of Gaffer. I apologize, it seems I'm poaching him from you, huh? Beiju was slightly stunned, forcing a smile. I understand. I can't give you the fee as promised in the contract, is that all right? Abbas agreed without hesitation. Yes. Abbas, resting his chin on his hand, continued, this is a rather personal matter, but because of this incident, I realized how precious human life is. I've decided to treat everyone the way I should. Beiju looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? He smirked and laughed loudly. Outside the door, 2 bodyguards stood guard. Abbas boasted, I'll have guards posted outside 24/7 to prevent anything bad from happening. Not just a bunch of guards at the door, but also snipers hidden from afar watching the house, he continued. Of course, that includes all the members of El Pum's group as well. Hearing this, Beiju was startled, froze, and stared intently at Abbas. I've realized they also work very well as a team. He looked down at Beiju triumphantly. If anyone tries to harm El Pum and his team, they'll have to contend with the entire Gaffer Trade Federation. Beiju frowned and remained silent, saying nothing more. Debo exclaimed in shock. 60 billion? She stood facing El Pum, excitedly asking, what kind of magic did you use? Kiri glanced behind her, saying, they sent bodyguards for us. Is the Gaffer Trade Association really doing this? A shadowy figure appeared behind the door. Ralph laughed heartily, his face flushed red, and gave a thumbs up, excitedly saying, awesome, El Pum. You're a great negotiator. El Pum was exasperated. What's with the overreaction? Outside the house, 2 guards stood watch. His voice echoed from inside, I still remember how great this association is. Now, we just need to get rid of those useless guys. Debo gritted her teeth. That old geezer, Ralph chuckled gleefully, pointing at himself confidently. I guarantee, there's no bishop like me in Lithport, no, I should say, in the entire Fonthu region. He tossed a gold coin in the air, continuing smugly, someone who's not only capable of healing but also protecting the team captain. I'm just too all-powerful. Debo scoffed. Yeah, you're the best. Suddenly, Ralph pointed at Debo. And you too, kid. His way of addressing her angered Debo. What, kid? Debo's face stiffened at his words. Ralph nonchalantly asked, you're really a monster, aren't you? What exactly are you? Memories of Debo flashed through Ralph's mind. He stroked his chin, pleased, and said, I thought you were unconscious, but instead, you even defeated the boss mob on your own. There's something about you that words can't describe. Kiri wondered, come to think of it, when she fought those goblins, she was still fighting like crazy even when she was unconscious. How do you do that? Debo replied, confused. Even if I try to remember, I can't recall anything. The only thing I remember feels like a dream. She recounted the moment she dreamed of a strange woman. In my dream, there's always a mysterious woman appearing. Sometimes we fight. It feels like we're very close, Debo continued. But every time I wake up, I forget her face. All I can remember is that she uses a halberd. El Pum was shocked to hear her story, thinking to himself, what? His eyes widened as he murmured in his head, halberd, dream. Images of Debo and Aaron flashed in El Pum's mind. He wondered, before regression, everyone knew Debo and Aaron fought side by side, a mystical power. And if that woman is Aaron, then part of her power from before regression returned while she was unconscious? He put his hand to his chin, pondering, what's going on? Could it be that my regression changed the past, causing this problem? Ralph sighed deeply. Ignorance is bliss. Debo angrily retorted, you think you're so smart, huh? El Pum, lost in thought, was startled when called, "You too, Elpum." Ralph looked at him, then grinned broadly saying, "You use super fast magic, and with your knowledge and assessment skills, it's hard to believe you have little experience. No wonder Gaffer wants you so badly." Ralph then looked at Kiri, saying, "On the other hand, for you, I'm not so sure." He raised his hand, calmly stating, "You know, your basics are good and you're quite smart, very worthy of the name Cygnus Training Captain. Level 2 isn't bad." Ralph forced a smile, his face showing no friendliness. "But you're nothing special," he continued. "The Gaffer Association isn't stupid. We're bait, and they pay. From now on, our job is to go into the trap Kania dug and find those disciples. Crazy, right?" Ralph stretched out his hand, the other hand on his hip, and spoke proudly. "As long as I get paid, I'm willing to do all sorts of crazy things, but I don't like sharing rewards with those who are a burden. I'd be very grateful if you would go back to Cygnus right now." Kiri's whole body trembled with anger. She pursed her lips. In a grand, luxurious mansion, a voice rang out as Kiri was seen. "Hey, I heard you've been having a hard time lately." Kasim laughed mockingly. "Long time no see. I thought you died in that gate." Kiri muttered, "Kasim." Kiri frowned at him. He asked, "Are you going to see the association head?" She replied, "Yes." Kasim approached her, scoffing. "And I heard you joined some adventurer team? You've really fallen from grace." His face twisted with contempt as he said, "Ah, maybe that's the perfect place for you." Kasim walked past Kiri. He sneered from behind her. "That's right, giving up is the best thing you can do for the Knight's Order and Master. Go on, Master is in the room." Inside the room, a voice sounded. "So?" Kiri bowed respectfully to the person sitting and writing above. He asked, "You're quitting?" Kiri's master wondered, "What's wrong, Kiri? You're not like I imagined." She bowed her head, flustered. "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't explain right away, but one day." The pen in his hand stopped moving. He asked, "One day?" Kiri's master pondered, looking up at Kiri. He sternly ordered, startling her, "I will report that you're joining the adventurer team as part of a secret mission. Report to me once every 3 weeks." Kiri's master firmly reminded her, "Don't forget, Kiri, you are still my student, and forever a knight of the Cygnus Knight's Order." Kiri stood in front of everyone, flustered. "I know this is a bit much, but as long as one of their disciples is still in the Knight's Order, I can't go back until I can do something." She clenched her fists, speaking with determination. "I don't need money. If everyone gives me time, I will definitely improve, so please." Elpum smirked slightly. Ralph laughed loudly, sneering, "You're such a child. Is the reason I want you out of the team that hard to understand?" Suddenly, Elpum interrupted him. "Are you confident?" Everyone turned to look at Elpum. Kiri softly called out, "Elpum." Ralph yelled, "Hey, what are you saying?" Elpum looked directly at Kiri, then calmly said, "If she goes to hunt down the disciples on her own, we'll be even worse off, especially with her personality." Elpum then looked back at Ralph, continuing, "And Ralph, you said she has no skills? Let me tell you something." His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cold as he said, "You seem quite confident in your skills now, but you're not the only one disappointed with the skills of team members." Elpum recalled Ralph's previous fight and continued to explain, "The reason I sent everyone to the second floor first is because I believed you could easily clear it, but without Debo, you guys would be dead meat." Ralph sweated profusely, flustered. "The enemies are very tough. What right do you have to say that?" Ralph retorted, "Snow Yeti is tough." Elpum leaned against the wall, seriously stating, "I have personally hunted a Snow Yeti myself." Ralph's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Kiri looked at him, eyes wide in disbelief. Debo stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "Are you serious?" Images of Elpum attacking the Snow Yeti flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, "That was before my regression, but if everything goes according to plan, I will defeat it again." He and his teammates attacked it with magic. He thought again, "But I had to change things because the assassins Kania sent are better than I thought. Neither my teammates nor I are as good as we are now." Ralph yelled in Elpum's face, "Nonsense. How could you when you were a slave until—" Elpum calmly asked, "You don't believe me?" His eyes suddenly widened, and he said coldly, "Want to see proof?" Ralph's face turned pale, his fingers scratching his face, avoiding eye contact. "No. No need." "So, you don't need me either." Elpum sighed. He reached behind his neck and said, "It's simple. Everyone just needs to improve compared to their current selves. The next raid is about a month away, and with this situation—" Elpum glared at each person, then enunciated each word. "Violence is the solution." On the other side, Beiju knelt respectfully. She said, "It seems things aren't going as planned. If we have a conflict with Gaffer, public attention will surely be directed at us." Ivwek, sitting above, glanced at her, asking, "How much do they know?" Wasn't the negotiation a show from the start? Beiju replied, confused. I'm not sure. Even spies have reported this matter. There might be information only known to higher-ups. Evo placed his hand on the monster's back and coldly called out, Gaffer. Suddenly, Evo looked up, coldly saying, they are not the problem. Once that day comes, eliminating them will be as easy as flipping a hand. Each person in the association flashed through his mind. He continued, our only enemy is the Fonthu Association. Yes, also 8 centuries ago, led by Empress Cygnus, the Cygnus Knights Order, the Guardian Squad, the Adventurers Association, and the Nova Tribe gathered and formed an alliance. After the 6 heroes were sealed, our only threat is them. If it's just a conflict between trade associations, we don't need help from above. He pondered in his head, but I have a bad feeling. You said he did all that just because of Gaffer? Beiju hesitantly looked up at Evoke. Evoke ordered, investigate Gaffer further. She immediately accepted the order, yes sir. As soon as she disappeared, Evoke murmured, El Pum. His eyes became fierce as he growled, I hope you will prove to be an interesting enemy. In the forest, leaves were carried away by the wind. Sunlight shone through the foliage, through the trees in the forest. Ralph fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Next to him, Kiri stood up unsteadily, holding her sword. Ralph crawled up, looking to the other side, yelling, damn it, what the hell is that? No mage can be. Footsteps approached them. The person asked, what's wrong? El Pum, without a scratch, stood tall, holding his weapon. He provoked, attack me then. El Pum charged towards them. If you can hit me even once, today's training will be over. Ralph yelped and scrambled away, stay away from me. Debo sat still, hearing the resounding shouts throughout the forest. She angrily yelled, damn it, I can't concentrate because you guys are too noisy. Debo sat on a rock, her eyes closed, clenching her fists, muttering, I'd rather train like that. Why do I have to do this? In Debo's mind, an image of El Pum talking to her appeared. You have to try to accept the power that appears when you faint. To be honest, I don't know if it's possible. He smiled knowingly at Debo, but it would be great if you could. In the distance, Ralph screamed, for God's sake, have mercy. Debo still closed her eyes, sighing. She asked herself, is it really true that doing this will make me stronger? The scene shifted to evening at a base, with a loud call from inside echoing, El Pum. Ralph, with a bruised face, one eye swollen shut, and blood still flowing from his nose, spoke unintelligibly. Is this really training? His appearance made Debo laugh uncontrollably. Pum, seeing him like that, remained unfazed and coldly said, not really, I was just facing you in a circle. This remark left Ralph speechless, as it was indeed the case. Debo, however, continued to laugh nonstop, even teasing him, you look so handsome. Just then, Donoff entered carrying a tray of drinks. One person cleared his throat and asked, by the way, is it okay to leave that girl named Kiri alone? The person next to him quickly replied, someone will protect her, so it's fine. I've spoken to her to ensure tomorrow's training won't be affected. Debo remembered something and smiled brightly at Pum, saying, ah, boss, come to think of it, there's something I wanted to ask you. He just glanced coldly at her. What? Immediately after, Debo pulled out a piece of paper that looked old, tied with a string and sealed with some kind of mark. This is a keepsake of someone I found inside the gate, and we managed to escape thanks to it. It really helped us. So it would be good if it was returned to its rightful place, but there's no recipient's name on it. Seeing the ring, Pum was slightly surprised and stunned. Debo's voice continued to resonate in his ears, do you know any way? But his mind was completely focused on the ring. The cross ring. As the name of the ring appeared in Pum's mind, a familiar figure immediately also surfaced. Opposite him, Debo, seeing his reaction, asked with some concern, boss, are you okay? But Pum didn't answer her question. He reached out and took the piece of paper. I have a hunch. As he tucked the paper into his coat, he turned away and said, I'll handle it, so go to bed early tonight. Pum's words then made Debo gasp in shock, while Ralph grinned at her, because from tomorrow she would also be joining their training. The scene shifted to the nearby forest. It was nighttime, but from within the silent forest, some sound still echoed. A sword, carrying a dazzling aura, slashed powerfully against a tree trunk, causing the tree to be chopped down, and at the same time, a piercing scream reverberated through the forest. A blonde girl was frantically destroying the forest with her sword. With each sharp slash, trees fell. Kiri, after a period of chaotic slashing, was exhausted, but she still held the sword tightly in her hand, her teeth clenched in perseverance. In her mind at this moment, all she could see was Kasim's face and his mocking smile. Incompetent. That image was deeply ingrained in her subconscious and unforgettable, making Kiri even angrier and more resentful, her teeth clenching even harder. Her hand holding the sword tightened even further. Immediately after, her pent-up frustration surged. Kiri screamed and swung her sword forcefully, bringing with it killing intent and a sharp gust of sword energy, slashing straight ahead. Speaking of inside the city, at this moment, a pair of feet appeared on a city street. A man in a cloak was slowly walking down the street in the quiet of late night. The man quickly stopped in front of a wooden door and raised his hand to gently knock a few times. After a moment, just as Pum was about to leave, the wooden door behind him slowly creaked open. Hearing the movement, he turned around to look. Immediately after, a chillingly sharp gaze was revealed from within. The person inside spoke cautiously. "Who are you?" Pum, facing that gaze, remained perfectly calm. He held up the piece of paper in his hand towards the person and said, "Just a messenger." At this moment, he gradually recalled past events, the gate collapse incident. It was a strange incident when the gate was suddenly destroyed by strangers, causing the trade association that owned the gate to launch an investigation into the culprits, but seemingly for nothing, or rather, without needing to find the culprits. Then, unexpectedly, the gate suddenly reappeared in the exact same place, and after the truth was revealed to the public, no more gates were destroyed afterwards. Recalling this, his expression became slightly somber, and he thought to himself, "After that, I also realized the culprit behind that incident." At this moment, the person inside the house had opened the door, inviting him inside, and then cautiously closed the door again. Pum, however, was still lost in thought, even about their purpose in doing so. After stepping inside the wooden door, he became even more cautious, his expression also becoming slightly more somber. His sharp gaze swept across the person on the other side. That person, now somewhat curious, asked, "How did you find this place?" But Pum remained silent, standing still by the door, causing the other person to become somewhat impatient. "Explain, you have 5 seconds. Behind him at this moment, there wasn't just one person but as many as 5, with murderous gazes, holding weapons in their hands, the Hidden Cross Crusaders. In Pum's memory, this was a mysterious organization that had realized the gates were just traps created by the disciples, and also the culprit behind the destruction, their noble but silent sacrifice in history. At this moment, he also quickly used a surge of energy to send the item straight towards the group of people, thinking to himself, however, this time, seeing movement from the opposite side, the people quickly braced themselves, drawing their weapons in defense. Very quickly, the letter appeared before Starling, causing her to be slightly surprised, intently looking at it. Pum, however, remained very calm, his gaze sharp as he spoke. "I'm just here to return a lost item, but it seems you people don't intend to thank me, do you?" Starling on the opposite side maintained her attitude, her gaze revealing a hint of murderous intent, and began to count down, 5. Facing her attitude, he remained very calm and said, "You seem confused, so I'll tell you the shortcut. I'll also get into trouble if you guys keep wasting time here." She was still counting down relentlessly. 4, 3. Pum still stood there and continued, "For personal reasons, I can't tell you why I know this place, but if you kill me," the countdown still hadn't stopped too. But his next sentence immediately startled Starling. "Beneath the entire city of Edelstein, according to the information received, Edelstein is a land dominated by the Black Wings, another key group of the Black Magician's disciples. The people there are plotting a revolt against the tyrannical rule of the Black Wings, creating resistance classes in the game." Pum coldly threatened Starling, "The location of your leader, Bastille, will be revealed." She very quickly lost her composure and strode quickly towards him. Starling held her weapon firmly in her hand, her face somewhat angry as she asked, "You, who are you?" And he, standing opposite, replied cheerfully, "Long time no see, Starling." Starling, however, was completely the opposite. Hearing his words, she felt somewhat uncomfortable but still speechless. After uttering such an exclamation, Pum thought to himself, "No, it should be, it's been a long time." Recalling the past, back then she was very happy, smiling brightly and patting his head. Before regression, I and she were once comrades, but afterwards, all that remained was desolation. Starling had joined the resistance forces after the Hidden Cross Crusaders were wiped out, and they had been through very, very many battles together. Recalling the moment she stood on the battlefield, with flocks of birds flying overhead, until that day. At that time, she had smiled brightly and turned her head to say to him, "Go, Elpum, I'll catch up later," when she sacrificed herself. At this moment, standing face to face with her, he resolved in his heart, "I will repay that debt first." Outwardly speaking coldly, "I'll be blunt." His words startled Starling, completely taken aback and horrified. He said to her, "Withdraw from the Kerning City branch, it's already been discovered by the disciples." Pum took out a wooden box and with a wave of his hand, brought the box to her, and at the same time said, "And also, I recently picked this up," As soon as the wooden box opened, inside was someone's hand. Pum's voice continued to resonate. It seems Kanya is nurturing something very interesting within their ranks. Starling's expression, after hearing his words, became gloomy. She asked uncomfortably, "What do you mean? If you intend to mock us, you'll regret it." He then took the hand out of the box, and a strange mark immediately appeared on the back of the hand. His expression and gaze were extremely cold. "See for yourself." Seeing the red mark clearly on the hand startled Starling immensely. It was the mark of a disciple. A person in black standing right behind her, upon seeing the mark, also spoke up, "That's definitely a disciple's mark." The person next to him wondered, "A disciple's mark? The Kanya Trade Association?" Starling's expression became increasingly unsightly. She gasped in shock, "A mark that the disciples hide on their bodies to prove themselves. It's very difficult to find unless you channel mana into it. There shouldn't be many people who know about the disciples these days." Thinking of this, she angrily yelled, questioning Pum, "What do you want? Don't say nonsense like you're here to trade." Facing her attitude, he calmly replied, "What I want?" His expression darkened, and his lips pursed slightly. Immediately after, Pum frowned, looking at her with a sharp gaze, and said, "Information. I need information." Finishing speaking, he went outside and slammed the door shut. Inside, at this moment, one of the Hidden Cross Crusaders spoke doubtfully, asking her, "Starling, don't tell me you believe what he said?" Hearing this, Starling replied, "Of course not. He's extremely suspicious." She put her hand to her chin, looking thoughtful, and continued, "His actions and the fact that he suddenly appeared at this time, perhaps this is a trap set by the disciples." Speaking of Pum, he was now slowly walking down the street. Currently, his gait was upright, his expression cold, his hands clenched into fists. Starling on the other side was still secretly calculating, "Just let him lead us by the nose for now." Slowly walking down the street, he remembered the ring in his pocket and thought, "I inadvertently received a few things, and obtained the necessary information." His expression gradually became more serious. "Kania, unexpectedly they've targeted that place. Are their plans changing because the future is changing? At this rate, Scene shifted. A few days later at sea, a large ship with a skull right at the bow was sailing on the sea, decided. The mighty whale submarine cut through the waves, speeding forward nonstop, the next destination, Nautilus. Some time later, under the clear blue sky, seagulls soared. On the pier, Debo, watching the group slowly board the ship, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Pum, Kiri, Ralph, and Debo were now in Nautilus. Debo excitedly said, "Has it been a month already? I'm itching for action." Pum recalled a conversation from the past. He had visited Abbas, who sat opposite him and said, "Choose." Looking arrogant, Abbas smirked and continued, "The 60-person gate at Six Path Crossway, or the 77-person gate at Alinea? I've brought all the gates that Kanya might be interested in. Why don't you start now? It's been a month already." According to Intel, Six Path Crossway is the central area of Victoria Island, connecting 6 major towns, and Alinea is one of them, the main location for adventurer mages. Pum was thoughtful and remained silent, not answering immediately. After a moment, he said, "I have a concern," which infuriated Abbas, who gritted his teeth and said, "What, you bastard? Don't tell me you're scared now that you've come this far." Pum, in contrast, leaned back casually, arms crossed, and said, "I've chosen where to go. Eagle Eye Tomb." Intel suggests that although no specific name mentions that title, the top-tier Root Abyss set items are all named Eagle Eye. It could also refer to an old skill of fawn archers. His words startled Abbas, who broke out in a cold sweat and asked in disbelief, "What? Eagle Eye Tomb? Do you know what kind of territory that is?" In Pum's memory, an image of a blonde woman appeared, along with information, Kieran, captain of Nautilus, commander of countless pirates, whose first disciple was called Eagle Eye Rhea. However, at that place, only a gun stained with blood remained on the ground. Eagle Eye Gate was where that disciple lost her life, now a tomb to honor her. At this point, Abbas exclaimed, "You mean that place with the 9,990,000 meso reward? Countless adventurers have failed trying to clear it. It's practically considered unconquerable. Don't tell me the Kania merchants are after it." Just then, the door slowly opened. Abbas's voice still echoed, "Before that, where did you get this information?" Rakan entered from outside, looking intrigued, and said, "What interesting story am I hearing?" Seeing who entered, Abbas was startled and stammered, "Lord Rakan, why are you here?" Rakan slowly approached the two who were talking. "I thought I'd give you a gift since you're about to depart." Abbas, hearing this, was puzzled. "A gift?" Lord Rakan took out an item and offered it to Pum, saying, "Here, take this." Seeing the item, Abbas was shocked. In Rakan's hand were 2 golden feathers, faintly glowing. Handing them to Pum, he smiled and continued, A special item prepared by Gaffer, phoenix feathers, 2 of them. Rakan grinned. I'm looking forward to good results. Back in the present, Pum was thinking, meaning I have to complete as much as possible. With these, I now have a total of 4 phoenix feathers. Quite an unexpected gain. Debo, standing beside him, smiled brightly. Why don't you go in, boss? Pum turned to look at the person approaching and said, there's still one more person coming. Debo asked curiously, who is it? A familiar voice rang out, startling Debo. Hey, drunkard. Ibaru, carrying a large bag, greeted them with a smile. Long time no see. Debo, recognizing the newcomer, happily said, oh, Ibaru, what are you carrying? Kiri and Ralph were also quite surprised to see the new arrival. Ibaru's voice continued, it's the stuff your boss ordered. Seriously, making me deliver it. Anyway, try them on. A moment later, everyone was wearing new outfits. Debo exclaimed in satisfaction, awesome. Ralph, also very pleased, said, this stuff is free, right? Nice. Kiri, equally happy with her new attire, remarked, it's lighter than I thought, feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Debo asked Ibaru, this stuff is great. What's it made of? He smiled and quickly replied, snow yeti hide. Your boss threw me the pelt and told me to make this stuff last time, remember? Debo then recalled, when Pum shouldered the yeti hide and said, I'll take this, ignoring how stunned he was, and then his face just dropped. Ah, that time. Ibaru, still cheerful, continued to ramble, you guys must be eating and drinking well these days, huh? Rightly so, with the skill to clear a 100-person demon gate. Debo, hearing this, was flustered. Hey, put that down. Wait, how do you know about that? Ibaru, holding a piece of hide, replied, how could I not know when I received such a rare item? I'm the only one who knows, so don't worry. Besides, there are still a few more pieces of equipment left. Here's, Pum, who had been silent, spoke up, for you. Ibaru was slightly surprised but quickly declined. Huh? For me? Aha, what's the occasion? Thanks for the offer, but I have no use for it. But Pum insisted, I said it's a gift. Pum's reaction made Ibaru a little bewildered, asking doubtfully, huh? Are you? But before he could finish, Pum interrupted, no more time, quickly change. These words made Ibaru even more confused. Huh? What? Scene changed. A pirate soldier yawned loudly and complained, how boring. The whale submarine docked beside a large island. At the ship's entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Seeing someone approaching, one of them said, ah, she's here. Miner, covered in dirt, led a group towards the ship. The guard continued, Miss Miner, thank you for your hard work. Miner, seemingly indifferent, brushed her hair back and said, phew, sea breeze is the best, huh? A moment later, a pirate shouted, Miss Miner did it. In a large building, cheers erupted. She cleared the 200-person orange-level gate. Miss Miner is back. This changes the whole dynamic of gate conquering. A pirate captain's hat lay on the table. A decisive voice rang out, no. This one word made Miner, standing behind, angry, and she loudly said to the person, Captain, why? I even cleared the 200-person gate, 74 people should be. Her expression resolute, she frowned unhappily, I'm much stronger than Eagle Eye. There's no reason for you to stop me. But the person called Captain remained cold. Are you defying your captain? Will you disobey my orders? Miner trembled with anger. Her face darkened, her hands clenched, and she growled, then how can I avenge Sister Rhea? You know how hard I've tried for this. Kieran, not caring how angry Miner was, coldly glanced at her and said, once again, I order you as your captain, return. A while later, Miner, with a flushed face and eyes closed, slumped heavily onto the table, groaning a few times. She lay slumped at the bar, her drunken voice slurring, she absolutely won't let me. Should I ignore her and take the reward? Gio, standing next to her, laughed and said, it's because she cares about you too much. Miner, slumped on the table, complained, she's overprotective. Just then, someone came running in. This person, rushing in breathlessly, shouted, Miner, something's happened. Come outside quickly, just a moment ago. Some guys. His next words infuriated her. The reward for Eagle-Eyed Tomb has been taken. Miner immediately jumped up from the table, angrily shouting, what? Kevin, hearing this, was also stunned. Who are they? People from the mainland? The girl standing beside him also angrily cursed. Those dogs took the reward. At the same time, at the Trade Association building, Pum's group had just walked out with the reward for Eagle-Eye Tomb. Debo sensed something and frowned uncomfortably. What's this? What's with this atmosphere? I feel something's off. Kiri, walking beside her, reminded, this is their territory, so shut your mouth. Since we ignored their unspoken rules, it wouldn't be strange if a bullet came flying our way right now. Debo asked in confusion. What rules? Kiri explained without hesitation. Nautilus's rules are simple. Whoever takes the reward has priority in conquering the gate, and gates whose rewards are taken must be entered. Those are the two rules, but most groups know not to take the reward of a gate that someone else has their eye on. Pum, holding the paper in his hand, tightened his grip slightly, and heard her say again, and the reward is what we took. Just then, Miner rushed in, shouting at the four, "Hey, who the hell are you guys?" Making them turn to look. Huh? Miner, burning with anger, just screamed at the four, "Who are you to take it? It's mine, you hear?" But facing her fury, Pum remained calm. "Then you should have taken the reward first." As soon as he finished speaking, Miner roared, "I'm waiting because I haven't been allowed to yet." The people in the hall started arguing loudly. Pum said, "Allowed? I don't remember needing something like that." Miner pointed and yelled, "I do, because Captain Kieran is my mentor." After a moment, she calmed down a little and continued, "Anyway, that's beside the point. You seem to be unclear about the rules. Nautilus rewards are only for pirates." Hearing her words, Pum remained calm, but Debo's whole body trembled. Miner said, "If you're not a pirate, you can't, and the same goes for any gate owned by Nautilus." Debo, having listened from the beginning, finally lost it, laughing so hard she spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then she laughed loudly, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Got it, boss," making Miner even angrier, yelling, "What? Stop laughing. Hand over the reward." Debo put on a roguish look, a face begging to be punched, and mocked, "Huh, don't wanna." Then she put her hand on Pum's shoulder and solemnly introduced, "Let me introduce you. We are the Ibaru Pirates." Ibaru, hearing her say that, also froze his smile, clutching the paper tightly in his hands, looking somewhat flustered. Laughter echoed everywhere as Debo exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, I understand now, boss." Miner, irritated, snapped at him. "What? Stop laughing and hand over the wanted poster, now." He remained nonchalant, a smirk playing on his lips, and retorted defiantly, "Huh? Not a chance." Debo casually draped an arm over his shoulder, already showing off and still being loud. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Ibaru Pirates." Despite knowing Debo's words were ridiculous, she was seething but helpless. "Stop talking nonsense. You think becoming a pirate is easy? There's got to be a proper procedure for everything." In contrast to Miner's anger, he seemed oblivious. "What do you mean pretending? How depressing. We're all pirates here, aren't we?" Reluctantly accepting this new responsibility from Debo, Ibaru crumpled the paper, forcing a smile to dismiss the matter. "She doesn't know, Captain Ibaru, of the Ibaru Pirates, huh?" With his tendency to misunderstand based on emotions, he improvised, "Ibaru, I'm saying I'm a real pirate. Just look at the fact that we're on the Nautilus, you can understand that. If the captain of this crew is a pirate, then this party is definitely for pirates, and it's obviously a party for the pirate world too." Amidst the heated debate, Murat approached El Pum. "That sounds awkward. Saying it like that implies the rest aren't pirates, right?" This question infuriated Debo. "Are you picking a fight now?" Miner visibly brightened upon seeing her savior. "Oh, you're here." She called out clearly. Murat, the powerfully built man, who remained confused, "What's all the commotion?" El Pum, slightly suspicious, cautiously addressed him. "Murat, that's an unusual name. Before my regression, I'm wondering if this violates any rules." Just arriving, Murat was perplexed by the sparse crowd. "Let's see. The rules are set by Kieran, so it's her decision. Where are the other members? Are these really all that's left?" El Pum's nonchalant reply, devoid of worry, was, "There are 5 of us in total." Murat was stunned by his confidence. "Huh? That's crazy. Do you know this gate is for 74 people? Meanwhile, Debo was lost in thought. What's he calculating? 2 bystanders overheard their conversation. "That sounds a bit suspicious. What's your name?" "I'm El Pum." Kevin jumped at the name. "El Pum? If it's El Pum, then..." She questioned him. "What is it? Do you know him?" It turned out El Pum's reputation had reached even here. He stated firmly, "I've heard that name. If I remember correctly, that person is a survivor from the red level 100-person gate." The onlookers were awestruck, buzzing about his group. "Is that the rumored 100-person gate? I heard most explorers who went in died. Wow, they must be extraordinary." Debo, basking in the reflected glory, puffed up his chest. Yes, that's absolutely true." He hadn't even savored the praise when he snapped angrily at someone's words. "So what? What's that got to do with anything?" She defended her viewpoint, not hesitating to belittle others. "After all, he's just a failure at conquering a gate. What's the point of just surviving? Aren't they just cowards who ran with their tails between their legs because they lacked the strength?" This terrified the person beside her. "Why are you yelling at me?" Continuing to praise her teammate, She presented her proof of superiority. Minor conquered the orange level 200-person gate this time. So, in terms of ability, hasn't Minor overwhelmingly won? Intending to speak truthfully but doing so loudly, Minor felt slightly embarrassed. Don't make such a fuss. It's true, though. When Murat finally spoke, the argument ceased. I understand. He intended to negotiate with El Pom for his people to have a chance at the gate. I understand. So, how about we compromise? Since a wanted notice has been issued, you'll have priority to conquer, and the remaining 69 slots will be given to other groups. How does that sound? Debo, of course, refused to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Huh? No way. However, El Pom had his own plan. Surprising Debo. All right then. Clarifying the price, El Pom also limited participation, 100,000 mesos per person, alright? However, I'm only selling exactly 10 spots. This made the pirate side determined to secure a gate entry. Hey, are you really going to buy it? They're all going to die anyway. Just wait until they're wiped out and then go in. Minor ignored her teammate's advice and hastily counted her money, resolute in entering that gate no matter what. I'm preparing now. If they escape and survive, it's all over. Gio wondered why they weren't informing the leader. What about Kieran? Clutching the wad of cash, she brushed everything else aside. I don't have time. Let's just do it first and apologize later. Minor's eyes burned with determination. I can't give up that spot to anyone. Ralph yelled at him, his face contorted in anger. Why are you doing this when everything was going so well? Money was his only concern. Instantly calculating the loss. So many slots and you're only selling 10. We're already losing 5.9 million mesos. Debo was exasperated by this money grubber. Oh God, you money maniac. Ralph, focused solely on immediate profit, urged him, go now and sell the remaining spots. Only Kiri understood El Pom's reasoning. She calmly analyzed, if we sell all of them, their numbers will be 14 times ours. You haven't forgotten about those zealots, have you? But he relied on his own strength. Let him come. We'll just crush them all. He pondered deeply, sensing something amiss. This time, it can't be like that. Their target this time is to assassinate Minor, Leah's second disciple, at the gate where Leah, Captain Kieran's first disciple, Eagle Eye, died. If Minor, Leah's successor, also dies at the same gate, Captain Kieran will be devastated and retreat from the front lines, becoming a recluse. Due to the internal activities of the zealots, the pirate crew on the Nautilus will be completely wiped out. This was supposed to happen in 2 years, but the situation has changed. So, El Pom didn't want to give opportunities to many people to avoid more complications. I received information from Crosshunter that Karnya has transferred funds through the Nautilus. This indicates they've accelerated their plan, so we need to act preemptively. And to best protect her, we must limit the number of participants. Something resembling a compass in his backpack indicated the ship was on course. We can't repeat past mistakes, so we must minimize magic usage. Ibaru, head throbbing from Debo and Ralph's bickering, groaned, shut up. Boss has his reasons for everything. Oh, my chance for free money. Why did I even call him? Under a clear, moonlit sky, the ship sailed onward. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Instantly, El Pom's hand clenched, a surge of power coursing through him. Suppressing it, he calmly went to open the door. Who is it? In the dead of night, what could possibly warrant El Pom's attention? Still unsure who was outside, his tone conveyed respect. I'm a bit surprised. Please, come in. It was no stranger at all. 2 figures stormed into El Pom's room. Their purpose unclear, leader Kieran and Murat. The light flickered on, their conversation commencing. What brings you two here at this hour? I need direct answers, so it's best not to lie. With her piercing gaze, she stared intently, calling his name as if hypnotizing him. El Pom. Kieran's question was utterly unexpected. Are you a zealot of the Black Witch? A torrent of unanswered questions flooded El Pom's mind, cold sweat breaking out. How does Kieran know about the zealot's existence? Has the future changed? Or was it always like this? If so, why was I oblivious before regression? Murat, with his sharp observation, immediately noticed the unease on his face. You seem quite worried. Huh? Could it be this? El Pom quickly explained, disbelieving she'd noticed such a thing. I'm not a zealot. It's just, I'm surprised to hear those words from you two. How can Kieran readily believe? Don't you have any doubts about the zealot's existence? Her interrogation made El Pom uncomfortable. Don't beat around the bush. Of course, Kieran isn't naive. How can I believe you're not a zealot? Where's the proof? He closed his eyes, replying confidently, proof? It's not difficult at all. Don't you already know? His thoughts were cryptic. El Pom's logic left Kieran speechless for 5 seconds, meaning, who is monitoring me and what's my connection to them? If not, then what comes to me isn't a question, but a bullet. Their shadows on the wall indicated his upper hand. Realizing the source of his information, "You're Cross Hunter, aren't you? Turns out there was a connection all along, huh?" Kieran finally relaxed her guard, ceasing her relentless questioning. "Yes, the Zealots are Karnya's group, and you are their enemy." Inherently suspicious, she remained cautious. "But that doesn't mean you're an ally." He quickly shifted the topic to ease the tension. "However, perhaps we can cooperate. I believe your presence here tonight is for that very reason." El Pum, seemingly direct, wasted no time. "What do you want from me?" Her voice lowered, losing its earlier intensity. "The situation is dire." Kieran was deeply concerned about spies disguised as pirates. "I know the Black Witch's zealots are behind Leah, Eagle Eye's death. They're deeply embedded within the Nautilus. Aside from Murad and me, and a few other trusted comrades, I can't trust anyone else in this situation." Even he was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. "Damn, it's come to this? Things are escalating faster than I expected." Her image flashed in El Pum's mind. "I heard they're planning to act. Currently, their target is likely Minor. With Leah gone, she's now the symbol of this ship." Kieran further explained her position. "Due to her unique status, if Minor, the central figure of our pirate crew, dies, it will trigger massive chaos on the Nautilus, a situation even I can't control." El Pum was incredulous that she sought his cooperation. "This is a deal." Kieran offered treasure in exchange for Minor's protection. "I hope you can save Minor and Eagle Eye's tomb. My price is items from the Nautilus's treasure vault." A small crack appeared on a long island, revealing a gate displaying the number 74. Debo, as always, was enthusiastic. His eagerness to overcome challenges evident in his actions. "I'm going ahead. You guys take your time." Before securing a gate ticket, Minor had struggled, but standing before it, she felt a pang of anxiety. A light brighter than the sun flashed, signaling someone's entry into the gate. He brandished his weapon, bravely leading the group into the cave. "Oh, this time it's a different scene. Looks gloomy, huh?" Only Kiri's assessment could temper Debo's playful nature. "Are you on a picnic? Be serious." Ralph seethed silently, still bitter about only selling 10 slots. A massive blue foot appeared before him, nearly making Debo jump. The monster, vaguely resembling a dinosaur, called out to someone. Oblivious to the danger, he chuckled, "What's this dimwit?" Before Debo could finish, a loud crash echoed from behind a stone pillar. "Stay put, I'll handle this quickly." His eyes widened in bewilderment, unsure what could silence Debo. Another monster of the same species emerged, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex. Debo broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head to mask his embarrassment. "Ah, so your mom came along too." In another part of the cave, stone pillars resembled tree trunks, and the ground was riddled with cracks. Seeing the familiar firepower of the gun, one wondered what Minor was fighting. Despite facing fierce monsters, the pirate group showed no fear and bravely fought back. "Don't stop. Aim for them one by one." She quickly realized that their fighting style was inadvertently attracting more monsters. "Gio, the gunfire is attracting them. They're coming in increasing numbers." Gio, with his oversized gun, reassured his comrades, "Don't panic, we can handle this." While he was overconfident, loudly belittling the monster, it was behind him, mouth agape, ready to swallow Gio whole. "Everyone, don't be afraid of these ridiculous drakes. We're the ones who conquered the 200-person gate." The firepower of the gun was terrifying, firing continuously at the monster. Fortunately, thanks to that fierce attack, the monster was obliterated before it could attack the pirate group. As it fell, she and he turned their heads back in surprise. "That's right, Gio, like she said, hold the line." Minor used 2 guns simultaneously, confidently telling them, "Leave this to me." Things weren't much better on the other side. Debo was frustrated as monsters chased him. "Damn it, another one. Where are they coming from? Appearing endlessly like this." As always, Ralph ran for his life. "Go ahead, I have something to do." He gritted his teeth to keep calm. That guy disappeared alone again. Thanks to that, Debo spotted a massive boulder. An idea sparked in his mind. Seriously, the monster's speed was too high to brake in time. It slammed headfirst into the boulder, while he had dodged to the side. After denting part of the rock, the monster fumed, not understanding how it fell for this trick. Debo used his large axe, decisively striking the monster in the back. "Alright, let's try this once." El Pum didn't directly participate but could somewhat guess the scene inside. Currently, everyone's fighting style is completely chaotic. If everyone keeps rushing in recklessly like this, it will only worsen the situation. Before leaving, he gathered Kiri, Ralph, and Debo to instruct them. "Now, everyone, fight together as a team. From now on, we are a family," surprising all 3 of them, huh? Starting with Debo, the attacks he launched continuously damaged the monster, infiltrating the enemy formation and disrupting them. Debo's image was full of determination as he held his weapon. Even if we can't eliminate them all immediately, it's okay. Just focus on inflicting injuries. Suddenly attacked, they couldn't dodge and bumped into each other. Just focus forward and move forward, no matter what happens. He was still using his techniques on the one in front of him. Ignore the attacks from behind. The monster behind Debo was coughed blood from another force, because someone would provide cover. In the middle of the tension, Ralph was still joking. My dear son, trust your dad. He didn't like this at all. Shut up. It was he who placed his trust in teamwork. Ralph, you are Debo's shield. Forget all your selfish fighting styles from before. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem too happy when Elpum explained, from now on, fight for Debo, protect him at all costs, this is an order. Even so, Ralph and his back were still facing each other when facing two giant monsters. With a stomp, he made the ground sink. Let's try this once. He thought Debo and Ralph would argue and ruin everything, but the attacks they launched always supported each other in eliminating the monsters. Even he didn't expect to be able to cooperate with someone else. When the monster was about to attack Debo from behind, he suddenly used a move to finish it off and called out, "Son!" It painfully collapsed to the ground, unable to believe Ralph was so strong. Joking around was fun. He also felt cheerful. Cough. Is this paternal love? What a powerful emotion. Debo alone showed a displeased face. Enough is enough. Elpum always appreciated her ability and responsibility. And Kiri, your role is the most important. A seemingly simple attack but carried great danger for enemies. Her skill had the characteristic that if injured by it, recovery would be very difficult. The monster, even wounded, still brazenly ran around before Kiri's attack. Finish off those who have already been affected by it immediately. In its eyes, the figure of her holding her sword, preparing to launch a fatal blow, appeared. It was needless to say that Kiri was extremely powerful. Sunwheel slash. In nearly a month, the person who has improved the most among us. Her power was also signaled on her wrist. It's her, Kiri. Kiri regained her fighting spirit, easier than I thought. She encouraged everyone to eliminate the monsters in the cave together. Good. Let's just clean them all up like this. While the two men had just stepped out of the gate with confident looks, the man with curly hair immediately recognized, before they knew it, the two men encountered him and his brothers, who were aggressively approaching. Kadril, what are you doing here? The agreed people are already enough. Kadril immediately flared up, yelling at them, get out of the way. Now is not the time to argue about that. This is an emergency. We must inform Minor immediately. The wounded monster was so badly injured that it could no longer open its eyes. Geo praised Minor's ability to no end. Phew, you worked hard, Minor. Minor felt she should press her advantage. It's nothing. Shall we start moving then? She stood on the monster's head, waving her hand and calling out, Minor, that's amazing. Look at the size of the magic stone. But before she could rejoice for long, she was suddenly attacked. If sold on the market, it must be worth at least. Minor couldn't believe her eyes. She froze, not knowing what to do. Her face also paled. The pain was very clear. She couldn't believe it. Blood kept flowing from her mouth. What? A handful of power, wearing a ring on the index finger. Fire arrows were continuously fired towards the adventurers. What is that? Everyone be careful. Fortunately, Geo Kip Toy ran to save another girl, before the move grazed past her. Damn it, Minor. Hearing his plea, the firepower of her gun was unleashed again. I know. The bullet rushed at the speed of light, shattering part of the power in the attack. While focusing on the front, Minor finally realized someone was aiming at her from behind. She panicked. The gun in her hand also shifted direction with her body. Ah, from that side? It was unclear who used this terrifying power. Its destructive force was formidable. Grand firearm barrage. So much solid rock in the cave was easily broken down and flew everywhere. The compass-like item was now worn on Elpum's eyes. Minor was furious, her eyes full of anger, when she bought the gate ticket from him, and now she was almost killed by him. You bastard. Explain yourself now. Elpum's aura continued to rise. He didn't explain at length. Purification. The power of the flames was gradually accumulating, promising even greater firepower than before. Powerful attacks were heading towards Minor and the pirate group. Unclear what his purpose was. Stand still, I'll finish this quickly. Ibaru frowned, slightly curling his lip and said, everyone has forgotten. He paused for a moment, then in panic, clutching his head and tearfully shouting, everyone has forgotten me. He recalled the time when he and Debo were chased by monsters and split in two directions, and angrily cursed, Debo, that bastard. He told me to trust him and then abandoned me like that. If he was going to do that, why did he even bring me here? Luckily, he managed to escape from the monster's jaws. If it weren't for this ant cave, I would have lost my life. Ibaru thought to himself and suddenly startled, his eyes widening. But I can't keep hiding like this forever. If everyone has escaped, then I really am His voice trailed off. Outside the cave, it was now quiet, no monsters approaching. He finally decided to crawl out and went to a vertical cliff, thinking, damn it, I'll show you I'm also a tier 2 adventurer. Ibaru began to move proactively. He gritted his teeth, dodging the monsters, constantly encouraging himself, I won't die easily in this place. Then, surprisingly, he found himself in front of an orange gate. Ibaru stood there bewildered, wondering, a second gate? What should I do? If I wait here? Suddenly, a pair of large, round eyes abruptly appeared right behind his neck, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His pupils contracted in fear. A second later, he reacted, yelling loudly, panicking, backing away and falling to the ground. When he looked closely, it turned out to be El Pum's treasure snail. He recognized it. Huh? You're El Pum's. Ibaru now breathed a sigh of relief, lamenting, phew, why are you here? I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. However, when he fell just now, a hand had accidentally passed through the gate. He heard a strange sound right beside him and surprisingly realized something. Huh? A rotating sound? Immediately afterwards, a flash of light shone, accompanied by Ibaru's desperate, unwilling scream, no. The snail, witnessing him disappear right before its eyes, fell silent. Finally, it sighed. Then it slowly crawled into the gate. At the same time, on El Pum's side, he used his left eye to observe and coldly said, stand still. But his fire arrows rained down densely towards Miner's group. I'll end this quickly. Miner was not flustered at all. She resolutely pointed her gun at El Pum and snapped, shut up and explain. Are you deaf? But before he could say anything, he suddenly noticed something and turned his head. Immediately after, a loud explosion boomed, causing rocks to shatter. The impact was so strong that Miner couldn't open her eyes and screamed, what? Cadril, holding a smoking bazooka, said relieved, luckily, I'm not too late, am I? At the same time, an angry shout echoed from afar. Recognizing the shooter, Cadril, how could you? Just then, El Pum darted out from the smoke. Cadril was already beside Miner, unnoticed. He spotted El Pum's figure and turned to order the others, he's still alive. Quickly, chase after him. It seems that kid named El Pum did the same thing at the 100-person gate. Then, he frowned and turned angrily to Miner. Kieran sent us here after discovering his true identity. Miner, hearing this, was a little confused and asked back, Kieran? On the other side, El Pum ran while using fire arrows to attack the pursuers behind him. They saw their comrades killed by the fire arrows and screamed madly, relentlessly firing at him. Kevin, seeing this, gritted his teeth, angrily channeling mana into his gun and roared, Humph, what are you guys doing? He raised his gun and fired. The shot was so powerful that it pushed him back. A terrible explosion also sounded in front of him. He furiously yelled, he's just one person. Kevin narrowed his eyes, anxiously looking at the target he just shot, and thought to himself, got him. But from that direction, a giant orb suddenly flew straight towards them. The three people standing there panicked, unable to dodge. After a deafening explosion, rocks and stones sprayed everywhere, mixed with ear-piercing, tragic screams. El Pum darted out from behind the fire orb in another direction. He observed and thought, there are three of them. That thing is entering more and more. Do they realize it? Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him, blocking El Pum's path. In the figure's hand, two dangerous red lights flashed, aiming directly at him. The two lights were shot out, quickly whizzing past him. Luckily, El Pum reacted in time, gritting his teeth and dodging. Miner continuously fired a few more shots. Her eyes filled with anger. She snapped, you think I'd forget to keep an eye on you? Each shot she fired was extremely powerful, continuous explosions echoing throughout the cave, chasing closely behind El Pum. At this time, El Pum had run to a second orange gate, thinking in surprise, that's... Just then, Cadrel's warning shout rang out, everyone, get down. In his hand, he held a bizarre black bomb. Geo, seeing it, frantically yelled to stop him. What? El Pum also saw it. His left eye flashed a bright red light. His hand quickly reached out, the ring on his finger emitting a large amount of mana, enveloping his hand. Following his gesture of waving his hand down, a giant mana-covered boulder fell heavily, blocking Miner's path. At the same time, the bizarre bomb that Cadril threw lit up, preparing to explode. In just a moment, a massive explosion shook the entire cave. The impact force caused rocks and stones to shatter and spray everywhere. Those standing nearby were inevitably affected and struggled to resist. Rocks from the cave ceiling above, affected by the explosion, rumbled and fell. Immediately afterwards, large stones quickly piled up. The remaining people, seeing the area covered, screamed in horror. Miner. They looked at the falling rocks that had formed a small mountain right before their eyes and frantically yelled in panic, everyone over here, hurry, damn it. Inside the pile of rocks, after the dust settled, Minor was revealed, covering her face, coughing and gasping. Cough, what happened? As soon as she finished speaking, El Pum's staff, enveloped in flames, emitted a faint light. Minor widened her eyes in panic, looking up. In front of her was El Pum, holding his staff, coldly looking down at her from above. A fire arrow was also aimed at Minor's head. She reacted quickly, pointing her gun at him. Thanks to El Pum's mana, a spacious space remained inside the fallen rocks for the two of them. The atmosphere was tense and strained, neither of them speaking. After a long while, Minor finally frowned, gritted her teeth, and questioned, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Spill your plan now." El Pum pursed his lips, saying nothing. Finally, he slowly parted his lips and asked a very confusing question. "Are you ready to sort things out clearly?" Minor, hearing these words, the hand holding her gun gradually trembled. Outside, Geo grabbed Kadril's collar and angrily roared, "What are you doing? Minor is caught in there too." Kadril, a little flustered facing him, stammered, Before they could finish talking, the pile of rocks suddenly exploded, attracting everyone's attention. Geo looked over in surprise and saw a large hole under the rocks, and hurriedly called out, "Minor, are you still alive?" But what answered his greeting was a fire arrow that shot out extremely fast through the dust. Geo and Kadril both quickly leaned aside to dodge. Geo, not understanding what was happening, irritably yelled, "What the hell?" Immediately after, Minor's familiar gun was also pointed at them. Kadril couldn't believe it and widened his eyes in shock. Before he could react, a series of her bullets shot out, piercing through him. Even before dying, he still didn't understand the reason. Why? Minor lowered her gun, coldly looking at Kadril, who was covered in blood, falling to the ground. Geo couldn't believe what had just happened and frantically yelled, "Minor, what are you doing?" Minor didn't bother to answer him, but coldly asked El Pum, "So, what's the result?" He used his left eye to look around and calmly replied, "I just wasted mana on your useless subordinates, just as I thought." He looked down from above at the group below. They are all newly joined members. Minor frowned sternly, turning to order, "Hey Geo, lead everyone out of here. It's Kieran's order." Geo, along with two others, looked at her in utter shock. He stared intently at something on Minor and thought, "That's..." He recognized it. It was the necklace bearing Kieran's symbol. Back inside the pile of rocks, Minor pointed her gun at El Pum's face, demanding harshly, "What the hell are you planning?" He faced her gun barrel, yet remained calm. After a moment of silence, he slowly uttered words that widened Minor's eyes in astonishment. "Do you know about Eagle Eye Leah's death?" "What?" Minor couldn't believe he was bringing this up. What are you talking about?" El Pum continued coldly. "On the other side of the rocks, among your friends, there are black magic sorcerer's disciples, the very ones behind Eagle Eye's death." Minor, increasingly agitated, yelled, "Shut up!" El Pum stared at her, explaining, "Kieran knows everything already, that's why I'm here." He looked down from above, his eyes sharp as if seeing through everything. "You still don't understand? The reason they want to isolate you from Kieran is because their next target is Kieran's second disciple." He observed her blank, rigid expression and concluded, "That's you, Minor." Such shocking information, learned from a stranger, made it impossible for her to accept. Her eyes widened, the light in them foreshadowing an explosion. "Huh? What is he saying? Disciples on the Nautilus? My comrades? About Leah?" As if anticipating her disbelief, El Pum, taking advantage of her stunned state, offered a necklace. "Kieran asked me to give this to you." Minor naturally recognized it. "That's right, that's Kieran's." The necklace had a skull pendant. Seeing this, Minor began to believe El Pum's words. There's no way she would give it to someone else, because it's her symbol. So Kieran really knows everything and wants to protect me. Moments later, her gun barrel slowly lowered. She calmed down and asked, "Then, the people you just killed were all?" El Pum knew what she was going to say and replied, "Yes, they were." Minor looked up at the man before her. The red light emanating from the monocle on his right eye radiated danger. "But how is that possible? How could you tell them apart?" At Starling's location, a hooded man said worriedly to her, "Cheryl, I don't think this is right at all. They know about us, and even have information about our equipment. It's absurd. We can't trust him." What he referred to was the monocle on El Pum's right eye, penetrating monocle, an item that helps see the flow of mana. This is a very effective way to distinguish the black magic sorcerer's disciples, but its weakness is that it consumes a lot of mana. Starling understood the monocle's effect. She closed her eyes and calmly explained, "After Chorus died, no one else has been able to use it. Don't you know it only works when the user's attribute matches it?" She recalled El Pum's cold, inscrutable face and continued, "Although I don't understand why someone who looks like a mage can use it. Either way, I don't trust him, but currently we can be sure that he has the same goal as us, so." The hooded man, hearing Starling say this, wanted to interject with advice. This could be a trap. We don't know who's behind all of this. Starling looked at his serious expression and said indifferently, well, but what can we do? I've already lent him the monocle. It'll be fine, just trust me. She frowned, her expression serious but also very confident. If he doesn't have enough mana, he'll die before he can even use it. Just wait and see, he'll bring us back an answer. Back in the cave, El Pum and Miner stood on the pile of rocks, looking at the group opposite them. He stood behind her, using the penetrating monocle, and said to Miner, except for the 3 people standing in front, everyone else is a disciple. Miner's face darkened upon hearing this, her eyes flashing with dangerous hatred. Perdo, breaking into a cold sweat, loudly questioned, disciples? What nonsense are you talking about? Hey Miner, he has no proof. How can you believe him? El Pum scoffed. Proof, huh? You mean this? At that moment, the light of the penetrating monocle suddenly shone brightly. He looked at the mana threads scattered in the darkness and thought, even before my regression, dealing with these disciples was already very difficult. If mana isn't channeled, their tattoos won't appear, and the location of the tattoo on each person is also different. Suddenly, he took a step forward. In his eyes now were mana streams swirling like silk around someone's body. But just because we can't see the tattoos with the naked eye, it doesn't mean they don't exist. As soon as he finished thinking, he saw a red mana spot inside that body. He began channeling mana into his hand and reached out towards the resurrected Cadril, saying, I also want to respect other people's preferences. He panted, appearing exhausted, but still coldly grabbed Cadril's hair and lifted him up. Between his eyebrows, a red, one-eyed spider-like symbol gradually appeared. But isn't your tattoo in too obvious a place? The tattoo, infused with mana, became increasingly clear, proving their identities. Gio and Kevin widened their eyes, mouths agape in disbelief, shouting, Black magic sorcerer's symbol, no way. Perdo, now exposed, had no words to defend himself. His expression was bitter as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. At this point, no orders were needed. Guns were quickly raised. They chaotically fired at him and frantically yelled, damn it, kill them all. Gio also reacted quickly, ducking low to dodge the bullets, while raising his gun to counterattack. However, he still didn't understand what was happening. Yelling in confusion, What the hell is going on? But then he still unhesitatingly fired, the extremely powerful force exploding rocks and stones, flames also erupting fiercely. Miner was also extremely focused, continuously firing at the enemies. The black magic sorcerer's disciples were hit by bullets one after another, screaming in pain. Just then, El Pum frowned, turning his head to inform Miner of the situation. I've used too much mana to track them down already. If this continues, we'll be at a disadvantage. Then he pointed everyone towards the second orange gate. There's a second gate nearby. We should move into there and hide first. Miner, hearing this, snapped irritably. Her eyes filled with anger. Shut up. She was still gripping her gun tightly, and said in a low voice, I will kill all of them with my own hands. Suddenly, at this moment, on the enemy's side, one person held something emitting a bizarre purple light, pointing it at them and shouting to his comrades, if you don't want to get hurt, step back. In his hand was a skull holding a ball emitting purple light. It was gradually releasing a dense gas. The skull holder frantically roared, it's hunting time. As soon as he finished speaking, those purple streams of gas spread out like arms, gradually enveloping Miner's group. She quickly used her hand to cover her nose and mouth, thinking, what? As soon as she fell into the black gas, space seemed to separate her from everyone else. Illusion? I can't see anything. While she was still confused, a purple light suddenly flashed. Miner gritted her teeth and dodged. The scarred, skull-holding man from before smirked dangerously upon seeing this. Just as expected, now you can't see anything anymore. Wonderful? You should prepare to die. Gio and Kevin, also surrounded by the thick black gas, frantically yelled, Miner, I can't see anything. Damn it, what the hell is this? The scarred man raised his gun towards her and roared, now, Miner, if you miss Eagle Eye so much, then I'll send you to her. Immediately afterwards, he ruthlessly fired. The bullet quickly flew towards her face, but at this moment, her eyes were as if shrouded in mist, only able to hear his words, help me say hello to her. In just a split second, red blood sprayed everywhere. El Pum, appearing from nowhere, grabbed Miner and dodged the bullet. The bullet only grazed him. The scarred man widened his eyes in disbelief at this sight. Huh? How is it possible? He looked at El Pum, who had rescued Miner and safely dodged, and roared, you shouldn't be able to see anything. But the red light flashing from the penetrating monocle on his right eye was like an answer. In his eyes now were only transparent bodies enveloped in mana. One person holding something with bright, intense mana shouted, ordering, quick, aim at him. He's an unpredictable variable. At the same time, the remaining people immediately turned and frantically fired. El Pum just calmly raised his hand, the ring on his finger emitting a huge amount of mana surrounding his hand. Next, a giant rock, under his control, fell, completely blocking their attack. Then he raised his staff. Fire arrows immediately shot out with erratic trajectories, catching them off guard and continuously hitting them. One person holding a cannon angrily fired and roared, "What do you think you're doing?" But his fire arrows were completely unimpeded, piercing straight through the bullet, causing the bullet to shatter. The fire arrow didn't stop, but pierced into that person's face, causing half of his face to explode. Before dying, he still managed to roar unwillingly, "What? No way!" The scarred man was extremely bewildered in his heart at this sight. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down his body. How can his attack be so strong? Those are just fire arrows. Immediately afterwards, volleys of bullets continuously fired along with shouts ordering, "Block them." El Pum also took out 4 feathers. Thanks to the added power from them, he summoned a move, Fire Lance, a giant flame as big as a drill flying straight towards them. A loud explosion erupted right in front of them, causing them to raise their hands to shield themselves. The scarred, purple skull-holding man barely managed to look up. His pupils constricted in disbelief, thinking, he changed the direction of the fire arrows? But just before he could react, El Pum had appeared right beside him and chopped off his skull-holding hand. Then he stabbed a knife into his stomach, causing him to roar in pain. After dealing with the scarred man, he turned his head and summoned a fireball, incinerating the arm along with the skull. The thick purple mist immediately dissipated. Miner's eyes also brightened again. "I can see again." The scarred man looked up at the person who had messed everything up like this and couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn it." But already being devout sheep, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to complete his purpose. His eyes flashed with cruelty and madness. In his hand, he summoned a spiked ball emitting an orange light. He grinned widely and muttered, "Everything I do is for the black magic sorcerer." Immediately afterwards, dozens of spiked balls appeared in the air, surrounding Miner's group. In just a moment, they all flashed and exploded violently. The force was so strong that it blew away rocks and stones along with everyone standing there. The booming explosion mixed with Miner's piercing scream created an extremely tragic scene. Suddenly, at this moment, a mana-covered rock rushed quickly through the air. El Pum controlled a large rock, accurately catching the 3 of them. They looked up and saw him, shouting in surprise, "El Pum!" He, drenched in sweat, tried to head towards the second gate right in front of him. "I'm also about to run out of strength. I need to reach the second gate before I run out of mana." But something unexpected happened right in front of the gate. Pedro, no one knew when, had lunged at Miner's location. He gathered strength and punched hard, causing her to fly off the rock. Gio, right beside her, couldn't react in time, only able to frantically yell, "Miner!" El Pum frowned, now pointing his ringed hand towards her. "Damn it!" But Pedro was prepared. He smirked provocatively and threw out a spiked ball like the scarred man's, shouting, "Don't even dream about it." The spiked ball reached in front of him and emitted a brilliant light. In just a split second, the spiked ball exploded, the flames almost swallowing the second gate whole. Miner, trembling, struggled to get up. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned by the scene before her. The entire second gate had been blown to smithereens, creating a huge pit right in front of her. She exclaimed in disbelief, "The gate!" The others also stared blankly, eyes wide open. "What the hell? The gate? Damn it, the second gate! We've lost track of El Pum's group?" Another immediately reacted, shouting, "It's okay. The gate will regenerate soon. Anyway, our real target is..." They all turned towards Miner, still stranded alone on this side of the gate. Pedro quickly raised his fist, rushing towards her, roaring, "Kill her!" Then he used a whirlwind punch. Miner also raised her gun to counterattack. However, he had a defensive barrier, a green mana shield covering his entire body, blocking all her bullets. He smirked smugly. "Useless." Miner furrowed her brow, her eyes flashing with anger and disbelief. "The attacks are ineffective? He's been hiding his true skills?" Pedro charged again, his bare paw hand with sharp blades, roaring, laughing mockingly at her. "So weak." Then he threw a powerful punch towards Miner, but she jumped high to dodge. Before he could react, Miner landed on his back, pointing both gun barrels at his head. Immediately afterwards, 2 explosions rang out, blood spraying everywhere. Next was a series of bullets fired, even his legs were hit. He screamed in pain, gritting his teeth. The comrades behind him also quickly raised their guns to attack. Seeing this, Miner used her knees to clamp Pedro's head tightly and leaned forward. Then she placed her hands on the ground and spun around. Pedro, following her movement, was thrown up, using his entire body to shield her from the bullets. Blood sprayed from his back. Pedro coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Minor released Pedro and crouched down. She hid behind him, continuously firing at the rest, screams of agony immediately echoing in the cave. Minor rested her arm on Pedro, coldly firing non-stop. Pedro couldn't take it anymore, raising his fist, furiously roaring, word by word, "You little rat!" But he was already spent. Minor showed no mercy, pressing the gun muzzle against his stomach and firing. He immediately screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His bloodshot eyes widened, almost popping out. Not stopping there, Minor once again pressed the gun muzzle into his wide-open mouth. An explosion rang out. This time he was truly blown to smithereens. The rest, seeing him lifelessly fall, screamed madly, "Pedro!" Minor's face was covered in blood, like a demon from hell. She narrowed her eyes dangerously, coldly provoking, "I don't have time anymore. Rush in all at once." Elsewhere in the cave, Kiri, Debo, and Ralph were facing dozens of second orange gates, utterly bewildered. "What the hell? Gates? There are more here too? Are all of these second gates?" Ralph, being the oldest here, knew more and spoke up, "It's probably a special area. I've heard of it before, it connects to other locations in the second area." He began explaining to everyone, "When a certain number of people pass through, that gate will close, and the rest can only use other gates." Debo, hearing this, asked curiously, "Wait a minute, we can't know where we'll end up if we enter any gate. So, what if we encounter boss?" Ralph sighed and said, "There's no other way. We have to leave it to fate. For now, we can only try entering and see." A flash of golden light appeared. The three of them appeared behind a gate. Debo looked around, relieved. Luckily, it seems to be a maximum of 3 people per entry. "Let's observe our surroundings carefully. Team 30 might move to another gate. We need to quickly regroup." Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, looking at a cloud of smoke running towards them from the front, and unconsciously spoke up, "Huh? What's that?" It feels like it's heading towards us. Could it be, boss?" When he clearly saw the face of the person crying and running at the front, he shouted in shock, "It's Ibaru." He was being chased by a group of monsters, running for his life, and saw Debo's group, bursting into tears of joy, "Everyone, please save me." The 3 of them, seeing his plight, revealed disgusted expressions. Debo turned his face away, pale, and yelled, "What are you saying? Don't come closer." Ibaru didn't care, shamelessly grinning. "Indeed, the Ibaru pirates are always united in brotherhood." Debo angrily shouted, "That's not it. Get lost. Boss, where are you?" Boss? Their boss at this time was also in an unspeakable situation, thinking to himself, "No way." In front of him was a giant mushroom with sharp teeth, frantically roaring. He and the survivors were struggling to fight them. Gio frowned, panting, and loudly said, These aren't just monsters. They're also wearing pirate outfits like us. Could they be humans?" Someone facing a headless monster shouted in panic, "Damn it, now is not the time to be thinking nonsense. These guys, they won't die. We shoot them in the head and they still keep moving. And we're almost out of bullets." Even a revived person like El Pum was now feeling extremely overwhelmed. "Damn it, I've never heard of this before. There's no core in these monsters?" In his eyes now, the monsters were swirling with mana, connected to each other by some link to a point. Could these guys be human corpses that have been monsterized? No weak points, so no matter where you shoot, you can't take them down. What's going on? This is completely different from before my regression. He began to notice their connecting threads. Must find it, at all costs. Wait, there might be a mana thread connecting to them. He looked along that endlessly extending thread. Damn it, no idea how far it connects. Until he saw all the threads converge at a crack in the wall. Definitely something on the other side of the wall. He widened his eyes, focusing on looking through it. He discovered a figure holding a mana-swirling halberd. "Debo, have they all entered the second gate?" But immediately afterwards, he painfully clutched his right eye and let out a groan of pain. "Reached the limit, I don't have enough mana to maintain the skill anymore." Gio, standing right beside him, saw him slightly bow his head, ignoring the monster still above his head, and worriedly shouted, "Hey, El Pum! What's wrong? Snap out of it!" Just then, a familiar golden light flashed again. Then there was a earth-shattering explosion, a corpse falling from above, attracting Gio's attention. "What's that?" Following the corpse was Minor, sliding down from the cliff wall. Gio looked up and excitedly shouted, "Minor!" As soon as she appeared, she raised her gun, continuously shooting at a stalactite on the cave ceiling above. A series of large rocks fell, instantly wiping out the monsters. Kevin, seeing her jump down beside him, happily exclaimed, "Thank goodness, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" But what answered him was her face full of killing intent and her gun, flashing a dangerous light, along with a warning, "Kevin, if you don't want to die, stand aside." The smile on his lips instantly froze, uttering a questioning word. "Huh? She didn't bother to answer. A golden light then enveloped the monsters' heads. Following it was a earth-shattering explosion. Light bursting out blindingly, shattered rocks spraying everywhere. El Pum tiredly slowly opened his eyes. The smoke dissipated, revealing a scorching cave entrance. After the shot just now, the cave wall had been turned into a super huge, gaping hole. Kevin, struggling right beside her, couldn't help but complain, "Minor, I almost died just now." But when he stood up, he discovered that behind them there were still dozens of monsters, and clicked his tongue in disgust. What the hell? Still so many? He turned his head to ask Minor's opinion. What to do now? We don't have enough bullets left either. Minor smiled, starting to channel mana into the gun in her hand, saying, I can shoot one more time. I'll pour all my mana into this thing. Just then, someone spoke up, interrupting. Wait. She turned her head and saw his battered state, utterly surprised. El Pum. He clutched his chest, seriously looking at her. Wait a moment, we still need that skill. Minor immediately retorted, what are you talking about in your dying state? Don't you see those guys? No time to wait. Even so, he already had some calculations in his head. The distance to Debo's location is about 1 kilometer, not much time left, no time to think anymore. He immediately reached into the bag hanging on his hip, seriously saying, give me 5 minutes. No, buy me 3 minutes. Minor, hearing this, confusingly asked back, what? What can you do in just 3 minutes? He took out 3 orange stones, broke them one by biting, and said with great determination, I will clear this gate. On the other side of the wall, someone was also surrounded by monsters, angrily roaring, damn it. Debo frantically slashed at monsters, but it hardly solved anything. What the hell? He gritted his teeth and complained, these zombies, even though they're human corpses, cutting off their heads still doesn't. But while he was fighting back, he was suddenly grabbed by the neck by a monster and screamed. Immediately afterwards, Ralph quickly came to rescue him. Debo, released, clutched his neck and said in a low voice, these things, is there any way to kill them? Ralph, while punching another one, snapped irritably, stop whining, in the meantime, take down another one. Kiri and Ibaru were also fighting hard. Ibaru was not only fighting with his hands, but also with his mouth. Die. But he was careless and was grabbed by the wrist by a monster, screaming in pain. Then he accidentally pulled the trigger, firing a shot straight up at a large stalactite on the cave ceiling. The stalactite fell, crushing a monster. The others immediately cheered happily, praising him, good job, Ibaru, great shot. He was praised and awkwardly mumbled, it was nothing. Right at this moment, the ground below suddenly vibrated violently. Something huge broke through the thick layer of rock, emerging right in front of Debo. Its claw stabbed strongly into the ground. Debo stood under its giant shadow, mouth agape, uttering a sigh of annoyance. You've got to be kidding me. In front of him was a monster that looked like a spider with a mushroom head, its abdomen dangling, as if containing hundreds of terrifying eggs. Debo couldn't help but frantically yell, what the hell did you awaken? Meanwhile, Ibaru had completely frozen. This trip was doomed, secretly complaining, damn it, they were just praising me. The mushroom-headed monsters continued to roar and charge forward. Minor's group of 3 also fiercely fired, stalling for time for El Pum to gather mana behind them. He was almost desperately gathering mana, his face contorted, thinking, damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode. I don't want to put pressure on myself like this again, but there's no other choice. Too early to increase the magic circle. It will only hinder me if I try to do so when I'm not ready yet. Then, there's only one way. After thinking, he began to recall the times he had escaped monsters in the past. I've always had to face situations like this before regression. The monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Conversely, I lack mana to unleash attacks when needed. Once I reach the limit of the 6th circle, magic will consume more mana. Now I have to find another way to deal with them. And he looked at the cracked orange stone in his palm. It's a gamble. The magic stone I only use to increase the magic circle, based on the nature of the monster. Inside the stone was a core emitting intense light. If I absorbed this magic core directly, wouldn't I be able to replace it with rapid mana? Outside at this moment, he was also channeling mana to break the outer layer of the magic core in his palm. In theory, I can recover mana that way. Now only rampant mana waves remain. His heart began to beat violently, mana streams swirling around it. If I channel it through my heart in the direction of the flow, if only my body can withstand this pressure now. On the other side, Minor was still desperately fighting against the monsters. She heard a voice and widened her eyes in shock, slightly turning her head back. Well done, Minor. Immediately afterwards, a giant fireball brushed past her back, crashing into the monster beside her. The swirling flames erupted like a tornado, quickly engulfing them. Minor stammered, turning to look at him. His ringed hand was now bursting with mana, but had turned pale. What? You. El Pum gently said, instructing her, prepare that skill beforehand. The look in her eyes at this moment couldn't hide the horror. Cold sweat pouring down, she exclaimed, what? The person in front of her now had completely changed aura. His pale skin filled with killing intent, the mana radiating so strongly that it formed a wind swirling around him. Minor couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, what the hell happened to his appearance? On Kiri's group side, the battle was still going on intensely. Ralph was knocked back several meters by a long tentacle, blood spurting from his mouth like a fountain. A green toxic gas emanated from his arm that had just blocked the attack. From under the wound, mushrooms were beginning to sprout. What the hell? Mushrooms? As soon as he saw this, he realized something. Furiously swinging his knife, damn it, it's that thing. The secret about those corpse mushrooms. Although they look very different, corpse mushrooms are a type of mushroom monster living in the underground caves of Sleepywood. Ralph decisively cut off his poisoned arm. Immediately, a green mana stream enveloped the cut-off area on his body, healing him. Heal. Everyone be careful not to get grazed by the tentacles. He looked at the giant monster and its dozens of red tentacles waving in the air, loudly warning, otherwise you'll turn into those disgusting corpse mushrooms. Debo, hearing this, gritted his teeth, thinking, so that thing is behind everything. He looked at Kiri, everyone is gradually running out of strength. Then he looked at Ibaru's strained face. We're going to be wiped out. Seeing the situation getting increasingly desperate, he resolutely ran towards another direction, shouting, leave this place to me, and run away. The others, hearing this, were utterly confused. Huh? He didn't wait for them to react, gritting his teeth and rushing forward. I need to do this. His speed suddenly became faster. With just 2 or 3 slashes, he could cut off several tentacles of the monster. Then he jumped up. At the same time, the monster also whipped a tentacle towards him. Because he was in mid-air, he couldn't dodge in time and was hit, sent flying several meters away, screaming in pain. Blood welled up in his chest, spurting out even though he was gritting his teeth. Just before he fell, another tentacle whipped over, as if wanting to take his life. Blood sprayed everywhere. Debo widened his eyes, looking at the blood splattered all over his face. His pupils trembled and contracted. No one knew when. Kiri had rushed over, taking that blow for him. Her stomach was hit, continuously gushing fresh blood. Elsewhere in the cave, it was silent as death. Minor stood tall in front of a vertical wall. Behind her, a calm voice suddenly rang out, just focus on maintaining the skill, leave the aiming to me. The target is this wall. Behind them, Gio and Kevin were still struggling to fight the monsters. We only have one chance. His right eye flashed red, a large amount of mana radiating from his entire body. He raised his ringed hand behind Minor's back, while she was focusing mana on the gun in front of her. He coldly ordered, fire. Fireball. A giant bullet-shaped fireball was fired, aiming straight into the wall. The other side of the wall immediately shook violently. Immediately afterwards, the bullet broke through the wall, piercing straight through to the other side as if nothing could stop it. It continuously drilled deeper, breaking through layer after layer. El Pum's hand reached out, channeling even more mana. Faster, faster, move forward. That mana stream enveloped the bullet's head, instantly transforming it into fire lance. But not stopping there. Not enough, I need to add more magic power, he roared, using all his strength. Hold on. Maintain it until the end. Minor also gritted her teeth, widening her eyes, not daring to be careless even for a moment. El Pum simultaneously unleashed a series of fire arrows. Those fire arrows plunged straight into the tail of the bullet to increase its power. As expected, the bullet at this moment was like an unstoppable drill, boring straight into the hard rock. Just then, Gio, fighting with the monsters, also cried out, damn it, I'm out of bullets. Then he saw the monsters, no longer being blocked, charging towards the 2 people behind him, and roared, run, Minor. His roar echoed even to the other side of the wall, to Debo's location. Kid? But Debo completely ignored it, because the monster in front of him at this moment was many times more terrifying. According to what El Pum had seen earlier, the monsters had no magic core. The puppets in front of me are deceiving and making my judgment blurred. Where do the magic threads connecting and controlling them come from? The true identity of those relentless bastards is due to, through the wall, he had now seen that monster and its core. The master controlling them is something completely different. What we need to fight is, the firelance bullet had pierced through the extremely thick rock wall, heading straight towards that giant monster. It panicked, realizing the danger approaching. El Pum raised his mana-filled fist, lunging towards it, and said in a low voice, you. With his control, the bullet pierced straight through the monster's head, leaving only its mushroom head. The rest had completely exploded. Right in the middle of its body, a bright yellow magic core appeared. Immediately afterwards, it slowly shattered, then gradually disintegrated. Debo looked up in disbelief, staring at the brilliant scene in front of him. Even Ralph, fighting with the monsters, was sweating profusely, looking over. On this side of the wall, El Poom and Miner were still standing still in front of the monsters. Just as its hideous hand was about to touch her hair, it suddenly vanished. Its mushroom head suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, a series of monsters all met their doom, blood spraying everywhere. Ibaru was overjoyed to tears, trembling, saved. The monsters also fell one by one into pools of blood. A calm voice spoke up, attracting Miner's attention. Dungeon? She looked back and saw El Poom's extremely confident face. At this moment, his appearance had returned to normal. The mana stream also slowly dissipated. He took off the penetrating monocle on his eye, smiling, completed. In Miner's memory, her parents were people with incredibly disgusting smiles. She confessed, I was abandoned by my parents, they were terrible people. The only one who protected us orphans from those people was Sister Rhea. She was willing to stand in front, shielding us children behind her back. Looking at her small but determined back, she thought, from that moment on, I saw Sister Rhea as a hero. Dawn gradually broke. Miner and Rhea sat side by side, watching the waves lapping gently, birds flying continuously. She said nostalgically, it's been 10 years since Master adopted us, huh? Time flies so fast, everything happens so quickly. Miner bowed her head sadly, resting her chin on her hands. You're a genius recognized by Kirin, you must be happy every day, right? As for me, Rhea looked at her with pity, you probably got scolded again. Her face clouded with worry and a hint of sadness. She confided, I feel like the distance between us keeps getting further and further every minute. If Kirin, not letting Miner continue her sad thoughts, she reached out and flicked her forehead, causing her to wince and dodge, shouting in pain. Rhea laughed, encouraging her. Don't be like that. Confidence is your greatest strength. She angrily clutched her forehead and yelled, I told you not to do that. She gently reassured, hush, it's my privilege. Rhea smiled radiantly, as if surrounded by a halo. It's okay, I'm always by your side. In another space, inside a dungeon, Debo worriedly looked at Kiri and asked, Kiri, you okay? She raised her hand, appearing nonchalant, replying, I'm fine, maybe it's because the new equipment is too good, so I still feel okay. Ralph, walking ahead, grumbled unhappily at her demeanor. It's thanks to my healing, okay? Luckily I still had enough mana, otherwise this place would have been your grave. He was a little unhappy, lowering his head and glaring at him, in his heart a little contemptuous. Yeah, definitely thanks to you. Suddenly, on the other side, Gio called out a little blankly, hey, that thing, attracting everyone's attention. From the opposite side of them, there was a rock wrapped in ropes, causing them to be utterly stunned and stammer, what? A person covered in wounds was tightly bound to that large rock. Both the person's legs and hands were covered in blood, a pistol tucked at their hip. Rhea, exhausted, without any strength to resist, was tied and sat beside the rock, head drooping. Someone rushed over and punched the rock, shattering it. Witnessing that scene, everyone bowed their heads in sorrow. Rhea's last words were, they prepared everything meticulously. Prina and Catherick, they've been by my side for a long time. Half of the team members are zealots. I can't imagine how many more are still hiding among us. Tears gradually fell onto her body. Rhea, her hand still placed on her gun, spoke her last words, so don't trust anyone. I think, this is my end. I couldn't keep my promise. Sorry, my little sister. Miner's tears streamed down her cheeks, unable to hold back sobs. On the island, rows of corpses piled up on the ground, a fire blazing fiercely, smoke and dust flying everywhere. Kanya's people gradually became impatient. Why is it taking so long? Could it be, they? One of them revealed his extremely cruel eyes, saying, Kadral has taken the Shard of Darkness. Even if it's Miner's team, as long as they're controlled by that item. They hadn't finished speaking when they were attacked from afar. A force struck, piercing through that person's stomach. Kanya's group panicked, looking around and shouting loudly, what? Who is it? One person stood frozen, eyes wide open, not believing the scene before him. Fearfully stammering, how is it you? Aren't you at the conference? Kirin angrily looked down, fiercely pointing her gun at them and said, how does it feel to be ambushed, you parasites? Their corpses, along with armor and weapons, lay scattered on the sand. Marat quickly checked and reported, we've eliminated a total of 46 people. She heard and cautiously instructed, maintain position. He noticed her worry and chuckled softly to reassure, don't worry ma'am, we sent that man to follow them for this reason. However, Kirin's face was still furrowed, not relaxing at all. If Miner doesn't come back, I won't be able to forgive myself. A loud voice rang out, Kirin, An extremely blinding light appeared before their eyes. From afar, everyone had returned, causing her to stand up abruptly. Ria's body had been brought back by everyone. Minor, tears still falling, sorrowfully hugged her body in her arms. Everyone's faces were also very sad. She softly called out, "Kieran." She saw Ria dead and also sadly froze, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Even Morat froze, mouth agape, not believing the truth. Minor bowed her head, hiding her tears, sobbing, "I have brought my sister back." One person, covered in wounds, clutched his leg. He was stronger than anyone I've ever met. Debo turned his head, looking around, and dispelled the gloom, asking, "But where's boss?" The ships had gradually sailed away from the shore. One person was leaning against a crate, beside him a water bottle overflowing. El Pum picked up the water bottle, pouring it into his mouth so quickly that it overflowed, recalling, "A deal, huh?" At that time, he was standing beside Kieran, hearing her say, "That's a bit demanding." But he immediately and decisively replied, "But it's absolutely necessary." She seriously said, "So many mana potions. Do you know how precious one potion is? Especially after the formula was lost." He stood facing her, replying, "I know. That's why I'm asking you. It must be easy for you, because Nautilus's financial resources are quite formidable." Kieran unhappily retorted, "Our deal is over, yet you still want to help us?" El Pum held out his hand, appearing nonchalant, intending to cooperate. "That's right, but I think we still have some things to do together." Her eyes flashed with sharpness, tensely saying, "I'm very grateful that you protected Minor, but that doesn't mean I trust you." He appeared utterly nonchalant. "Then just think of this as another deal. And instead of one item from the treasure vault that you promised me, now it's 2 items. Because it was a deal, she wanted to know what she would get in return. Then, in return, before she could finish speaking, he immediately interrupted, "I will find out all the black magic sorcerer's disciples still hiding in this Nautilus." The image of people sailing boats on the sea was seen by him. El Pum used the power of his eye to search, helping her. Minor surprisingly turned her head and asked, "Huh?" Gio stepped forward, frankly saying what he was thinking to her. "I didn't intend to eavesdrop." He recounted the story of himself standing behind the rock, seeing her and him talking in the dungeon. "But I know El Pum invited you to join." Minor hurriedly denied, "No, that's just..." Gio continued to interrupt, "Thanks to him, this time everything went as planned. But the zealots who killed Ria are still out there." His fist was clenched, revealing terrifying veins. He trembled with anger. "I'm sure you also want revenge. And, so do I." Gio began leading her to the reason he said these things, "And if you go with El Pum, you will fight them directly. I think he's quite trustworthy." Minor smiled inexplicably. In the somewhat dim night, 2 people continued to chat on the boat. "You seem a bit weak, old man." He angrily retorted, "Hey, why are you always like this? Alright, with Kieran here, it should be fine, right? Seriously." The sky brightened, warm sunlight shining down on the island with streams and lush green trees. Oars continuously worked, churning the water, helping the boat move. On that boat, El Pum was laboriously rowing, while Kieran stood at the bow, arms crossed, observing everything. Suddenly, the boat stopped, and he was intently looking in one direction. The 2 had arrived at a place with a rather tall gate. From above, countless gun barrels were pointed directly at their small boat floating on the water. A bit of magic was created. She very steadily waved her hand. Gears began to operate, pulling chains in circles, creating extremely loud noises. The huge gate in front of them had been opened. On the other side, there were still rippling waters awaiting them. El Pum became utterly stunned and surprised, eyes wide open, looking ahead. This place, a vast land filled entirely with gold, the amount dazzlingly large. He exclaimed in shock, "Kieran's treasure vault." El Pum and she stepped onto the land. He walked and asked, "Can you explain these items to me?" She nonchalantly walked on and replied, "What pirate would tell you the value of their treasure? You have to evaluate it yourself." Her face was a bit displeased, continuing coldly, "Let's be clear, I only promised to give you 2 items." El Pum froze, looking towards Kieran, thinking, "Cold, is it because of the request I made to Minoru?" Then, without thinking much more, El Pum looked at the gold coins and extremely valuable items here. "Anyway, this place has more treasure than I imagined. Onyx dragon staff, amulet of dominion." He bent down, picked up a ring, and admired it for a long time. "This is the ring of the Dawn Guardian Angel. Unbelievable. I was promised 2 items, so I have to get the 2 best ones." Suddenly, something caught his eye, surprising him greatly. El Pum slowly approached the location of the item he had set his sights on. Kieran, from behind, also noticed his movements. Silently judging, he's decided. He reached out to an item glowing amidst the mess, his face a bit panicked. "Surely, this is..." El Pum painfully recalled past events, a vast place engulfed in flames. After the final day, when the disciples were on the front lines, a disciple killed a series of association members. An extremely cold gaze flooded his mind. Traitor of humanity, Rieke. He had infiltrated the top positions of the association, and betrayed everyone at the most crucial moment, causing fatal damage to the association, the terrorist symbol he once used. El Pum gritted his teeth, extremely angry. I lost so many people because of that bastard. He took this from here? Then he quickly put it on his hand, resolutely saying, I'll take this, the first item. Kieran, standing observing his choice, frowned slightly in confusion. Good eye, but why? That item doesn't suit his attributes. El Pum continued to move around this area. Something glowing amidst the gold coins caught his attention again. It was a ring with a gem, not large, but looking old. He thought, I've never seen that thing before. Can't feel anything. Just an ordinary ring. Then El Pum still decided to reach out to pick it up. Too suspicious. A mediocre ring shouldn't be here. Suddenly, that ring darted away to another place. It startled El Pum greatly, his eyes widening. Kieran, standing from afar, also exclaimed in panic, what's going on? He also didn't understand what had just happened, shouting, what is this? Suddenly his eyes widened, looking at his palm in horror. I touched it, and suddenly, she was also terrified, eyes wide open. After recognizing the item he chose, she immediately approached and said, sorry, that ring is not mine, I can't give it to you, please choose something else. El Pum didn't want to make things difficult, immediately agreeing. Understood, okay. Then suddenly, he hesitated, however, making Kieran utterly confused. He reached out towards his hand, trying to remove the ring on his ring finger, helplessly frowning. I can't take it off. Elsewhere, Beiju was kneeling on the ground, reporting the situation. The Richie Merchant Guild's problem has been resolved. Avuek, sitting on the chair, leisurely praised. Good, well done. Then he continued to ask about another issue. What about El Pum? It should be about time. She trembled all over, fearfully stammering, please forgive me, that matter has failed. Hearing this, he immediately angrily slammed his hand on the chair, causing it to dent in. Evoke seemed to have gone mad, roaring, failed? Are you kidding me? Even the shard of Black Knight was used, and that's all you could do? Pausing for a moment, he furiously said, last chance. Then he began to roar, if you fail again, you will pay with your life. Back to where everyone was resting, Minor bent down, picked up her backpack, and sighed in relief. Phew, all right. She quickly stepped out of the door, very lightly. Ria's pistol was also tucked across Minor's hip. Let's go. Raya stood at the doorway of the ship's cabin, arms crossed, saying goodbye. Leaving already? Debo smiled, replying, we'll come back if we have the chance. The wine here is delicious. Better improve your skills and then come back here. Well, have a good trip. He was a bit nostalgic, recalling, that gambling-addicted bastard. Debo happily looked at El Pum, asking, well, shall we go? He coldly crossed his arms, replying, yeah. A figure suddenly darted over from somewhere. Minor braked sharply right before the doorway, shouting outside, wait. Debo widened his eyes, confusedly looking at her. Huh? You are? Then suddenly he remembered something, looking back and seeing him smiling. Wait. She panted, carrying her backpack on her shoulder, smiling and looking at him, asking, where's mine? Elsewhere, a person was rushing forward anxiously, mouth continuously panting from exhaustion. A person had their head decisively chopped off by a beast with a sword. Piru, witnessing that scene, fearfully yelled, damn it, run. Gashran also panicked, running headlong. Don't look back, run. A sense of helplessness had enveloped everyone. No, it's come to this, we will, please. They saw the sharp serrated teeth on the ceiling, as if finding a lifeline, and yelled, there. Gashran propped his hand against the wall, one hand grabbing the activation lever and yelling, hurry, I'll activate it. His face became extremely ferocious. This damn thing. I won't die easily. Before he could finish speaking, a sword darted quickly towards him, cutting off Gashran's legs. Hearing the loud noise, Piru turned his head back, worriedly shouting, Gishran. All he saw was dust billowing up, thick as clouds. He was lying on the ground with his legs severed and blood forming a pool. Damn it, Gishran! Seeing him stop, worrying about him, he gritted his teeth, trying to say word by word, you idiot, get out of here now. The beast, sitting on the back of a skeleton, had quickly caught up. He struggled, you must survive. Abbas frowned, extremely angry when he heard El Pum's gentle greeting, I'm back. He furiously slammed his hand on the table, yelling at him, why are you so confidently returning empty-handed? He just stood there, bowing his head, calmly replying, it was an emergency. we're lucky to be alive. However, he still didn't feel happy, but even more harshly said, "What? So you see this mission as nothing?" The papers on the table had been swept off by Abbas in his anger. El Pum still calmly reassured, "Well, I'm not saying this can compensate, but I will expand the stage a bit more." He continued to yell, "What the hell are you talking about?" El Pum calmly continued without flinching, "Minoru, the disciple's target, has joined our association." Abbas seemed utterly surprised, not believing what he heard, asking back, "Golden Eyes? You're saying?" He interrupted again, explaining, "They definitely won't just sit and watch. We will lure them out." He continued to snap angrily, "What? How much longer do I have to play along with this stupid game?" El Pum just stood silently, looking on, because in his heart there were other worries. I still can't reveal everything to him. If war breaks out because he has a limited vision of the goal of overthrowing Carnia, then things can't be done properly, and we will never reach the root of the disciples that way. Gaffer is also running out of patience. El Pum half closed his eyelids, in his head still thinking, "I have to hurry." Outside, he calmly reassured the person opposite him. Well, not long. Ralph on one side crossed his arms, sighing, showing displeasure, and yelled, "You're adding more people to the association without even discussing it with me. Now I'll have to spend more money on these people." Debo beside him gently mediated, "Having another capable person is a good thing. And why do we need your permission when boss is the association leader?" He still felt disrespected, waving his hand in protest. "Association leader? Who decided that? We're still competing, aren't we?" "Well, temporarily, he's just a temporary association leader." Kiri, standing on one side observing, couldn't help but show her attitude. "That old man needs to be beaten up more." El Pum gently reached out, picking up the hot coffee cup on the table, saying, "Temporary? Well, it's okay. If you have any doubts, you can test my skills." His eyes flashed with a bit of coldness and the killing intent of a strong person. "I'm always ready to compete." Everyone's reactions made Ralph grit his teeth angrily. He angrily yelled, making everyone feel annoyed, "Damn it, my money? Why didn't you guys discuss it beforehand? Damn it." Debo also gradually became uncomfortable, sighing, "That old man is so greedy." Then he turned to look at El Pum, who suddenly stood up, asking, "Where are you going?" He replied quickly, "I have something to do, no training today." El Pum and Ralph, after leaving the headquarters, each went in a different direction. A voice suddenly rang out, they went in two different directions. Outside, there was a group of black-clad people, faces covered, wearing sunglasses, lurking and waiting. The leader spoke up unhappily, "Damn it, do they think they have many lives? Don't even bother to pay attention to us at all. Why do they always leave alone?" A few people following behind Ralph, seeing him scratching his head, said, "Let's split up, we'll follow that guy." Back to the place filled with Kieran's treasure, she was very displeased, arms crossed, looking at El Pum. "Can't take it off? What the hell are you talking about? Is the item self-selecting its owner or something?" He also held out his hand, tightly gripped by that ring, replying, "Well, even if you ask me to." She looked at him with a worried expression, eyebrows slightly furrowed. "This is not good. The owner of that ring is..." He patiently waited for her to burst into anger, but Kieran turned to sigh, then said, "Whatever. You will have to ask permission from its owner." That was the last sentence she said to El Pum before they parted ways. Now, he was walking up to that person. Starling stood, hands on hips, very arrogantly looking at him. "You're still alive." He was a bit surprised, asking back, "You are the owner of the ring?" She temporarily didn't understand what he was saying, raising her voice, "Ring?" He continued, "I came to ask for your permission." She asked back again, "Permission?" El Pum held out his hand, wearing that ring, tensely saying, "I can't take it off, so I came to ask if you could." Starling, after seeing what he was wearing on his hand, widened her eyes a bit in panic. That's the extremely shiny ring stuck tightly to his hand. She thought, he can't take it off, so... Then she turned to look at her subordinate. He just gently nodded. Then Starling turned back to look at him. "I can't give it to you now because its true owner is not here." El Pum was still holding the ring stuck on his finger, looking at her. "Then can you bring them here? I don't even know how to use this ring, so I need someone to explain." Suddenly, she shouted, "Great!" making him a bit startled, not understanding why. Starling suddenly became tense, looking at him. "El Pum, this is a request." The owner of that ring, Piru, was in an extremely dangerous situation, continuously having to evade monsters. She continued to plead, "Please rescue Piru, the hero tracker, help me." The final day, everyone became panicked by the attacking monsters. Humanity had been cornered. Everyone had appeared from afar like heroes. Fried's successor, Evan, was feeling very excited about the situation before his eyes, raising his hand to his mouth, chuckling softly. Fate's enemy, Luminous, was a bit more serious. The thief, Phantom, and the elven queen, Mercedes, also smiled confidently. Weapon hero, Aaron, shouldered a large weapon, smiling, and weapon hero, Yunwol, was a bit sadly bowing his head behind. The return of the 6 heroes. Luminous coldly used his power. 2 beast monsters roared loudly in fear. We have witnessed. The people's eyes widened, gradually showing surprise and joy. Terrifying power, he had defeated many beast monsters in front of him, rescuing the people. The miracle they had created, the 6 heroes had fought all the beast monsters. That made the people feel extremely happy, clasping their hands together, very grateful. We have regained hope, believing they will rescue us once again. However, we didn't know that the power of the 6 heroes awakened from their seals was unstable. 800 years ago, throughout the war against the black magic sorcerer, the heroes' items were lost in the cracks of time, and for some reason, they were found in various gates. The association couldn't delay enough time for the heroes to regain their power. This time was different. We need to create a solid shield that can withstand the disciples. We will become bait to lure the disciples. The forces of the Maple World will gather together, creating a powerful alliance. And change history. Everyone is still fighting hard with all their might. Debo smiled radiantly, eyes wide open, exclaiming, "This scene is so beautiful." Before everyone's eyes was a transparent waterfall crashing down onto the rocks. El Pum glanced around. "Is he around here?" He held up some cloths with strange shapes and said, "Put this on you." Debo also curiously looked over, asking back, "Huh? What is it?" Debo took it and put it on. A bit probing. Suddenly, that thing radiated a large amount of magic power. He didn't understand what was happening. Spreading his arms wide, panicking, "Whoa, what is this?" Something was being formed from the things he gave everyone. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "No way." A large orange gate had appeared. Debo confusedly asked, "A gate? Oh my god, what is this? There wasn't one here just now. Is it a type of magic?" Minor, standing observing, was also extremely surprised, mouth agape. "Without it, we would never have found this." Everyone felt overwhelmed by the newly created thing, only he remained extremely cold, sinking into his own thoughts. Hero Tracker, Piru, the one who found traces of the hero's items. Then he bowed his head, looking down at the ring in his hand. "So this is a hero's item?" Everyone was ready. Everyone's faces became serious. "All right, we will rescue you." The space inside had many gates. Everything was very quiet, without any sign of commotion. A blinding light suddenly appeared. Everyone was inside the gate. Debo happily looked back at everyone behind him, laughing. "We conquered the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't that a new record?" He felt very happy. "Too easy. Those fire pigs or whatever are as easy as pie." Kiri turned to tease, wiping the ash off his face and saying, "Wipe off the ash on your face before you talk." The fire-maned beasts, very fierce, glared menacingly at them. Minor looked at him, eyes wide. "Really? Didn't you say you only recently reached the first magic circle?" Debo happily laughed, pointing at himself. "Well, I'm a genius. Maybe the second greatest genius only after boss. At this rate, it won't be long before I reach the third, even the fourth circle soon." Ralph, hearing him boast like that, glanced at him unhappily. "You're too excited." He laughed, looking at him. "What, are you scared?" El Pum, in the back, closed his eyes, changing the subject, avoiding unnecessary arguments. "Don't be too happy yet." Contrary to popular belief, increasing magic circles quickly isn't always a good thing. He asked back, confused, "Why?" He patiently explained, "Advancing a magic circle means all stats change rapidly. If it happens in a short period, it will cause stress on the body. You must learn to balance learning and your body's capabilities. It can hinder development if you increase the number of magic circles too quickly." Debo was a bit surprised, asking back, "But you also increased 2 magic circles, and you were fast too." El Pum continued to patiently explain, "At that time I had no other choice. It's still better to wait 2 months before advancing." Minor glared at the two, feeling a bit helpless. "You guys talk as if you can increase them whenever you want." El Pum tensely recalled what had happened. "Before regression, I couldn't break through the 7th circle. All those dangerous situations pushed me to advance, but ironically, it happened too quickly, so it prevented me from developing further." He clenched his fist, full of determination. "Now that I know the future, I can't stop at the 6th circle. I need to advance at the best time, to reach the 7th circle. No, the 8th circle." Kiri suddenly felt something was wrong, worriedly speaking up. "But, aren't we getting here too fast? Our goal is to find someone, not to conquer the gate. What if we missed him at the first gate?" El Pum, hand clutching the rope in his hand. "Don't worry, that won't happen." He put the tracking device on his eyes, reassuring her, "I've already checked." Debo glanced at him, complaining, "That weird monocle again. You keep putting it on and taking it off. Are you really using it to find someone? El Pom coldly said, as long as the person is not dead yet. Suddenly, he noticed something, stopping mid-sentence. Then El Pom lightly said, hundreds? No, thousands. We have guests. He was a bit blank, turning to look at him. Huh? Suddenly, the sound of movement came from behind them, making him turn around abruptly. No need for El Pom to explain, he already knew what was happening. A swarm of beast monsters rushed over quickly, causing him to yell loudly, "What the hell? Who are these guys now?" Everyone panicked, shouting chaotically, running back the way they came. "There are too many. Everyone, run." Miner began providing information to the formation. Their skeletons, bullets are ineffective against them. Damn it. Kiri also became tense, running and yelling, first zombies and now skeletons. From now on, we have to fight these guys? Ralph was no less tense, gritting his teeth and running, no other choice. Suddenly, from another direction, Pyru yelled loudly, "Everyone, duck down." Mechanisms were activated. Several skeleton heads were severed. He continued to pull the control lever. The next ones were also quickly eliminated. In just a moment, the skeletons had been shattered, not a single one left alive. The faster they charged, the faster they died, bone fragments flying everywhere. He stomped his foot on the ground, looking at everyone and yelling, "Penetrating monocle, Cross Hunter, is that you?" His voice attracted everyone's attention. "Thank goodness, so close, hurry up." Pyru, in an extremely exhausted state, clutched his stomach that was continuously making noises, pleading, "Give me food." Then he collapsed straight to the ground, without any strength left, making everyone utterly bewildered. Inside the cave, Pyru began exchanging useful information with everyone. "I'm familiar with this place as I was trapped here. I know the behavior of the skeletons and the mechanisms here." He stuck a magic talisman on the wall. "I'm quite confident my infiltration skills." Miner, passing by, looked back worriedly. He continued to say, "The problem is, I've run out of food for 5 days, and there are no more monsters that can be hunted for food." Debo couldn't help but admire in surprise. "That's a talisman? Magic, so cool." As he spoke, he laughed, "I'm about to starve to death." Then El Pum suddenly interrupted him. "Pyru, I have a favor to ask." Pyru turned his head back, face covered in breadcrumbs, still continuously putting a loaf of bread into his mouth. Seeing this, he softened. "Never mind, just eat first." Miner hugged her arm, a happy smile blooming. "Well, thankfully." She looked around and continued, "They found the exit, we just need to get out. No need to defeat the boss." Hearing her say that, Pyru quickly swallowed the bread in his mouth. Then he shouted loudly, "Wait, not yet. I have a favor to ask," making everyone look at him blankly. Pyru bent over, very sincerely pleading, 3 days, please be my guards for just 3 days, please." Then he continued to explain, "I'm looking for an item. If we just leave like this, my friends will die meaninglessly." Kiri and Ralph also froze, looking at him. Pyru continued to beg and express his plight. "I want to go deeper, but I'm not good at fighting, so it's very difficult to go on my own." Just as he bowed his head, pleading, "Please everyone, help me. I guarantee I'll find it within 3 days, and I'll also reward everyone." All eyes turned to El Pum. He tensely looked at him and asked, "How can you find an item in 3 days when you couldn't find it in a month?" "I don't have much time to waste 3 days here." He tensely quickly explained, "It's different. I haven't searched in the dangerous area yet. There's a place where I guess it is." Evwek stood high above, looking down through a glass pane. "It's starting, huh?" He very sinisterly watched and said in a low voice, "This time you won't escape again, El Pum." Then suddenly, from behind, a very sinister voice rang out, startling him. "Are you sure?" Evwek frantically turned around, angrily shouting, "Who is it?" His pupils widened in shock as soon as he saw the person in front of him. Willie angrily looked down at him, saying, "Disappointing, Ivuk. I thought you were quite useful, but you can't even eliminate a newly joined adventurer. How much more are you going to embarrass yourself?" He quickly knelt down, bowing his head, admitting his fault to him. "Lord Will." Evo closed his eyes tightly, utterly helpless, shouting loudly, "I have no excuses. I will accept any punishment from you, but the plan to eliminate him is already underway. Please give me a chance to redeem myself." However, Willie just silently looked at him. A sharp claw was raised by him. "Then you will take responsibility." Spiderwebs were strung up densely, enveloping Ivuk. "Tell me." Inside that building, a horrifying voice echoed. "What is your plan?" The skeletons continued to rush in, continuously emitting terrifying sounds. Suddenly, a skeleton seemed to sense danger and turned its head abruptly. It was quickly beheaded. Bullets also rushed over at great speed. However, those skeletons all avoided them by raising their shields to block. The group quickly ran past, They took advantage of the moment when those skeletons had to raise their shields to block bullets to quickly escape. The lever switch had been activated. The door slammed shut, trapping the skeletons on the other side of the wall, making them a bit confused. They continuously kicked hard at that wall, but couldn't open it. On this side, Debo happily smiled brightly. Nice. He was very optimistic about the current situation. The entrance is locked, simple. Piru was more tense than him, quickly saying, no time left. He looked at the two gates opposite and continued. These mechanisms are not perfect. Once one is closed, the other will open. They will definitely realize it soon. Then El Pum stepped forward, leading the way. We just need to find the item you're looking for before they find us again. Now then. Before them was a stone statue of a hero. Let's see what the item of the great hero you're looking for is. It was very tall and holding a sword plunged straight down into the ground. Everyone just stood around, looking up, observing. Debo stood with arms crossed, looking up at the tall stone statue, clearing his throat. But I don't see any item. Are you sure we're in the right place? El Pum took small steps around to search, observing everything, then said, this place is completely different from other locations. Maybe something will appear if we search. Then Debo also took wide strides to follow him, tensely asking, anyway, who do you think built this place? He curtly replied, who knows? Minor, on the other hand, was still utterly surprised, head held high, looking towards the statue, thinking to herself, it won't suddenly move or something, right? Then suddenly, Kiri, who had been observing something, called out, everyone, come over here. Before her eyes was a stone tablet with many characters written on it. She helplessly said, I can't read it, but I feel like this must be very important. Piru approached, observing, and exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's a riddle in an ancient language. It must be hinting at the location of the item. Let's see if I can translate it. He began to read aloud, when you hear the musicians sing, behind the deep, dark curtain, a shining actor always looks down on us. You who bear the burden, follow that light. On another side, Minor also discovered something and called out loudly, hey, you guys think this is important too? There are some drawings here. One by one, everyone discovered something strange. Debo called out, there are more over here. Ralph also spoke up, here too. Many drawings of water droplets, the moon, the sun, and a sparkling star were on the wall. Piru continued, these must be the answers to that riddle. Maybe each drawing represents something. Some drawings look easy to understand right away, but the rest are a bit harder to figure out. He clutched his head, looking tired, thinking, then continued, it says to follow the light, so maybe. Yeah, try channeling mana into the symbol that looks like the sun, El Pum suggested. Immediately, Debo standing beside him did as told and asked back, like this? The door with the sun drawing immediately opened. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, it opened. Debo approached right in front of the door, looking inside and saying, what? That's pretty simple. Before he could finish speaking, a large flame from inside spewed out, engulfing him. Kiri quickly ran over, reaching into the flames, yelling loudly, Debo. His whole body had been burned, looking very battered, smoke and dust covering him. Ralph laughed loudly, very amused, looking towards him. Now he's definitely a piece of cooked meat. Piru felt that it was because of himself, and awkwardly cleared his throat. That's probably not what it meant. I thought it was the sun, but it's not. Then he suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes, yelling, ah, that's right. Behind the deep dark curtain, that's night, so that means the answer is the moon. Everyone's attention turned to the door with the moon symbol on it. He spoke to himself, then pointed, reaffirming himself, yeah, that makes sense. This time, I'm sure. Ralph standing beside him laughed mockingly. Sounds right, the expert is definitely different. As soon as the door opened, a very large stone quickly rolled out, hitting Ralph. Both he and Debo became angry, looking towards Piru, causing him to panic, stammering, this time, I'll definitely guess right. Everyone stood in a circle, looking at each other, no one speaking. Kiri looked towards the disaster that had just happened and spoke first. Anyway, it seems like we're in a trap related to the symbols if we guess wrong. Debo, who was being healed by Ralph's magic, still curiously scratched his head, asking, I understand that, but the problem is, we don't know how to solve this riddle. He looked around at the doors and continued, I think that one must be a rock or something. I don't know what that X symbol is supposed to be, and the rest are also quite confusing. Maybe that lightning bolt symbol is also related to light? Then Ralph made a suggestion. Why not just try pressing them? He became furious at his irresponsible words, but I'm not sure. You know what happens if we guess wrong? El Pum, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke to defuse the situation. Maybe we're misunderstanding the symbols. Why don't we try solving the riddle first, and find the appropriate symbol for the answer? He put his hand to his chin and began to analyze. I don't think you misunderstood the riddle. Maybe deep dark curtain is referring to the night sky. I'll assume those musicians must be crickets chirping. His imagination began to soar. Looking down on us probably means the moon, stars, and clouds, because we have to follow the light. Piru, hearing him lead the way, widened his eyes, realizing, it's the star. He also slowly walked towards that door. It always looks down on us, so it can't be the moon. After all, the moon changes cyclically. Stars also move, but they don't disappear. Piru hesitantly reached out his hand. Then the symbol must be. Before her was a large star symbol on the door. This one. Minor, who had been quiet until now, finally realized and said, "Ah, so it's a star, not an X." Piru began channeling mana into that door. A blinding light emitted, causing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. If we're right, then. The door slowly opened. Inside was pitch black, nothing at all. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like we were right. Ralph and Debo, standing on the other side, sighed, glancing at him a bit unhappily. Piru quickly led the way, then looked at everyone. "All right, let's go, we probably just have to go down this way." Suddenly, a figure darted over, asking, "Are you sure?" That voice made Piru freeze, eyes widening in shock. Beiju darted over from afar, weapon in hand. "Then we'll take care of the rest." The sword quickly slashed down. El Pum had timely darted out, preventing her from attacking him, causing Piru to be a bit panicked and frightened. "What?" He spun his weapon in his hand. Then El Pum quickly slashed it towards her, making her struggle to defend. He became extremely angry, glaring at Beiju, yelling, "You little rat!" She fearfully widened her eyes, looking towards him. He quickly slashed at the position where she was standing. After attacking, he was a bit confused, looking towards that spot. "I hit her." Before he could finish thinking, a sound from behind attracted El Pum's attention. He was a bit surprised. Instantaneous movement skill? She didn't have a scratch on her body, smiling brightly at him. Beiju. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out again. Both Debo and Kiri panicked, yelling loudly, "Damn it!" A group of people were rushing over at high speed. Who are these guys? They had surrounded everyone in the center. A weapon barrel shook, a squeaky voice rang out. "What should we do?" One person was clutching their head, shaking it, saying, "Shouldn't we wait a little longer before attacking? We need that hero item to fix our past mistakes." After speaking, she stopped being squeaky, and smiled sinisterly. "Oh well, we'll probably get it anyway." Piru, confused and worried, looked at El Pum, asking, "What's going on?" They shouldn't have been able to find this gate because of the illusion talisman. He also replied, a bit bewildered, "I'm not sure. I thought I checked to make sure no one could track us." She continued to speak in her disgusting tone. "Oh dear, earlier, didn't you guys think this would happen? You all look so curious. Then why not go ask the person here?" An extremely powerful attack rushed towards El Pum's location, making him utterly bewildered. "What?" El Pum turned his head back to look. However, he still couldn't dodge that attack, screaming in pain. A large tremor also occurred, rocks shattering into pieces, spraying everywhere. El Pum painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Debo angrily, in disbelief, looked to his side, trembling, asking, "Hey, boss, what the hell are you doing?" Ralph's fist, wearing spiked rings, harshly said, "Can't you tell?" He laughed very disgustingly, looking down at his blood-stained hand. "I'm making money, what else?" In the dark of night, the house was still lit. Ralph's eyes had a strange glint, a flowery smile on his face. "My love." It turned out he was reveling in wealth. He opened the lid of a chest of gold and silver. "I live for you guys." Busy with the piles of wealth he had accumulated over time, Ralph was startled by a knock at the door. Not wasting another second, he quickly and deftly closed the lid. Indeed, as expected of someone loaded with money, he hastily pulled a small table to cover the chest hidden beneath the floorboards. Not even having enough time to fully admire his gold, Ralph felt a bit annoyed. "What is it?" Too late for visitors. He panicked at the appearance of two masked subordinates wearing sunglasses in the dark. "What are you guys doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on guard duty?" They didn't seem friendly. Beiju's subordinate stared at Ralph. "Watch your mouth. We're not your secretaries. Someone wants to see you." It seemed he knew exactly who was behind this, his face filled with worry. Still not giving others a second thought, Ralph only cared about money. "I don't care. Tell them to get lost. Who do they think they are, ordering me around?" While they were arguing, a mysterious figure approached from afar. "I've come myself." No one knew what this person's identity was, but it suddenly made him feel terrified. "What the hell?" Beiju had a bright smile, but her whole body radiated killing intent. "Karnya Trade Guild, huh? Let's talk, shall we?" His weapon hand already stained with blood, in his mind only focusing on how much wealth he could get. "I'm making money right now." Kiri also didn't respect him like before, anger clearly visible in her eyes. Ralph, you bastard. Continuing to feign innocence, but guilty as sin, he was still joking. Phew, scary, don't look at me like that. As expected, Debo also cursed, spitting insults at Ralph. You bastard, you betrayed us just for a few coins? From beginning to end, he had never done anything without thinking about profit. A few coins? Ah, heavens, who do you think I am? Even Gaffer's guards are promised triple pay. Amidst the dust and smoke, El Pum appeared, carrying his halberd. Unbelievable that Ralph would actually say that. El Pum, do you know how much your head is worth? El Pum's mouth was still stained with blood, his breath heavy as he heard him say the price, 100 million mesos. Unable to understand if Ralph really had a brain problem or if it was just bottomless greed, how could I refuse? He was utterly bewildered, facing an attack from behind by Minor. Before anything else, Karnya's people had flown in to intercept. Enough talk. Suddenly, an army appeared out of nowhere, causing chaos to erupt here. Capture them all. She had turned dark, her fighting power against Kiri also terrifyingly strong. Excuse me, but she absolutely wouldn't let her side be outdone. Her eyes full of determination. Damn it, you guys think things will really go your way? Contrary to her tension as if a string was about to snap, she seemed very happy. Of course, Miss Kiri. She easily dodged Kiri's attack, and could even predict Kiri's usual moves. You learn dual swords at Cygnus, but you have a habit of always using your right hand for powerful attacks. With formidable strength, her agile body dodged many of her moves. If I can read my opponent's movements, dodging is too easy. She was like a fortune teller, seeing through everything with a glance. Debo is strong in one-on-one combat, but his weakness will be exposed when he faces multiple enemies. Her confidence became even more pronounced as she began to draw her sword. I know all your moves, accept it, you'll all die here. Minor held a medium-range gun, but the firepower it unleashed was enough to destroy everything. Get lost, you stalkers. Karnya's people couldn't react in time, and were defeated by her move. Minor felt tense as Beiju appeared behind her, as expected of Kiran's disciple. Using two guns simultaneously, she wrapped her arm around her waist, firing towards her. The surprises here weren't over yet. A chain suddenly wrapped around Minor's neck. Beiju absolutely wouldn't spare anyone who dared to challenge her, tightening the chain, making her gasp in pain. But you've met the wrong opponent. The chain tightened even more, veins on her neck visibly bulging. Minor didn't have to endure the pain as a force suddenly slashed the chain, causing her to panic. Because she was too angry, Beiju had to order him to take over her task. Ralph, focus. Ralph's spiked knuckle dusters had been ready for a long time, but still in a state of worry mixed with confidence. You think defeating this guy is easy? He won't be able to hold out for long because I already broke his ribs in that sneak attack earlier. The wound on someone's arm wasn't too serious. The unexpected thing was, Pyru was suddenly attacked, without any resistance at all. Debo, fighting with the enemy, couldn't help but shout in shock, Pyru. Already outnumbered, now Kiri became even more worried due to the lack of quality. Damn it. Not understanding what was happening, mixed in the air was a stream of green smoke. Karnya's people froze for 5 seconds at the scene of Pyru's body turning into smoke. What the hell? It wasn't until they saw the sword pierced into the talisman that they realized everything they had done was futile. A clone? Yet he appeared at the gate, even cursing directly at them. Over here, you morons. Pyru touched the seal on the wall. Suddenly an idea came to him. You guys want to know what this is, right? Because I have an idea. The seal immediately lit up. No one knew if it had activated any further mechanisms. Karnya's people stood motionless because they didn't understand what was happening. The rotations of gears and chains continuously moved. Beiju also froze stiffly at the situation Pyru had created. What is it? She fearfully widened her eyes, barely daring to utter a few words. I have a bad feeling. Karnya's people suddenly fell into a bottomless pit. About this. The result of their contempt for others was their burial in this place. Debo's expression didn't look too good. It seemed like he was falling freely. Now, Karnya's people screamed as they felt themselves plunging headfirst down the deep pit. Kiri, face covered in mud, panicked and called out to him, Debo, over there. Debo hadn't even understood what was happening, huh? In the high wall, there were recessed areas inside. That's. Kiri timely grabbed her hand in the chaos. Minor, grab on. Luckily, she grabbed his coat. Debo also just managed to jam his weapon into the wall. Debo. All his strength at this moment was focused on his weapon. Even though it was difficult, he wouldn't let go of his teammates. Hold on tight. But it couldn't hold on any longer. Pieces of rock on the wall continuously falling off. Debo's weapon kept scraping against the wall, dragging both her and Minor down into the pit. No one knew what material it was made of that could withstand such great weight, even though he was about to bend it out of shape. Suddenly Debo firmly gripped the wall, letting her swing herself into it. Go. It turned out they had planned this beforehand. Minor was about to touch her feet on the tunnel revealed on the wall. Debo's weapon was also quickly pulled out of the wall. After Minor jumped inside, she pulled both Kiri and Debo in. Only when she knew she was safe did she notice the noise outside. Realizing something wasn't quite right, but Minor hadn't reacted yet due to exhaustion. The gears continuously turned again, unclear what effect this activation had. The lid of the deep pit was about to close, the light shining inside gradually diminishing. Debo, Kiri, and Minor went deeper, all making the same observation. This place is like a maze, there are forks everywhere. Maybe this area connects to other places. After moving for a while, she boldly guessed, there are many entrances on the cliff face, so maybe it also connects to that place. Clinging to a sliver of hope for more fighting strength, Kiri believed, he must have escaped. If we're lucky, we might meet El Pum. Minor was still worried because she didn't understand everything here, but chances are we're unlucky, we might run into those zealots. Due to her confident stride, Minor wasn't paying attention and stepped on a mechanism on the ground. Bars resembling jail cell frames fell from the sky. In an instant, the bars hit the ground, very securely, trapping Debo and her inside. While Kiri panicked, feet still rooted to the spot. She should have found a way to escape, but fear clouded her mind. We're doomed, aren't we? Kiri tried her best to pull the bars open, angrily cursing at Debo. Damn it, what the hell is this? Debo, you idiot. Debo hurriedly defended himself. It wasn't me. Moments later, gears were activated again. It seemed the mechanism was about to activate. The surrounding wall was no longer stable as before, it was moving from its original position. Debo also noticed the anomaly. Now we really have to worry, the wall is closing in. Kiri urgently wanted to destroy the bars to save her two teammates, using her strongest move, Raging Light, but it didn't even scratch the bars, making her dumbfounded. Damn it, these iron bars. Of course, with his steel spirit, Debo didn't give up, trying again with all his might. They're protected by a strange energy source. Why did Minor have to be angry? She drew her gun, shooting straight ahead. Damn it, get out of the way. The firepower she unleashed was truly terrifying. Annihilation shot. The bars were bent. Kiri outside couldn't stand firm against this move. That large force seemed to almost melt the bars. Dust and smoke rose. Minor was very confident in her approach. How's that? I should have done this sooner. But it was as if enchanted, not affected at all. She couldn't believe her eyes anymore. How can it be? Still unscathed? Behind her, the wall was closing in more and more, not knowing what to do now to survive. Damn it. The wall has completely closed. It seemed this wall was not friendly at all, descending faster than expected. Kiri was sweating profusely, her whole body trembling as she tried to hold back the wall. Damn it. Debo was no less struggling than her. He quickly blocked the wall from pressing against him. He roared loudly, his strength being significantly depleted, sweat dripping continuously. The iron frame couldn't be broken, and now the wall was pressing in like this. Was this trying to turn them into sandwich fillings or something? Kiri was constantly worried about him, her eyes filled with fear. Debo. Even his powerfully muscled arms couldn't avoid trembling. Unbelievable. Having to die here. We can't die like this. Feeling helpless that standing still was also not an option, Debo pleaded for help. Kiri, do something. The remaining space was not much. Minor had to curl her legs up against the wall to have enough space to sit. I don't want to meet Leah yet. How could she just stand by and watch her teammates facing imminent death? Kiri used all her strength, hoping to break the bars. I know. But, what should we do now? Sweat dripped nonstop. Debo was very tired. Oh God, this is not good. Kiri didn't understand what he was referring to, huh? Feeling that he could hardly escape this disaster, Debo spoke all the words in his heart that he had kept for so long. I've never forgotten that time you tried to die for me. I don't like owing anyone. So, I thought next time, if you were in danger, I would save you. But damn it. Kiri couldn't believe her ears. You still remember? His body was exhausted, placing all his hope on Kiri, because she had helped him escape danger so many times. Forget it, I give up. I hand over this right to you. Can you save me one more time? That made Kiri laugh. Hopeless case. This guy, you're still joking in this situation? The sword in her hand, once again gripped tighter, symbolizing determination and strength. Determined not to let her teammates down, Kiri seemed to discover something new. All right, everyone, wait a moment. With her intelligence, she guessed that to activate the moving gears, energy was needed. This machine operates on mana, so the bars are protected by an energy stream. There must be a mana supply device nearby. Just hold on until I find it and destroy it. Kiri darted away like an arrow, seizing every second to quickly save the two people outside. She even joked, "Don't die before paying me back." Inside the large wall in the deep pit, there were many tunnels piercing inwards. No one knew where they led. Unexpectedly, Carnia's people were still alive after falling into the black pit. They were flying at high speed. No one knew if they were chasing someone or not, flying so fast that their shapes were unclear. It turned out to be Pyru and El Pum being chased by Carnia's people while riding the wind. He panicked because he almost got hit by an attack. Damn it, these guys are really killing machines. It seemed there was no way out. Pyru only saw a wall in front of him. A dead end. About to crash into it. Luckily he managed to brake sharply to turn around, making him dizzy. What a hellish place. Just escaping the dead end, El Pum continued to pull him to fly even faster before Carnia's people were about to catch up. Pyru didn't want to continue running away because he was too tired. Wait, rest a bit, rest a bit. The flame of power in his hand had burst into flames, gripping his halberd tightly, ready to fight. They were immediately beaten to a pulp, with just one move, continuously eliminating many of Carnia's people. Already exhausted, El Pum's fighting spirit never diminished, but even increased. Huff, huff, Ralph yelled straight at his comrades, showing off that only he had the ability to injure him. I told you, never let your guard down. Beiju, clinging more stubbornly than a leech, quickly rushed over at the speed of light. Those guys are as good as done. Even if they run, they won't escape. She was very confident in her talent, carrying a chain, preparing to attack, when she realized El Pum's move was right behind her. A large explosion occurred, rocks shattering and spraying everywhere, causing many of Carnia's people to retreat. Beiju appeared angry. Humph. Ralph was happy too soon. Great. You might die before you can even repay what you owe me. Carnia's people didn't give up, quickly throwing shurikens. As soon as the shurikens touched, Pyru's protection talisman timely blocked the attack. Seeing that they couldn't do anything to him, they used the magic ring worn on their index finger. The shurikens were immediately reinforced with a new source of energy, explosive shuriken, making Pyru also stunned. A hand quickly pulled his collar, accidentally grabbing his hair, making Pyru scream in pain. Ow! Luckily, thanks to El Pum's reaction to pull him away before the explosion created by the shurikens, he wasn't injured. While he tried his best to help, he was still there complaining in pain. Ouch, ouch, my neck, my neck. But El Pum's way of rescuing was quite heartless. Pyru's hair swept the ground as he was dragged away by his collar. Ow! Carnia's people stubbornly continued to chase, not leaving for even half a step. He accelerated, but not significantly, because his body had long been exhausted. He could only use his power to eliminate them. Carnia's people rushed over like arrows, accompanied by many shurikens. El Pum was almost hit in the face by a shuriken whizzing past. Unable to endure another second, he used firepower to blow up the area behind. El Pum was surrounded by them. Although their quality was not great, their quantity was countless. This couldn't affect his fighting spirit, swinging one move, wiping out all of Carnia's people. Sweat on El Pum's cheeks continuously dripped down, his face showing fatigue. Faced with a large number still not eliminated, how could he put down his weapon to rest? That terrifying power made them fear, thinking El Pum was not a normal person, a monster. The scene shifted to Kiri. She collapsed to the ground, panting heavily beside the lightning-flashing pillar. Kiri wiped sweat, struggling to stand up, happily saying, Did we find it? Kiri attentively looked at the lightning-emitting place, talking to herself, if it's not this, I don't know what else to do. She stood up, taking steps forward. This is the mana source of this building? Kiri exclaimed in surprise, a bit panicked, looking down. Where the lightning pillar shone straight down was a huge pit containing something emitting light rays around it. It feels like it's the main power supply of this place. A large amount of mana concentrated here. It must be it. If I destroy it, I can save Debo and Miner. Suddenly from behind, a voice appeared. How interesting. Kiri panicked, widening her eyes, turning back. The figure of a silver-haired woman with incredible speed, movements unseen, passed through her, creating cuts. Kiri coughed blood, her body and wounds bleeding simultaneously. Kiri painfully knelt down, collapsing, blood gushing out. She playfully tossed the blood-stained sword up, laughing brightly. Ha! How lucky, I can kill everyone just by killing you, huh? She excitedly, feeling refreshed, glanced at Kiri. Moreover, you're the weakest one too. Her whole body was covered in crisscrossing cuts, bleeding. Kiri hardly braced herself, standing up, gritting her teeth, listening to her boast. Everything is going exactly as planned. Kiri struggled to stand up. You bitch, get lost, I don't have time to play with you. She appeared teasingly dismissive. I can't do that. I have a name too. She lowered her face, smiling. Why don't we talk? She had no time to joke around with her. Ignoring her words, she held her sword, launching a move. Upper Sun, let's start. I'm busy. She slowly reached behind her. Ha! You're really stubborn. From where she stood, a series of red rays flew in all directions, rushing forward. Then I grant you death, raging whirlwind dance. Kiri swung her sword, trying to block each red ray flying towards her. What? Where are they coming from? Those red lights that she had just blocked gradually disappeared into the air. All of them are illusions? Behind Kiri, several red aura swords were stuck firmly into the wall, suddenly moving strongly. One by one, they all used force to break free from that wall. They aimed straight, flying towards her head. Kiri quickly dodged, gritting her teeth, thinking, damn it, I can't distinguish which is real, which is fake. She laughed gleefully, excitedly holding her sword, darting forward. The sword aura enlarged, slashing down behind Kiri. She spun around abruptly, immediately blocking the move. From behind, she didn't stop, continuing to launch a new move. Those swords were now following a curved path, not a straight line like before. Kiri looked at the sword path, sweating, thinking. She changed the firing direction. Could it be telekinesis? Damn it, this is even more troublesome. She suddenly saw something, before her eyes, two small lights intersecting. Huh? That's... She took advantage of her inattention, launching a flying sword straight towards this direction. That sword pierced through Kiri, making her lose balance, falling backwards. She suddenly realized, that sword went through between Kiri's arm and body, not through her body. Kiri stood up. At the same time, around her appeared extremely thin silk threads linking together. Not telekinesis, she's controlling weapons with invisible silk threads. She grabbed the silk thread connected to the sword, or rather, Kiri yanked the silk thread back. If I can throw them back at her. She smirked, confidently holding the sword hilt behind her. Wait, you think I'd say that? She unleashed a move, launching a series of sword slashes straight at Kiri at incredible speed. Sword dance art, 100 lightning slash. Kiri widened her eyes, facing it. She suddenly recalled the words from long ago. Do you really think so? At that time, Kiri was still a child. She was standing listening to that person speak. The Night Order accepted you because of your family. Is that what you want to tell me? That person's words had been engraved deep in Kiri's heart. Alright, there are people who can't see treasure even when it's right in front of them. She surprisingly looked up. Don't live by others' standards. Don't limit yourself. That day, her teacher looked at her with a loving gaze, saying, once you understand its meaning, once you believe in yourself, you will become stronger than anyone. Kiri powerfully swung her sword, slashing at her. She couldn't dodge in time, using her sword to block, but still couldn't stop it. The ends of her hair were changing, gradually turning blue. She angrily unleashed a barrage of moves at her. Lightning flash slash, how dare you? She startled, breaking into a cold sweat, turning around abruptly. She dodged it. The voice in her head continued to echo. Kiri, your power is not just to burn opponents, the power in you. The person had changes in both eyes and hair, both turning bright and sparkling. Behind Kiri was a magic circle, one side fire, one side ice, like the vast universe out there. She widened her eyes to the fullest. Reflecting in her pupils was a giant fireball, sun and moon slash. Before her was a super large fireball, burning fiercely, rushing towards her. She panicked, frozen, looking up. Kiri from above gracefully moved, holding her sword, approaching. She got closer and closer. Kiri swung her sword, unleashing a move, a large fire aura spreading out, the silhouette of a person being slashed in half, great sundering. The scene changed to a breaking ice ball. Somewhere, a voice echoed, Master, I think I understand your meaning. Footsteps rushed past, very hurriedly. I realize what I want to become is not someone who limits myself. The silhouette of a girl reflected on the wall. Perhaps, I realized it too late. The iron frame barrier lay broken on the ground, but even so. Kiri, panting, hurriedly ran to where Debo was standing. I will still believe in my teammates and myself. Footsteps rushed past. The masked men chased after. Their leader's voice roared orders. Damn sewer rats, find him for me. The talisman, covered in blue mana, floated in the air. Piru's angry voice, damn it. He glanced ahead, worriedly speaking up. I don't know how much longer I can stall them. Piru looked at El Pum, covered in wounds, panting heavily, and asked with concern, Hey, El Pum, can you hold on? At this moment, two masked men from behind had caught up. One arrogantly roared, he's like a rat in a cage now, grab him. El Pum, wielding his staff, attacked them. On the other side, Piru was also struggling to dodge the shurikens. One of them snapped, what are you guys doing? Finish him off quickly, that kid has no fighting ability. He indignantly said, you bastards, who do you think I am? He used magic, aiming at the spot where the two masked men were standing, and yelled loudly, don't underestimate me. Those two charged towards Piru, making him panic, tears welling up in his eyes. He screamed, no, just pretend I don't exist, okay? He pursed his lips, clutching the knife in his hand. Suddenly a stream of magic from Elpum's staff flew back towards them, sending them flying. His face was pale. He breathed heavily, panting. Beiju appeared before Elpum, curling her lips into a smile. "Oh, you look tired." He widened his eyes in shock, looking at her. She held the dagger, decisively stabbing it into Elpum's stomach. Piru frantically yelled, "Elpum!" He suddenly raised his hand in front of Beiju, making her confused. "Huh?" Elpum frowned. From his hand emitted a blinding mana stream, heading towards her. A loud explosion rang out. Everyone around had to struggle to keep their balance. Beiju knelt down. She propped one hand on the ground to steady herself, unhappily saying, "TCH, how persistent." The smoke gradually dissipated. She didn't see Elpum directly in front of her, and was stunned. Beiju was confused. Speaking up, "Vanished already, huh?" Ralph looked at the empty space in front and scoffed. "Annoying. With just this little bit, you think you can catch Elpum?" She straightened up, muttering, "Oh well, it doesn't matter." Beiju turned to look at him. She tightened her grip on her whip, hinting, "Because the fangs are already in." Blood dripped onto the ground, a large patch. Elpum clutched his body in pain. From his mouth, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Piru beside him worriedly asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Blood under the ground rose in a dark aura stream. He widened his eyes in shock, yelling, "What's that? Don't tell me. Poison?" Behind them were Beiju and Ralph chasing after. She coldly said, "At most 40 minutes, Elpum doesn't have much time left." Her hand created a mana source, and she curled her lips into a smile. "Venom. Just one hit. This extremely potent poison will take his life in extreme pain." Ralph frowned at her smug words. "He won't be able to run far." Beiju darted into a door, then called back, "We'll temporarily retreat here. We must find him." Elpum breathed heavily, panting in gasps. Piru put his arm over his shoulder, helping him leave. He remorsefully spoke up, "Damn it, who knew things would get this complicated? All because I asked you to explore together." His eyes drooped. His voice whispered, "Sorry." Elpum knew Piru was blaming himself, and laboriously reassured, "Don't worry about it, it's not your fault. If I can't overcome that technique, sooner or later it would come to this." A sharp dagger covered in a dark mana stream appeared, instantaneous movement. This time it's not a trick like the twin brothers, but real. Elpum's eyes slightly narrowed, his breath becoming rushed. He said in a low voice, "Leave Beiju to me. You just do your thing." Piru confusedly asked back, "Thing? Of mine?" He looked up, looking ahead. "Ah, this is." Before the two, a ceiling was closing in. Piru confusingly mumbled, "Ceiling?" He helped him to the ancient inscriptions in front. He exclaimed, "It's the mechanism to open the ceiling." Both looked at the board with strange shapes written on it. Piru tentatively spoke up, "It seems like when this riddle is solved, mana will be supplied to activate the ceiling opening mechanism. Under the board, there seem to be electrical conduits being absorbed by it." Piru's face was covered in sweat. He placed his hand on the board, hesitatingly saying, "Wait a moment, I'll solve it right away." A small piece was moved by him, placed next to another piece. Just after moving it, his hand felt a strong electric current running through it. The talisman floated in mid-air. Beside it, Elpum sat leaning against the wall, panting, "Just take your time." His eyes suddenly lit up. This side also needs to be dealt with. The mechanism of this place appeared before Elpum's eyes. Footsteps rushed past. Hurried. Ralph led the group of masked people. He ordered, "If you see him, no one is allowed to act rashly. Leave the matter of dealing with him to me." One masked man unhappily spoke up, "Why do we have to listen to your orders?" He was stunned and angry, turning back to look at that person, then roared, "Huh? Don't like it? Then just complain to your boss." A bright mana source appeared before them. Ralph was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Waves of mana moved towards their location. Ralph quickly jumped aside, dodging. The magic hit the masked man directly. He roared, "No way!" A maze-like map appeared. On it were also the directions of mana movement. Ralph panicked, "No, I can't see anything. Where the hell is it coming from?" He widened his eyes, looking ahead and pondering. To realistically describe it, Ralph tentatively thought, "This place is just like a large maze." A mana stream was gradually heading towards his location. Only a short distance left before it would hit Ralph, but he still didn't move. The mana stream gradually dissipated. Piru excitedly said, "Done." On the board, lines of characters shone brightly in a long line. He smiled, turning back to look at Elpum. "Done. Mana is about to be supplied to this entire place." Electricity ran continuously into the board. Piru continued, "Just wait a little longer and—" He didn't say a word. His eyes closed, then he fainted. Piru panicked when he saw Elpum's condition. He called out loudly, "Elpum, wake up." The sound of the wall being cracked rang out. He gritted his teeth. his eyes wide in shock. He wondered, what the hell? Why suddenly like this? Behind Piru, a hand reached over. He was stunned. Mana is cut off? Ralph appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He laughed loudly, his voice full of pressure. Found you, little brat. The sound of the wall being struck and cracking echoed loudly. Water gushed out torrentially from the cracks in the rocks. Debo, walking ahead, scratched his head and turned back to ask, huh? You really don't hear anything behind us? Kiri, confused, retorted, what sound? Minor and Kiri both looked towards the path ahead. Suddenly, water surged in torrents, and all three of them immediately turned and ran, shouting in unison, what the heck is that? They weren't as fast as the water, and in an instant, they were swept away. Debo yelled loudly, what's going on? The strong current of water just carried him along, and he couldn't do anything, screaming in panic. Water continued to gush down from the ceiling. Beiju leaned against a pillar, glancing irritably towards the source of the noise and complaining, annoying, what's that sound? We need to hurry. And where the heck did Ralph disappear to? Just as she finished speaking, Ralph's voice sounded, you talk too much. He walked step by step towards her, muttering, sounds like water flowing all through the hallway. This place is probably gonna flood soon. Beiju glared at Ralph and said coldly, I thought you were just good at blustering and running away. She looked at him carrying Pyru over one shoulder and Elpum in one hand, and said nonchalantly, you've got the nerve to talk big, huh? He laughed loudly. Well, it was quite a bit of work. Beiju, not seeing her henchman, asked, but what about the people I sent? Ralph casually replied, all dead. Oh well, they had some value, so don't feel too bad. She retorted, all of them? He scoffed, don't tell me you're going to pull that comrade act now. He frowned and got serious, getting to the point, the mission's complete. Now, let's settle the rest of the payment first. I'll hand over Elpum later. Beiju took out a large bag of money, sneering as she asked, looks like he's still alive then. Ralph replied, what if I killed him and you pretended you knew nothing about it? She threw the bag of money straight onto the ground in front of him and said disdainfully, even if your attitude is a bit unpleasant, it's precisely because of this kind of relationship that I trust you. Stacks of money spilled onto the ground. Beiju said contemptuously, here, 1 billion pesos as promised. Ralph, seeing the pile of money, laughed loudly. Hey hey. He decisively threw Pyru and Elpum towards her and said indifferently, take them. A good deal. Indeed. Beiju tightened her grip on her weapon. Her face became extremely dangerous as she looked at Elpum and Pyru lying motionless on the ground, and said coldly, after everything we've endured because of Kania, this ending seems a bit anticlimactic, doesn't it? Everything is for the Dark Mage. Beiju glanced at Elpum and suddenly said, no. Her face twisted into a grotesque grin as she yelled, for my master, Lord Ivoke. Beiju frantically struck Elpum with her weapon. Splatters of blood flew up, further exciting her. She thought gleefully, finally. Suddenly, Beiju's eyes widened in shock. The amulet on Elpum flew up, and it used magic to knock down a masked figure. She was stunned. What? What the hell is this? Ralph rushed towards Beiju, saying loudly, nice one. She opened her eyes wide and cursed at him. Ralph, you son of a bitch. Beiju looked towards where a loud sound had just come from, sending her underlings flying, and thought, damn it, I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. A bright magical aura appeared behind her. She quickly dodged and weaved to avoid the magical aura, wondering in her head, is he actually teaming up with that Elpum guy? How dare he mess with Kania? Beiju's face was contorted with anger. She gritted her teeth, thinking, well, the poison has already spread throughout his body anyway. At this point, just checking if he's dead is enough. Another source of magic suddenly appeared and shot towards the door. Another large wave of magic headed towards her. She nimbly dodged, and the power slammed into the door. Then she said arrogantly, you're there, huh? A dying man crawling out here to save me the trouble. Water magic appeared. The water magic user and Elpum coordinated to attack Beiju. Elpum breathed a sigh of relief, still holding up the staff. Elpum's eyes sharply glared at her. Her face froze in disbelief as she looked at him, thinking frantically, how? How are you still alive? The powerful magic attack created a massive explosion there. The explosion sent rocks and debris flying, and the area filled with smoke and fire. Ralph stood in the smoke, covering his nose and mouth, and complained, geez, take it easy. Piru knelt on the ground, looking at Elpum who was still standing firmly, holding the staff. As the smoke gradually cleared, Beiju said coldly, you're more persistent than I thought. She looked at Ralph and asked, what's wrong, Ralph? Aren't you the kind of person who'd do anything for money? He casually laughed and replied to Beiju, money, huh? If you guys win, this whole world will probably go down the drain. As the smoke further dissipated, Ralph's voice rang out again. Then the money I've worked so hard for would all become worthless paper, wouldn't it? What would be the point of helping then? He looked at El Poom, a glint in his eyes, and continued, seeing the staff still held in hand. From the start, me siding with you guys was just part of my and El Poom's plan. Images of her fighting everyone flashed by. Ralph said indifferently, El Poom predicted that Kanya, cornered, would send assassins. From the moment you guys set your sights on me, this outcome was inevitable. Beiju stared blankly at everyone in front of her and asked dazedly, so, inflicting damage on El Poom right from the first attack was just to deceive me? He scratched his head and said loudly, huh? Damage? The scene of El Poom and Ralph fighting appeared. El Poom coldly asked, you know who I am, yet you still say those words? Ralph said arrogantly, the best healer in Maple World. In front of Ralph, those minor wounds are nothing. Piru stared blankly at the scene before him. Ralph continued, of course, if I had attacked for real, even El Poom might not be so sure. Explanation ends here. Ralph's face was full of excitement. A wide grin spread across his mouth, and he said disdainfully, thanks to this, I got 1 billion, and you're all alone now, right? Beiju's sharp eyes glared at him. She braced her hand on the ground, a surge of magic emanating from her, and growled out each word, that choice. Her magical aura flared up, and she shouted, I will make you regret it. Kiri lay adrift in the current of water. A hand touched her arm. Kiri opened her eyes and looked. Water gushed down on the statue's head. She and Debo surfaced. She breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, are you a bit more awake now? On the other side, Minor also surfaced, shouting, what the hell is going on? Debo looked around and replied, who knows? Either way, it's not a good situation. He observed the place where the water was flowing for a moment and said, water is flooding all the hallways. This place will be submerged in less than 30 minutes. Kiri looked up, damn it, 30 minutes. She looked at the ceiling closing shut and asked, so, if we can't open the ceiling, there's no way out? Broken pieces of energy stones lay on the ground. Kiri said helplessly, but I'm the one who destroyed the energy source. How are we going to open the door now? Minor turned to look at the statue. Huh? Something slammed straight into the water, splashing water everywhere. She covered her face. Debo squinted, and asked loudly in bewilderment, what? What now? This time it's... His eyes were full of surprise as he opened them. Huh? Debo looked at the large sword in the statue's hand, stammering, wait a minute. A blinding light appeared from the statue's eyes. The statue's sword-wielding hand slashed straight down into the water. He wondered in astonishment, that's what's moving. Beiju, completely wrecked, gasped for breath, looking utterly terrified in a place full of fire. She had just used the fangs on her hand to kill someone lying on the ground. Fire blazed everywhere. She looked at the person on the ground and said furiously, go to hell. Someone walked up from behind, objecting to her words. No, someone like him doesn't deserve to go to hell. This is the price he pays for his sins. Beiju wasn't surprised by this person's appearance. He continued to approach, saying, however, the fate of those with blood-stained hands can't be better than hell. Fire gradually spread up all the pillars here. Above, the moon still shone down. Your revenge is over. Corpses littered the area, likely all killed by Beiju herself. Evo continued to approach her. As promised, Beiju, extremely exhausted and hot, gasped for breath and glanced at him. Evoke reached right in front of her, towering over her and said coldly, I will take your life. Back in the fight, Beiju moved incredibly fast in the air, making it hard to pinpoint her. El Poom and Ralph stood frozen for a moment, watching her rush towards them. In just an instant, her magic slashed, decapitating both of them, fresh blood spraying out continuously. However, Beiju showed no sign of triumph. Instead, she gritted her teeth, looking extremely annoyed, and glanced sideways. In front of her now were many Ralphs and many El Palms. Beiju gripped the fangs on her hand tightly, angrily saying, damn it, clones, always with these dirty tricks. She threw her poisoned fang forward to attack, constantly calculating tactics in her mind. And most of them were magical illusions, though not a threat. Then from another direction, El Poom slashed down at her from above with his weapon, extremely powerfully, causing her great difficulty. But the problem was reality mixed with illusion. Piru stood from afar, observing El Poom and Ralph continuously fighting Beiju, and couldn't help but yell loudly, damn it, hurry up and finish this. I can't hold on forever. El Poom launched another attack towards her, but she quickly used teleportation to escape. El Poom angrily gritted his teeth and activated the tracking device on his eye. Tens of thousands of missiles followed her as she fled into the distance. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, forcing all of them to quickly back away. Beiju appeared behind Piru, preparing to attack him from behind. He quickly noticed her, looking utterly astonished at her. damn it, we. Then Piru swung his sword and slashed at Beiju, surprising her. He yelled loudly, "You thought so, huh?" She couldn't accept the truth, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Piru, holding the magic amulet in his hand, smiled at everyone still fighting. "All right, I'm off. What do you think? You'll never know." Ralph threw a direct punch at her face, forcing her to bend back to dodge. While attacking, he taunted her. "What's wrong? You were so confident just now." After dodging, Beiju quickly used the fangs on her hand to attack him. Ralph dodged, unable to suppress his joy, and broke into a smile. Immediately, Beiju yanked the long chain attached to the fang. This made Ralph utterly stunned as he saw the entire chain wrapping around himself and yelled, "What?" Beiju clenched her hand. The chains tightened, pulling him backward. She yelled loudly, "I won't give up so easily." Beiju successfully tightened the chain around Ralph, causing him to cry out in pain. A small wound caused by poison was already on his neck, his whole body trembling. However, from another direction, El Pum rushed forward and quickly slashed through the chain to free Ralph. After being freed, he quickly retaliated with an attack on her back, causing her to cough up blood. Beiju glared, extremely angry, and yelled, "You damn trash!" But Ralph broke into a cheerful smile, while El Pum remained coldly silent. Then suddenly, Beiju switched her attack towards Piru. "You first." He dodged in terror, yelling fearfully, "Ah, no." El Pum channeled mana into his weapon, waving his hand to control it. He attacked continuously, forcing Beiju to quickly dodge and counterattack. She had to continuously use all her strength to attack. Piru, on the outside, was also exhausted, gasping for breath as he watched the battle. Damn it, these guys. All he could see were black shadows constantly moving, along with sword slashes continuously cutting through the air. They were frantically engaged in combat, truly monsters. Ralph threw a punch forward. She quickly teleported away. El Pum quickly caught up and slashed down, but she blocked it again. Then Ralph again threw an elbow strike into Beiju, causing her to painfully cough up another mouthful of blood. Continuously enduring painful blows, Beiju went insane, creating a huge force that shattered the stone floor under her feet and launched herself into the sky. Her dark power was blindingly bright, flashing once. Ralph quickly took damage and flew outwards. Piru was also thrown away, forcing El Pum to quickly catch him. Her sword fell, blood spraying out continuously. Beiju, in extreme pain, clutched her arm, becoming utterly deranged, grinding her teeth, glaring and growling, "Damn it, you damn bastards, I will kill all of you at any cost." Suddenly, the entire area began to shake. Small droplets of water from the two doors began to ripple. Beiju glared in that direction. Water gushed out like a waterfall, collapsing outwards. The water was so abundant and powerful that it swept everything away. Piru was swept away to a distant place, constantly staggering, flailing his arms and legs, screaming. El Pum saw this and, utterly helpless, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Ralph stuck his weapon into the wall, barely managing not to be swept away by the current. He observed and then said mysteriously, "Damn it, looks like it's time." Under the water, Beiju was also swept along. She suddenly became incredibly sharp. Beiju quickly burst out of the water and attacked, catching Ralph off guard and slashing him. Both of his arms were slashed heavily, blood spraying out continuously. He coughed up blood in pain, his eyes wide in disbelief. Beiju, with sharp eyes, turned back again. "I will kill all of you." Right then, he sensed her murderous intent and turned his head to look. But it was too late. Beiju managed to attack Ralph in the back from behind. He coughed up blood in extreme pain, his abdomen pierced through by her fangs. Then Ralph also fell into the water. El Pum, having saved Piru, witnessed that scene and yelled out in extreme pain, "Ralph!" The torrential water surged in, flowing extremely fiercely, sweeping everyone away. Ralph was pushed down, his wounds causing blood to flow out and mix into the water. Beiju, with an extremely vicious expression, raised the fangs on her hand and jumped into the water, continuing to attack him. Beiju quickly swung her hand up. Ralph, slightly tense, gritted his teeth and dodged her attack. However, part of his arm was still slashed and injured by her. Ralph quickly moved away from Beiju to a safe distance. Suddenly, he started painfully vomiting blood, spitting out a large mouthful, painfully realizing it was poison, toxins. Ralph's eyes suddenly widened and darted to the side. Beiju again rushed in with her sharp fangs, and because he couldn't dodge in time, he could only raise his hands to block, and the fang pierced through his palm. Ralph opened his mouth wide, spitting out a mouthful of blood and yelling in pain, but the water kept rushing in, so no sound came out. He gritted his teeth, looking extremely disheveled, his palms clenched and trembling. Suddenly, a badge on his shoulder began to glow. It blazed brightly, emitting an extremely powerful energy. Beiju squinted because of the brightness and didn't understand what was happening. What the heck is this? She quickly gritted her teeth and ducked her head to dodge. What is this? How could it be? All the wounds on Ralph's body were healed, and he looked refreshed. Beiju, seeing him like that, was furious. No way. Is this a purification-type healing spell? Of course, El Pum is involved with this guy too. Ralph, after recovering, quickly swung a fist at Beiju, but she quickly teleported to dodge behind him. Beiju again attacked Ralph from behind, but was stunned to see her attack blocked by something. His entire body was enveloped in a dazzling shield of light, which she couldn't believe. A protective shield? Then a fist emerged from the shield and swung out, catching Beiju off guard, her eyes widening. She quickly leaned her head back to avoid a dangerous attack. Then Ralph clenched his open palm into a fist. She was off balance and very annoyed, gritting her teeth as she watched him. Ralph quickly clenched his fist and punched, intending to impale Beiju with the thorns on his hand, but she teleported away again. Beiju quickly retreated backward. That hand gesture. This guy? No way. Ralph missed, but looked at her cheerfully. Oh dear, too bad. From inside the shield, he taunted Beiju. You're showing off too much. How can I pretend not to know now? She gritted her teeth, covered in wounds, and used the item in front of her eyes, a teleportation item. Ralph, from afar inside his protective shield, quickly rushed forward, water splashing everywhere. Alright, time to end this. But he didn't hit Beiju. She quickly dodged to the side. Then Beiju gritted her teeth, full of rage, and slashed her fang at the protective shield. He smirked again and swung an attack at her. Don't you see it's not working? Beiju teleported again behind Ralph, but she quickly dropped down into the water, splashing water everywhere. He taunted her. Even if you say this move of yours seems useless, but every time you disappear, you reappear behind me like this? Who do you think I am? He quickly punched her right in the face, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Ralph laughed with amusement, wiping his mouth with a slight sneer. Goodbye then. I had fun fighting you. Beiju turned back to stab her fang into the protective shield, and asked irritably, fun? She used an immense amount of her dark power in that attack, and purple flames erupted. Here. Ralph's protective shield shattered, and a cut grazed his face, drawing blood, making him groan in pain. Beiju, as if gone mad, eyes full of murderous intent, raised her fang high and slashed down. Fun. My ass. However, a burst of fire came and severed the arm holding her fang, catching her off guard. Beiju finally realized that she was fighting many people alone. The water suddenly experienced a strong tremor. Pyru, standing behind El Pum for protection, yelled his name loudly. El Pum. Ralph, from the opposite side, also angrily gritted his teeth and rushed towards Beiju. Where do you think you're looking? As she turned her head to look at him, she saw his fist right in front of her face. Beiju took the full force of that punch, sending her flying a distance, shattering a stone pillar on the way, and crashing into the wall in the corner of the room. She was violently impacted, causing her whole body to ache, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her skull-shaped badge also gradually cracked. Beiju angrily gritted her teeth when she saw it was shattered. She became extremely panicked, losing control. No way. I've lost into darkness already. Like this I can't carry out Lord Ivok's orders. Then Beiju quickly regained her composure, rushing forward with great determination. No, I have to do it no matter what. I must take you down. El Pum was standing firmly in another layer of protection, with Pyru, who was very weak and needed protection, behind him. A large flame rushed directly towards her. Beiju quickly gathered her power to confront El Pum's power. The two immense powers clashed repeatedly, creating a dazzling spectacle. Beiju's face became extremely terrifying, furrowing her brow, widening her eyes, and grinning. I can't let you leave here alive, even if I fall here. Through the large flames, Beiju raised her fangs, preparing to attack. I definitely have to do it. Her purple power was shattered. Around them, only red flames and rising smoke remained. The fang was placed in her mouth, clenched tightly between her teeth. However, she was surrounded by El Pum's flames, her face gradually turning red. For Lord Ivok. Beiju's eyes suddenly widened, with visible blood vessels crisscrossing inside. What should I do now? El Pum, standing in his flames, slightly weary, said softly, I still have more. El Pum drew back a fire arrow, preparing to attack her. One last move. As soon as El Pum released his hand, the fire arrow quickly shot forward towards where Beiju was standing. The flames grew larger and larger, transforming into a giant fireball. Inside, Beiju, in utter despair, opened her eyes wide, her face flushed red, mouth still stained with blood, but still clenching her weapon. She remembered Ivu's laughter. Beiju also recalled his towering figure, with a proud and smiling face, praising, "You did well." Finally, Beiju gave a bright smile, releasing the fangs she was clenching in her mouth. It was as if she was reaching towards someone's hand. "Lord Ivoke." Her face lit up with immense happiness. Then Beiju closed her eyes tightly, and tears streamed down. "Please forgive me." The arrow struck her precisely, fresh blood spraying out. The water's surface also violently convulsed, splashing up and hitting the small rocks along the shore. Beiju's fang was embedded firmly in one of those rocks. The water suddenly swelled in the middle and rose very high, revealing a large statue emerging from underwater, its eyes seemingly glowing. Minor braced herself and attacked the stone statue, flame bullet barrage. Her eyes were tense as she shouted in confusion, "Damn it, how can something so big float on water?" The powerful attack struck the stone statue directly, causing a large explosion on the spot. Minor happily opened her eyes wide, looking towards her attack and shouting, "Great, hit it." However, in just a second, the large stone statue swung an arm and slashed towards her. Its arm punched with such force that walls collapsed and shattered. Water splashed up again, and it seemed Minor had fallen. Debo quickly reacted from above, sticking his weapon into the rock wall to stabilize himself. Below, he managed to catch Minor in time, preventing her fall. In a somewhat panicked state, she said to him, "Thank you." The stone sword the statue initially held was broken in half and sank deep underwater. The statue flashed again, and a sword was stabbed straight into the water, its tip slightly piercing through. Kiri created a large magical aura, allowing her to stand firmly on the swaying water surface, which gradually froze. Ice spread continuously until it reached the statue's feet. One of her eyes was injured and closed. She shouted, "Bringing him down isn't the only important thing." Then Kiri looked up at the ceiling, bringing everyone back to the main point. "To open the ceiling, we need another way, and now the most likely option is..." Before she could finish, Minor quickly understood, firing continuously at the stone statue and shouting back, "Okay, I got it." Behind the statue, Debo was already on the wall, waiting to attack. He quickly jumped down and slashed straight at its head, breaking it in half. His face became excited. "We need his magic stone, right?" Everyone anxiously instructed each other, "Be careful. Don't break the magic stone. Destroy the parts first." Their attacks continuously hit the statue's arms. Ralph suddenly appeared, breaking into a bright smile. He used a protective shield to block the statue's attack and managed to catch Debo just as he was thrown away by it. Debo gritted his teeth, glaring at him, still angry. You traitorous bastard." Ralph smiled radiantly, hugging Debo and looking down at him. "Betrayal? Why are you talking to your dad like that?" El Pum suddenly appeared from the gushing water and spoke to correct, "Don't waste words uselessly." The familiar flame appeared again on the tip of his weapon, and El Pum quickly unleashed a burst of firepower, attacking from behind the statue. Kiri, dodging the statue's attack, exclaimed in surprise, "Fire Phoenix Arrow." In another direction, someone else shouted in doubt, "Fire Phoenix Arrow?" Seeing El Pum aggressively approach with Piru excitedly behind him, Debo quickly yelled to remind him, "Big bro." He was tense, knowing a slight mistake could ruin everything. "Don't destroy the magic stone." El Pum used the tracking device on his eye, quickly locating the magic stone inside the statue, hidden deep within layers of its body. He raised his hand, using magic and preparing to attack, instructing anxiously, "Got it, hold on tight, Debo." His magic transferred to Debo's weapon, lifting him high, making Debo shout in slight panic, "Huh? This spear is moving on its own." Controlled by El Pum, it flew straight to the statue. Debo stammered in fear, What is this? It's about to hit." Minor, watching from afar, seemed to understand El Pum's intention and smiled brightly, "So that's it. Good." Only Debo, being controlled, seemed confused, holding onto his spear and asking, "What are you all doing?" Kiri tensely watched, looking towards El Pum. Minor also widened her eyes and shouted with Kiri, "Go, you idiot." Debo finally realized something and smiled. "This time I'm the main character?" He put more power into his weapon, excitement on his face, and shouted, "Leave it to me." His slash was powerful, directly hitting the statue. Debo smiled brightly while attacking, his eyes wide, observing everywhere. The statue's entire body shattered, the energy in the center core extremely rich. He happily shouted, "Found it." Debo rushed down to pick up the magic stone. Suddenly, the cracks on the statue moved again. The statue swayed, and one of its horns gradually fell off. Ralph excitedly laughed, trembling, "My son, how's the taste?" He rushed in, flipping in the air, "If you've digested it already." His fist swung with decisiveness and fury, "Then spit it out now." The punch created immense destructive force on the statue's surface, which gradually cracked and shook violently. From small cracks, the statue split open in half, small fragments flying and scattering. A huge hole was created by Ralph, gradually spreading outwards. From inside, Debo quickly jumped out, happy to have completed his task. One thing done. Debo gently landed with the magic stone. The statue's chest was hollowed out, looking ruined. A resounding sound was created, extremely shocking, as the statue gradually sank into the water.